Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. Ra'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, no or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Labakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, Latazak, no and not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, no and not thou adultery. La'atha, Ganab, no and not thou steal. La'atha, Anashikar, no and not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah! Thank you, Yah!
Praise Yah!
Yes! Romans 11.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Torah, 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 Yahya. Torah, 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 Yahya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah.
Most High. All praise to the Most High. So I was trying to get the mic to turn on. All right. Let it get warmed up. All praise to the Most High. All right. I'm small on the screen. Let me bring myself a little bigger on the screen. That one, I think, every time I press that one, it's not that one. It's this one. All right. There we go. That's a little better. What's this one? That one, that's even better. All right. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. Welcome to Divine Discussions. Episode, I think, 132, maybe. I think so. All right. This is Divine Discussions. Divine Discussions. Time to divinely discuss some lifetime events and give some spiritual answers to the Most High children's questions from all over the world. Welcome to Divine Discussions. Facts. All right, this is our Wednesday night show, Divine Discussions. And tonight's topic, as y'all can see, tonight's title is White America versus Black America, the agenda exposed, media manipulation and truth revealed. So there is an agenda happening, and both nations of people, what they call black and white, are both being manipulated. And a lot of people don't watch the media or don't watch a lot of these YouTube influencers, right? And because of it, there's a thing going on. So if you're detached from it, right? So they got these media, social media influencers that they allow to be big. So tonight I'm going to show you a social media influencer that has 5 million subscribers. And I've never even heard of him before. So because of social media, there are people, it's so funny. You got black people doing this too. They think they're famous, right? But what they don't realize, you're famous in your own little vacuum. Whatever the people who run the social media companies, YouTube and the rest, whatever pocket they allow you to reach, you might be famous in that pocket. But people think it's a new guard, it's a new world. Before, it was really true fame. Like the really famous people are somebody like Michael Jackson. That's a person that if you said his name, no matter what country on the earth you went to or continent, 95% of the people in that continent or country would know who you're talking about. That's fame. That's true. Social media has made fame another what word could I say? Another what word? Another where you take something that's not true and make it like it's true. Another mistranslated, another only thing I'm thinking is curses and spells. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm looking for a better word. Hold on, I ain't seen the chat yet. Shalom, everybody. I'm sorry, I ain't seen y'all in the chat. Right? Another yeah. And they think they're famous. Now, this is the crazy thing, right? Because I seen this thing that we're going to bring out another time, probably on this, realm is a good word, on divine discussion, is some of these Christians think they're famous. I heard them, they actually said it. Shalom, daughter of Yah, Yeshua Mashiach, thank you so much for the donation. I've seen them say that. I'm a celebrity, and we celebrities, and I'm famous, and and I don't even know who they are. That's if you could bust a bubble, I'm like, bro, I would have to find out what his name is and then Google him to even know who he is, but they think they're famous. So they got people in these little microcosmic worlds of themselves, right? So you got people who maybe even got a 500,000 subscribers and they think they're famous. But if you go to other places, no one, you can come to me. I don't know who you are. So you even got rappers. This is the crazy part. Even these young rappers, they were like, they're famous and they're this. And one of these rappers got mad at somebody else because he said he didn't know who they were. And he's like, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know who you are. It's like they can't fathom that. Social media has brainwashed people so much that they can't fathom that everybody doesn't know who you are. Yeah, celebrated entities. And I'm saying this, I'm opening this up with this because what we're going to see is, I guess you would say this person is famous. See how you can't, it's not true no more. Because if this person got 5 million subscribers, could that constitute him being famous? I kind of would think so, but I don't know who he is. And I'm quite sure I can go to many other people and say his name. I don't want to say it yet because I want to wait until we get into the thing. And they'll be like, who is that? But in a certain pocket, he is. So when he, the video I'm going to show, the first one got 2 million views. So 2 million people, but is that fame in a world of 9 billion people? 2 million. 9 billion. A billion is a million millions. Okay? So you be like 9 million millions. so 2 billion, 2 million people. So let's do his subscribers, 5. Right? Because if they subscribe, they heard of him. I'm not subscribed. So 5 million, and then you need you need 9 million of those millions to reach the whole planet, right? And all you got is 5. You need 9 million of the millions. You got 5 million. You are nowhere near. $5 is nowhere near $5 million. All right? 1,000 million. Sorry, Yakana. Thank you. I'm thinking it's a million millions. Thank you for your correction. All right, so that's a lot less. So with that calculation, you won't need 5 million. You would need, I guess, 500,000 or something like that, right? So anyway, the population don't know you, but what they're doing with social media, they're carving out little pockets and allowing people. So this man you're about to see, he has 2 million videos, 2 million views on this video. And then he did a part 2, and right now it's up to 1 million. But we don't watch him. So-called Black America. So a lot of us don't know who he is. Some of y'all, like me, is going to be our first time knowing who he is. Some of y'all are going to know who he is. But when we're going to show y'all, he's pushing an agenda to the people, the 5 million people who watch him. So that means there's 5 million people, and he's actually targeting white America. And what you're going to see, it's horrible, bro. It really is. And it's crazy because with the way he's making his videos and putting this out to white America, it looks like the truth. And it's going to anger them and trigger them. And it's intentional. All right? So there's going to be things that you're going to hear these people say. It's a discussion I'm going to show between black and white, and it's going to trigger some of the so-called blacks because of his attitude, what's saying. But I'm going to bring balance. So please remember, please like this video so we can let the people know we're live. You know, it's Wednesday. We probably won't get more than 70 people or 60 something, but it is what it is, right? But this is a real warning because what they're doing, we, the so-called blacks, and some others we won't even know these conversations are going on. That's what I want y'all to understand. There are conversations being had that are riling up people, right? And we don't know what's going on. So we can just be going on with our life thinking everything is normal. But there are groups of people that what's the name? That, how can I say this? There are groups of people that are inflamed, enraged, and triggered against us, and we don't even know it's happening. And that's what makes this so dangerous. It makes it so dangerous because with that, you're going around and you don't realize that people are hunting you. So-called blacks. And you might think it's normal. I mean, you might think everything is regular. But the Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. And to the so-called whites, you need to know the manipulation as well. Because most of y'all, right, are just going on with your life and might not even know who this person is or might not watch. But there is and there's an enraging and an inflaming of whites. All right. And they're trying to make it go across the broad spectrum of whites. And they calling it, right? You know, they term this white fatigue. We're going to go there, right? And black fatigue. But they got these things called statistics that they are pumping into the whites, so-called whites. And these statistics are skewed. They're coming from the same. So it's crazy. At one instance, they'd be like, we can't trust nothing that the government say or whatever. But then they start quoting these statistics and they say, where you get it from? The FBI statistics, the government, right? So it's like, okay, so you can trust them on these numbers, but you can't trust them on this, right? So that's what do they call that? That's selective, selective memory, selective choosing what you're going to say is truth or not. All right. So I'm trying to find something because they hide it in the media. That's what's crazy. I just tried to Google this thing and it doesn't even come up. That's crazy. The thing that come up is something from 2024. And I'm like, and this thing just happened now. It's now. See, this is what I mean. And this is what these people, what I'm about to show you, are inflaming the so-called white people. They're doing this thing to make them against us against them, while they puppet master this whole situation. All right. And what I think it is, honestly, my personal opinion, I think it's because of Epidermis Island. Y'all know what I mean? Right? Because now with all this, the Kirk incident and all this racial stuff, how they just put it on black and all this stuff, right? And now Epidermis Island, like, you get what I'm saying? Where's the Epidermis Island incident? Where's that? You see? That's what I think it is. The sleight of hand. All right? And I think that dude was just a casualty of, it was brilliant darkness. Like, okay, we need to manufacture a crisis. We need an assassination, right? Something to and then we need to trigger racial tension to have them. It's puppet master stuff, right? And so they trigger that, and now everybody's on this, and they're gonna keep fueling it. And Epidermis Island is just right. Where's it? It's just out the window, I guess. Y'all see? So most people don't see that manipulation, all right? But it's really dangerous because they're rallying a group of people up for harm. And if the other group of people who they're rallying them up against don't know that there's a rallying up, there's danger. We can be in danger. So this video is to inform this live stream, right? The so-called blacks and the so-called whites to some of this manipulation. And the word to the so-called blacks is, you need to be very careful where you're going and what you're doing and where you're at and where you live, because you're being hunted, but you don't even know it. And and this dude, I'm gonna show, is inflaming more of it, inflaming them more. Okay, I found the dude. That's crazy. It's not even in the news. I just Googled it because I thought, okay, let me just Google it. I'll pull it up and I'm like, wow, it's not even in the news. So let me, I was going to show the video, but it's okay. I'll just I'll just say his name, and when it's time. Let me write his name down. This is crazy. It's not even in the news. That's crazy. But you'll see what I'm talking about in a minute, right? And, okay. All right. So, and then I'll show you the video another time. It's okay. So let me get back. All right. So now I'm saying this because the things that you're going to see tonight, it shocked me. And it really shocks me because some of the blacks that are being interviewed don't realize what's happening. and they don't even see it in their face. And I know that the dude who running the channel knows it. He's not stupid. He sees it. And he's saying these words, and all of this is to incite. And so it's a thing where the so-called blacks on this panel is like, well, that's good. I'm glad we're having this discussion. We need to have this discussion. This discussion needs to be had. Shout out to James Hogwood over on Facebook, right? But guess what? The so-called black people, as I'm going to show this, you don't need to have that discussion. This is a new narrative they're playing on. They're making so-called black people think we need to have this discussion, because if we don't discuss this with these social media influencers, then we could stop this. But what they don't realize is the influencer, I'm going to show you, he's taking the discussion and he's driving the narrative. And so he's making the blacks look like they're ignoring the truth, and they are just want to be, say, systemic racism, and they are woe is me, and it's inflaming the so-called whites even more. Whereas if you didn't allow that discussion, right? It's like you welcoming the serpent, I'm going to show y'all, into your home, and the serpent is a snake. And then after he bites you, he say, well, you knew I was a snake. Well, you should have, right? Your fault. But the blacks, you're going to see it. They was like, well, we might not agree, but the discussion needed to be had. No, it didn't. That discussion just inflamed those whites, and they all in his comment. It's 2 million views. They are just, it raised their so-called white fatigue by 10 degrees. Do you understand? Whereas if you didn't have the discussion with this man, everything that he did in that discussion inflamed them. They wouldn't have been that level of inflamed if you didn't entertain them. Okay, shout out to Miguel Ramos. All right? Now, well, things are coming to pass, Miguel, because the prophecy have to fulfill, but that doesn't mean we don't still warn the people that are being hunted down and unalived. We can't look at that, because I can look on the big scale and just say the Most High, because the prophecy got to be filled, and 2/3 are going to not perish, and the blood to the horse. But in the meantime, there's also the righteous who, you don't want your grandmother, if you are so-called, have melanin, to be out somewhere and she's innocent, she's doing nothing, and then get unalived because mobs of people are being inflamed. We still have to discern and warn the wicked, and warn of the wickeds and their devices, and to lead and guide in spirit and truth and in safety, right? Woe to those who don't prepare, right? So we still also have to prepare for things that's coming, for the famine, for the destruction, right? So yeah, but I agree. It's prophecy. But the Most High, same way that happens because of the sin and transgression, the Most High have his righteous children to warn people and teach and tell them about, because we won't know what's happening. I wouldn't know what's happening. I'm glad I found out, because, see, I don't really go too many places no more anymore, but I know a lot of people don't realize it, and they're just going along. And let me explain this part. And there was another hanging. Another young black man just got hanged. That's what I was about to look up. All right? In Alabama. Okay? And I tried to look it up, and it don't exist that's crazy. It's not on the thing, right? His name, I just wrote it. His name is Mingo Demon Allen. And he was hanged from a tree. And just now, then guess what happened? They burnt the police. Well, allegedly, the authorities there didn't allow his parents to get to his body, and they cremated his body. That's crazy. I was going to show it, but it's okay. We'll do it another time, right? And because if you don't know that you're being hunted, then you could just be going along your day and got your son just walking home from work or something, and these people grab them up. In the video I'm gonna show you, this is what this person is instilling, this anger in certain groups of people. And there's, like I said, I just Googled it and it doesn't come up. It brought up some hanging in 2024. These things are not being reported, but you're going to see this person in this interview. All he's going to talk about is the girl that got stabbed by the crazy dude and Charlie Kirk. But there's people still being hung right now, but he doesn't care about that. And so when the black people respond back, but well, we getting killed too, it's inflaming the so now with that intro, it's almost 60 people here. Cause we're gonna get started with the video and and then I'm gonna bring balance, right? Because I know if I don't, it could cause harm in some others and make them feel a kind of way. So I'm gonna bring balance because they want us to think it's all a black and white thing when it's not. All black people don't feel the same way. Black people got what you call black fatigue by black ignorance. Black people got white fatigue by white ignorance. White people got black fatigue by white ignorance. Black people got white fatigue by black ignorance. But they'll make you think just all whites got white fatigue and and then all blacks and it's not. That's not what's happening. But that's what the agenda. But while all that's being promoted and going on, the Epidermis Island incident is slowly, right? Where's the papers? You see? Now, let's get started. Oh, let me bring my brothers and sisters on the screen. Present, invite guests, copy, and copyright disclaimer. Oh, we're going to get there in a second. Copyright disclaimers, right? Control V. It's going to be a very powerful lesson. And I bought balance. So if it's so I don't want to trigger anyone. I bought balance. Shalom Hakyama. She can let our brothers and sisters come in as they come in. All right. So now, I didn't do the thumbnail. All right. Hold on. All right. That's good. Thank you, Father. And y'all guys, don't let me do no black screen later when I'm when I start, getting in the spirit and really teaching. All right. So this was the thumbnail, right? Now let me make it full screen, and we about to go in. I was trying to wait till enough people get here, so it's almost 60. It was about 60 of us so far, and then I'm gonna get started, right? All right, hold on and make it a little bigger. Oh, that's getting smaller. There we go. All right, that's perfect. All right, so this is the thumbnail: Black fatigue versus white fatigue, and the title is White America versus Black America. The agenda exposed, right? Now, here we go. This is my intro. Children of the Most High worldwide. If you're not a child of the Creator of all things, then you child of the serpent or whatever. Then I'm not. Hakyama, could you mute him? Thank you. Then I'm not talking to you. We're not talking to you. If you're a child of the Most High Creator of all things, the Bible says that at the end, a remnant, a small amount of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah in the Shamayam, clothed in white robes. I believe what the Bible says. It's just, and not the Greco-Roman, I'm talking about the Habariah original history book of the group of people that's written that got themselves cursed in this mess from that Bible. That, right? I believe that's my truth, right? Everybody got a right to believe what you want to believe. Now, so my Bible says that there's a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people that would be righteous. All right? The righteous versus the unrighteous. The wheat versus the tares. Right? Okay. So, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue. There is a strong darkness being ignited across America's soil. And it's spreading, because Brother Yana in the UK said, you can't believe what's going on here. It's being spread and creeping because it's serpentine through the headlines, through the social media feeds, and across all of your screens, TV, cell phone, computers. The war that they are implementing now is not fought with guns. It's fought with thoughts, narratives, prejudices. It's fought with a witchcraft, sorcery of information. They're pinning race against race, black against white, neighbor against neighbor, fear against sound judgment, fear against reason. But behind it all is the same hands stirring the pot, same puppet master pulling the strings for chaos, profit, power, and control. Because they know that if the people ever stand together, then the serpent's dark system falls apart. All right? It's always been about control. If you open your eyes and look around, the media feeds both sides different measures of poison for the same result, death. They just flavor the poison differently as they administer it to the blacks, to the whites, to the others. Okay? One narrative poison says, oh, fear, the white man, fear. The other one says, fear, the black man, it's the black man, fear. And the masses eat this poison like bread, not even understanding who's actually baking the bread. Who is the chef? What are you eating? From whose table are this food coming from? The book of Proverbs 29 says, scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away wrath. See, shout out to Brother Bilal. Now, yes, rage baiting, gaslighting. You understand? And wait till y'all see the video. It's coming. I'm just doing my little intro to allow more people to come in, right? Now, Proverbs 29 says, scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away their wrath. Okay? So they got this, they push and scorn media topics, scorn agendas. Okay? And they profit off the panic. So they've coined these words now called white fatigue and black fatigue. See, when you hear it, they'll give it a disclaimer that says, this is just describing an emotion. But everybody, the English language is a language of curses and spells, right? These terms of white fatigue and black fatigue, they are not for healing. They don't bring healing. They actually harden the hearts. These terms actually manifest a word called exhaustion. Hence the word fatigue. Shout out to Brother Jerry. Shout out to Zazayah. Okay? See, but this is the language of curses and spells. And these are these serpents, the puppet master doing this. And most of the people don't realize what's happening to them. These words manifest. Life and death is in the power of your tongue. Speak the thing into existence. Okay? You don't have to be religious or Bible to know some of these attributes if you were raised in in an environment that you had to survive certain things. These are kind of basic understandings that you can manifest. Watch the words that come out of your mouth. You understand? So when they coin these new phrases, white fatigue, black fatigue, this is manifesting exhaustion, exhausted, right? It manifests, it's a will within the will. It's a tricky anomaly in this new phrase because it looks on the surface like it's manifesting a badge of pride, right? So they like white fatigue and right? But instead, It's the opposite of a call to rest. Rest is Rabbayah. Rest is Shalayam, peace. Rest, being still, calm. But it's because it's called fatigue, right? So if a person is fatigued, then if you are fatigued, then what do you need? You need rest. I'm trying to get y'all to understand the witchcraft, the serpentine, and the language and what they're doing, the manipulation. A person that is over fatigued, what do? You give them rest. You tell them they need to calm down and rest. But these are doing what? Inciting. So if you incite a fatigued person, listen clearly. They do this in the studies of sleep deprivation. This is called, tactics from CIA and stuff, right? These tactics, right? They did it in state, they do it, right? And these are torture tactics. If you exhaust a person to fatigue to the point and for lack of rest, sleep, what do? They go insane. They go to a point of madness. The Most High created all of our bodies, our temples, to have a term of rest. Rabbayah, Shalayam, peace, lest you go mad. It describes madness. Yasharallah, I'm going to want you to help me because I'm going to bring out something that you told me. I think it was your cousin or your aunt in Chicago. So I'm going to call on you and I'll look at the chat. You can write it and I'll say it when I get to that part because they are doing things and people don't know. And it's causing white fatigue. But look at the language of fatigue. If you sleep deprive a person, you can deprive them of sleep to the point of madness because the body needs to heal. The body needs a term of rest to recovery. Rest and recovery, restoring. But if they continually push fatigue and then make this word to incite more action, then you got a bunch of people who need to rest acting out on emotion when they are in a psychotic state. This is what they're building in white America. I'm going to show you. And when you hear what this person is saying, it's crazy because I'm like, this is so bad, bro. And they are eating it up. And then he's inciting because he says, he's saying incendiary words like, okay, the whites, they got guns and the whites, and they're getting pissed. And so it's going to make the blacks say, man, ain't nobody scared of that, right? See? And that's going to trigger the whites, again, who's watching, the 5 million whites who's watching this, and us blacks don't even know this white man even exists. But he's on there, here you go, this the Kool-Aid. He on there talking about he the most targeted white man in the whole world. I don't even know who you are, bro. You talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the most targeted, me and Charlie Kirk. And I'm like, well, I heard of Charlie Kirk. I don't even know you. But they got this overinflated ego thinking you're right, and he's taking all these stats. Everybody's against me. How would you feel if someone came to your house and they had guns and your children sleeping? Hello, little white man, you're talking to black people. Someone came to our house. I mean, you can find some black people who never had that experience, but I mean, you're talking to a group of people when all they did was come and burn down our houses and kick down our doors and but anyway, let me get to my interest so we can get to the video clip. These words, white fatigue, black fatigue, it's in the language. Shout out to Sister Smurra, right? So instead of rest and shalayam, the Messiah said, and these are Christians too. The Messiah said, I leave you my peace in the midst of the storm. So there's a rest in the midst of the storm that you have to be still. The Most High said, I exist in the stillness. Be still and know that I am Yah, or I am the Most High, or for those that say, I am God, right? Be still. But they are erasing the stillness. They're fatigued and they're pumping. Instead of, if they were fatigued, then I would say, let's stop with all of the narratives. Let's let it rest. And this is what I brought out at the beginning. He tricked the blacks to think they need to have this conversation. And all he's doing in the conversation is inciting to the fatigued, to more fatigue, which can drive them mad. So the clip I had, I'm going to find it in a second because it'll bring understanding. Where after they did the Kirk, remember the other video where the whites was like, they killed Kirk, and the other white man was like, just call it, talking to the president, just say it so we can go door to door and we're mad. And black people ain't had nothing to do with Kirk. You see? But that's the media manipulation. So all of a sudden, because a white person did it, and it says because of some non-male and female trans stuff, all of a sudden black universities get threatened. Black men get hanged at the but you're gonna see him. He's gonna act like he don't that. Okay. White fatigue, black fatigue. All right? Let's go. I had a longer intro, but let's go. Let's get to the video. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Should I grab that other one just in case and pull it in? I think it's in my folder tonight one because I did it a long time ago. Let me see if I could find it. If I could find it really quick. Because I don't remember which, it was probably at the beginning of one of these videos, and I don't remember what I called it. I should have made one short where it was like, they're spazzing out, right? And let me see. I don't want to, I did. I got it. I did I did title it that. Okay. So let me pull it in. All right. Let me pull it in and then we can get started. All right. I got it right there. Praise Yah. I did title it. I usually am good at that because I know if I ever need to find it, I need to title it something that I would think. Here we go. That's good. So this is perfect. Well, this ain't the one with him going crazy, but it's okay. This is the one where the dude says, I think this is the one the dude says, yeah. All right, so this ain't the one with that dude when he was foaming at the mouth, right? But let's open with this so that you can see how they already enraged. So for this person to, all right, so go ahead, Hakiyama. Did you want to say something? I'm going to stop share, and then I'm going to come back to y'all. I'm going to share screen. We're going to get started. Sorry, I know somebody unmuted themselves. They might have wanted to say something. All right.
A second ago, we were hearing a little bit of feedback, but it seemed to clear out now.
Oh, okay. Oh, Zedekiah said he do. Oh boy. Wait, y'all still hear it? So I probably need to reset my audio. I'll do it right now. Let me just do it, just in case. Let me just do it because I don't want to watch this back later. And all right, so give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Hopefully, I'm good. Okay. All right. So now, let's do this one first, just so it's like an intro to this clip, so it can bring understanding of what I'm showing, so people can be like, y'all, it's not founded what y'all are saying, y'all are right, because that's what they're trying to, the fatigue they're trying to promote, that whatever we say, it's not founded. I'll show it. We'll see in a second. Share screen. There we go. Bang. Share. And make it full screen. All right. Full screen. All right. So this was right after Kirk, right? So look what's on screen. Do they really know what they are asking for? All right. And the person said, who is the enemy they want to fight? Because this was supposed to be the young white man who did the Kirk, right? And this is his family. So why is black people got anything, right? Why do they start, right? So anyway, listen,
I implore you, call for a civil war.
right?
Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country.
You see? So the video I'm going to show you, these are the people who's watching him. 5 million subscribers, 2 million people on the video, 1 million on the part 2. And it is the worst thing. He literally went to black people under the guise of, I just want to have the discussion. The black people let him in their space, and it's looking like, but you're going to see everything he says just incites this group of people, this man on the screen, more and more. When these people on the screen, they need to be de-escalated. They need to rest. They need to take a nap. But they're pumping, right? Now watch what you're going to see. So then the craziest part was after he did y'all going to see in a second, after he did the interview with them, he went back before he put it on his channel, a video, because it wasn't live, and he edited the video with a bunch of blacks, unaliving whites to start the video off. Do you to incite them before they even watch the discussion? It's crazy witchcraft. But the blacks is like, we needed the discussion. No, you don't. I wish our channel was bigger because I can warn the so-called, do not discuss nothing. Don't have no discussions. These people, those people who are doing it, their social media, it's a serpentine. They're not doing it to bring peace through the races. They're doing it to incite these people more. The one on the screen. Now, you heard what he said. He said, he told the president, please initiate a civil war so we can go door to door. And they got a lot of guns and stuff. They practicing all in the woods and all that stuff, right? So what you're going to see, this is why I have to do this to my Hispanic brother that says some, when he said about, he's correct about the Most High is a lot. Yes, but he also has us to warn the innocent, because some of us black people won't know this is going on. We don't know what they're saying on these channels because we don't watch it, right? We going on with our regular life trying to pay our rent, not knowing these people are foaming at the mouth because this stuff is being pumped into them every day and we don't even know. That is the most dangerous thing in the world. That you in some place and you got wolves or bears hunting you down and you don't even know it's a bear there. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, listen one more time. I'm gonna let him play a little bit and then we're gonna show the clip.
It's Aria's Earth birth.
Oh, happy Earth birth, Abria. Sorry, it's kind of the wrong time. But happy Earth birth. I'm in a different spirit. Happy Earth birth to you. It's Abriya's birthday, everybody. Say Shalom to Abriya. Praise the Most High for allowing her to come to the earth and put in her purpose and everything. And I know I told y'all to tell me, but you should have did it right at we should have did it right at before I said anything, because I'm in a different spirit right now. But thank you. I'm snapped out of it. Happy Earth birth, Abriya. We don't celebrate birthdays, guys, like it's our day and our week. We give thanks to the Father for allowing us to come into this earth to fulfill his will and his purpose, to be his image on earth. So it's a beautiful day that was chosen, that she came down. It's a blessed day that our sister came down. And I'm thankful that the Father allowed her to come down here to be a light in this dark second world. Happy Earth birth, Abriya. Praise Yah, his holy name, right for it. We love you, sister, and I'm glad to call you my sister. Praise the Most High. All right. Thank you, Hakiyama. All right, I came out of, I had to come out of that spirit. All right, now let me get back in to the teaching mode. Praise Yah. Now, all right, let me play it again.
Let us go door to door, street by street, and let us do our thing. Civil war. Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country. Please, if you're watching this, you share the same sentiment, send it to Donald Trump, share it on your page, whatever. Get this message out there.
So you heard him. Now, copyright disclaimers are in effect. This person has 5 million subscribers, 5 million white Americans, and probably some blacks are watching this. Some of y'all probably heard of him, but I've never heard of him. And this is what he does. So I'm going to show the intro to part 2, then we're going to show some of part 1, then we're going to get to part 2, and then I got balance that I'm going to bring because this is triggering. And I don't want to trigger so-called blacks for more fatigue, right? Or to be start hating, and I hate them all, and you don't want to trigger so-called whites to more fatigue and start triggering and say, I hate all blacks. So I'm going to bring balance because that's what the puppet master wants. They want to it's always been divide and conquer. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're breaking this video down for educational purposes only. All right. We are doing reactionary to the video. Share this tab instead. Full screen. Some of you might have heard of him. This man name is Steven Crowder. I ain't never seen this man a day in my life or heard of him, but apparently he think he's just famous. He think he's, boy, these people in the bubble so much. I'm like, bro, don't nobody know you. I don't know you. I don't care that 5 million, it's 9 billion people on the earth. I don't care if 5 million know you. Who you? But you can't, but anyway, that's what social media has done. It got people with 100,000 views thinking they famous. It's crazy work when you think about it, right? It's really crazy. And so pockets of people, right? I'm famous in my little world, right? Of what, 2,000 or 3? Well, my whole social media presence is about 25,000. But really, it's my ministry presence that's real, where people really, I've done ministry calls where people got a little excited and they're like, like I can't, right? And I understand. I don't use that as a thing to make it think, but I'm foolish. Even when we get through the shadow ban, fame is not what you're searching for. You're searching for truth. He who is raised is lowered in the king. You have to be lowered. You have to be humble. If I had 50 million, it's like, I need you every day. Ain't no fame. What? I don't want to be no celebrated entity. The devil's a lie. All right. So anyway, let's start. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Watch this. Exactly. What are you famous for? That's what it should be, right? You got a dog famous. Hitler was famous, and Edie. Edie. I can't say. I'm trying to think of Genghis Khan, and like, what are you famous for? But anyway, let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Here we go. So this white man went into a black barbershop. Let me give you context. He went to a black barbershop to have a discussion about white fatigue. What Black America needs to understand, this is the new ruse. We should not be discussing that with these celebrated entities. Because it's a forked tongue. He's made them think he's come and this could help the country. But look what he did at the intro. After he had the discussion with them in the black barbershop, but the crazy thing is he's saying white people should be scared around any black people, but he's surrounded by all black people in his barbershop and he doesn't look scared. You see, it's such a forked tongue, right? So he had these black people in his barbershop think this was a good thing. And then after the discussion, he edited the video this way.
You got your own
Great.
areas.
Then don't ask them to pay for it.
And we're not
No, because once
oppressing.
again.
Oh, so you want them to stay away but foot the bill.
So you got to do that with everything
And now
else in
it's
the
the
tax
kid, now
code.
it's the boodle, and nothing is safe. Stay away from us, but pay for us. Do you realize that
Once
guy's
again,
going to
you're
hate
ignoring
you?
that other side of the coin. If we're going to do that, if we're going to give you that, then you got to go through everything and you got to give us the same thing. We're not going to pay for certain shit that we don't agree with.
Can I ask you something?
So what he's talking about, he's saying again, we black people shouldn't get no reparations, right? Because he ain't have nothing to do with slavery, right? It's this argument, right? They keep flaming this argument, okay, right? So to inflame, right? So that's y'all see it when the video play. But this was his intro. Let me let the intro play so y'all can see it. So what I'm gonna show you as the so-called white person, like the ones who watched them, conservatives, far right, the dude that was on screen that said, start a civil war, those dudes that's amped up, as they sit down with their family to watch this thing, because he titled it White Fatigue, I let the black people know that such and such. So that 2 million views. So as they sit down to watch it, right, he already inflaming them right from he made this. So they starting off, nothing, they're not going to hear nothing nobody say, they just triggered. You see? All right. And the black people think this was okay.
You got your own
Great.
areas.
Then don't ask them to pay for it.
And we're not
because
oppressing.
once again.
Oh, so you want them to stay away but foot the bill.
So you got to do that with everything
And now
else
it's
in
the
the tax
kid, now
code.
it's the boodle, and nothing is safe. Stay away from us, but pay for us. Do you realize that
Once
guy's
again,
going to
you're
hate
ignoring
you?
that other side of the coin. If we're going to do that, if we're going to give you that, then you got to go through everything and you got to give us the same thing. We're not going to pay for certain shit that we don't agree with.
Can I ask you something real talk while we're having real talk? Why do young black men fight in packs?
Welcome back. As I'm sure you've noticed,
You see that? Why do young black men fight in packs? You see? Like wolves, like dogs, a wolf pack. You see? So he titled that, he put that to incite them from the beginning. Okay? And watch this. I think it's more. Hold on.
Go through everything and you got to give us the same thing. We're not going to pay for
Oh,
certain
I went back already, I think.
back in May.
Oh, yeah, there you go. All right, here we go. Watch this. Then he opens up with that. Why do they fight in packs? Then look, and then he goes right to this, the intro, while these white people were sitting down to watch his show about white fatigue and everything and he's saying this was good to quell it. But look how he started the video.
One can understand why.
22-year-old Logan Federico lived in North Carolina and was visiting friends in Columbia back in May. Authorities say her alleged killer, Alexander Dickey, entered the home that she was staying in and shot her.
Investigators also say Dickey was on a crime spree before killing Logan.
A Collin County grand jury indicted 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony with first-degree murder. He's accused of stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet earlier this year.
Killing a Ukrainian refugee on Charlotte's light rail last month, being put into hand.
Do y'all see this? So he makes a video titled White Fatigue, right? Or whatever against blacks. Then he goes to a black barbershop. I'm going to give y'all the serpentine tactics. So he's white in the middle, all the blacks, and as he's the only one white talking, but when he asks them, they all talking over it. It's looked like a mob mentality. You get it? So it's not like one talking one-on-one, or they taking it, and then this one trying to talk and this one talking is loud, and then you'll see the tactics. But he starts his video off, you understand? By saying, why does black attack fight in packs, right? And then he shows clips of old news, all these news is old, right? Of old news, right? He doesn't balance it out and show clips of a black man was hanged or a white mob did this to a black person to show balance like I do, right? It's to incite. So imagine them already, remember, they're already incited. Remember, that's why I showed you the clip of the dude like, come on, President, just say it's civil war, let us go door to door. And it's titled White Fatigue, and they're going to have a discussion with blacks. So then, as the whites sit there, he shows them this to start the video. So that now they're just, you know, they're dripping, they're killing, right? So they ain't gonna hear nothing. Only thing they gonna hear is everything that the blacks say is justifying this. It's nasty. And the blacks don't even realize this manipulation. So you're going to see they in the video at the end saying, we thank you, this was needed, this discussion, we needed this discussion, we needed. And all that happened was they just infueled and enraged those millions of whites who are already triggered from the puppet master. This was crazy. All right. So this was, all right, let me just play the whole intro because I cut it. All right. I'm going to let it play. I thought I didn't get that part, but I did. So now watch the whole intro and then watch it start. Here we go. And I'm going to bring balance.
You got your own area. Then don't ask them to pay for it.
And we're not because once again,
so you want them to stay away but foot the bill.
So you got to do that with everything else in the tax code.
Now it's the boodle and nothing is it. Stay away from us but pay for us. Do you realize that guy's going to hate you?
Ignoring that other side of the coin. If we're going to do that, if we're going to give you that, then you got to go through everything and you got to give us the same thing. We're not going to pay for certain shit that we don't agree with.
Can I ask you something real talk? While we're having real talk, why do young black men fight in packs?
Welcome back. As I'm sure you've noticed, race relations in America aren't exactly where we would hope they'd be in 2025. And considering the events over the past year or few, one can understand why.
22-year-old Logan Federico lived in North Carolina and was visiting friends in Columbia back in May. Authorities say her alleged killer, Alexander Dickey, entered the home that she was staying in and shot her.
Investigators also say Dickey was on a crime spree before killing Logan.
A Collin County grand jury indicted 18-year-old Carmelo Anthony with first-degree murder. He's accused of stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet earlier this year.
Killing a Ukrainian refugee on Charlotte's light rail last month, being put into handcuffs. This new chilling video is one of nearly a dozen new clips now in the hands of WBTV.
That's what prompted me to go back to the barbershop and start the conversation.
So did you see the clips he showed to start? You get it, guys? If this was a gesture to try to get healing and understanding, then you would have just started. There's tensions rising in America, blacks and whites. I sit down with blacks in a barbershop so we can discuss what's going on but no, he starts it off. Y'all see, right? With not even no balance, like black people just unalive an innocent white woman or something, whites. Watch this.
That you saw in part 1 of this video last week.
Have you guys heard of the term black fatigue?
And if you thought that was heated.
All right, so we're going to get into, that's the part 2 one, right? That's the part 1 or the part 2 intro. So I'm going to show y'all a little bit of part 1, and then we're going to go to part 2. Now remember, 2 million white people watch this. Copyright disclaimers in effect for educational purposes only, for reactionary purposes. Oh, hold on, make it full screen. Oh, share this tab instead. Share this tab instead, and then make it full screen. There we go.
I don't know if you guys were following the stabbing there on that train in Charlotte, Irina Zarutska. Last time I was asking where you guys thought we were.
All right, so let me explain what happened. This is part 1. He did 2 parts. Same interview, but he broke it into 2 parts. Now, part 1, right? He just did an intro, right? And then he just started off with this question, right? And this is recent now, not back when that incident happened with her stabbing on the train. Like it ain't been no other news since then. Like some people ain't try to shoot up a school and people ain't been hung and right? Okay, so listen, no disrespect, RP to if that really happened to that sister. We're not saying for anybody to be harmed, but look at the manipulation. So he's coming right in off the rip with this.
I don't know if you guys were following the stabbing there on that train in Charlotte, Irina Zarutska. Last time I was asking where you guys thought we were. as far as in the country relation. Like, you guys heard of the term black fatigue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that.
It's a term that's being used by people in the white community, by and large, again, saying they feel like they've been victimized and they're tired of taking that shit. That was a girl who was dying alone in public. And that was a guy who was let out 14 times, including violent crimes in the name of racial justice, right? He didn't have to post bail. He didn't have to appear back in court. This is not the first time he's assaulted someone.
How do we know that was in the interest of racial justice as opposed to just being
because the judge said it.
A fucked up attempt at justice, period.
Yeah.
Like, the legal system has its flaws.
Oh, he said the black dude who supposed to have stabbed the white girl on the train, right? The one that was psychotic, insane, just context. His family tried to get him, he's supposed to be in a mental institution, not jailed, right? Clinically insane. Family was complaining. He said he got let out of jail because of some racial stuff. Now, when you do the real history, like I did on the other live, it showed the actual people who paid the money for that system there. Now, that person said that he was MK Ultra and it was triggered, right? But he's psychotic, so who knows what that is? But he's certified insane. He's supposed to be in an insane asylum, right? So this is fact, okay? So to make this like it was a racial thing from a psychotic person, right? So anyway, we're not excusing it, but look at what he's doing. He said, watch his words.
In the name of racial justice, right?
He got released from jail in the name of racial justice. See his words? So these words are being implanted into the 2 million whites who's sitting down watching this, who's already triggered because his intro showed nothing but blacks killing whites, right? It looks like, they're killing us, right? And then he starts off with this. It was in the name of racial injustice that psychotic man was released from jail. So the black brother said, well, what makes you think that was in the name of racial justice? He said, because the judge said it. So he's acting like on one stance, there's no systemic things going, there's no mess going on as far as it concerns when it's black people doing something. But when it's other areas, they give room for manipulation of laws and things, right? Yeah. Oh, y'all going to see a lot of stuff. And it's going to be triggering, but I'm going to bring balance so that we don't get, so-called blacks and we don't get too triggered and let you know it's not all white people is acting like this and believe in this. But they are aimed at the ones they're manipulating. All right. Here we go.
14 times, including violent crimes. They feel like they've been victimized. White community, by and large, again, saying they feel like they've been victimized.
Oh, so now if he went to have the actual discussion, if this was a genuine discussion, let me explain, because I don't want nobody to think I don't have the mental intelligence to understand. This is a jaded discussion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened with that intro. For him to tell us that some of the whites in American society are feeling like they're being victimized. Nobody has a right to say if that's how they feel, that, we need, that discussion would need to be had. So, but it need to be had by those who don't have an agenda, by those who are able to listen to both sides. As you're going to see, he don't care nothing they say. He's not here to listen. He's here to incite his viewers who are going to watch this. So he's making these faces. He got these smirks. He got these things. I'll show y'all, right? Now, watch this. 5 million subscribers.
In the white community, by and large, again, saying they feel like they've been victimized and they're tired of taking that shit.
So he's saying that the white communities feel like they're being victimized and they are tired of taking the ish. And I'm guessing he's saying they've been victimized by us? See, but he's making it feel like they're saying they can't be heard. And this could have been a thing where they were heard. But instead of that, he has an agenda. He's sent with an agenda. That's why he opened it up with the clips of all this, so they're triggered, right? Okay, so listen.
You know, that was a girl who was dying alone in public. And that was a guy who was let out 14 times. 14 times, including violent crimes, in the name of racial justice, right? He didn't have to post bail. He didn't have to appear back in court. This is not the first time he's assaulted someone.
How do we know that was in the interest of racial justice as opposed to just being a
because the judge said it.
A fucked up attempt at justice, period. Yeah. Like, the legal system has its flaws. Yeah. And people have been making complaints about that for decades, right? But that's just, to me, that's a mental health thing more than it's a black and white thing.
Well, I'll tell you why, because white people are saying it now. Right. Not just, white people are saying, hey, we're in
makes
city.
It a bigger thing.
Well, because, you know, white people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Where?
Did y'all hear that? So y'all going to hear all these narrative talking points that he keeps instilling, this fear. He said, I'm just going to tell you, white people are 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person than a white person. I'm just going to shoot you straight, right? Like, that's just, right? And they're tired of it and stuff. So the black person said, he said, now the problem is, and I wish these people, the blacks who's speaking, don't really know how to handle this type of serpent. He wouldn't have wanted me there because I would have met him where he's at, and I would literally deciphered out everything that he was trying to manipulate. I would call him out, and but they're not able to. They don't have that ability. So they can't even see what he's doing, right? I could. So the black dude said, where? He said, whites are 12 times more likely to be killed by blacks than whites. And this dude said, where? Now listen clearly. That's not the right answer. I'm going to show you. It has, listen.
Times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Where?
The United States. I mean, we're not talking about Ghana.
And like, yeah. What I'm saying is, in white communities or in quote unquote so-called white communities?
Across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murder is men. There are very few female murders. 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around. And then you look at the average amount of times that someone in this country is arrested.
You see? You see how he lets him just spew that? And he says, where? What I would say is, where? What city? Tell me what neighborhood that any white person has been killed 12 times more by a black person than a white person. Name me the city. Where? Don't give me some blind statistic number that they came up with, some census that they made up. Where? Name the city. Name the locale, then stop giving me false stats and facts. If you can't name it, watch your mouth. You should know better than that. Are you a scholar? Are you right? See, this is how you treat this type of, they don't understand that you meet them where they at. He's serpentine in his tongue, his actions, y'all gonna see it. Everything he's doing, and they're answering him like they're talking to someone who actually came to have a discussion, right? He didn't. He knows this is an agenda. He knows that he's inciting saying the right things to get your response. And he knows later he's going to edit this video to incite the whites against, right? So listen, but I'm going to do it right here. But that's why I'm like, black people need to don't have no discussions with these people. And I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about these people who want to incite this. Yes, so this is the thing. This was Charlie. You're going to see that. This was Kirk's homie. So he said he was bigger than Kirk. He's number one now. Right? You're going to hear him. I don't even know you, bro. So you're going to hear him though. Right? So now,
in white communities or in quote unquote so-called, what I'm saying is, in white communities or in quote unquote so-called white communities?
Across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murders men, there are very few female murders, 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around. And then you look at the average amount of times that someone in this country is arrested before they're brought in for killing, charged with murder. Do you know how many times they're arrested on average before they murder? 11 times.
Once again, the justice system's got its flaws, and people have been complaining about that for years. We spend more time trying to fix that than trying to complain about the white versus black of it all.
Well, I think, just like I was trying to listen to all communities last time, I think this is something that's unavoidable. If this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit, 12 times the rate. And our system, 3 strikes in California, right? That was a 3-strike policy. The reason that was changed, they said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hellscape. And the murders skyrocketed because people said in the name of racial justice, like 3 felonies, you're out.
Because crime is crime.
All right, so now listen what he just did. They don't have the mental capacity to see what he's doing. Listen clearly. He just stated all these stats. He pumped all this fear, and they don't even get what he just did. He said, whites are 12 times as likely to be killed by blacks than they are as whites. They have been unalived in New York and all these places. So he pumped all this fear like they're just getting slaughtered in New York. And none of this is actually the truth. Okay? Now listen what he's saying.
Black communities, 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hellscape. He said the reason that was changed, they said it was racist.
He said the 3 strikes policy. See, these points he's hitting on, he's saying all this happening because they stopped the Rockefeller laws, the 3 strikes policy. 3 felonies, you get life in prison. Now, what the part that he knows, but he's triggering them with that, is that this was systemically put in place so that they can charge black people with crimes of just foolishness. And if you get your 3rd one, you get life in prison. And they can make up a false charge. There's so many, that's why they had to finally reverse it, because of all the injustice. So everything that they instilled, this is the same thing that Kirk was saying when he was saying we were better off before civil rights. Blacks were better off when they was lynching us in the streets and hanging us in the thing. So this is the same talking points, you see? But he mixed it in so fast. Yeah, they don't get arrested for murder. 11 times they was arrested before. So he's saying all these stats, guys, which are not true, right? Which are jaded stats that could be written. I could write stats. If I start a company, I start a government, I'm the one running the powers that be in this land. Okay, my company, you write these stats and say such and such and such, and this, 12 times more, this, and I publish that. That's what you go with. Anybody could do that. Watch this. It gets worse.
If this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look,
you heard? So it's going to get worse. He says, if this community, if enough white people get pissed off enough, he's going to say it later, y'all going to have a problem. And guess what he's doing with this talk? Pissing them off. Oh, yo, this is crazy. Y'all going to see it. That's why you see what he did at the beginning. He said, if enough white people get pissed off with this, then why would you start your video off showing saying these blacks are killing whites like that? All right? Now listen. And then he keeps saying it till he wants to let me explain what he's doing. He keeps saying it later in the interview. So he's going to provoke. Come on now, y'all. He's going to want one of the blacks to be provoked so they can say something back to that statement. And it happens. Of course it is. Somebody's going to be like, man, I don't care that they pissed off. I'm pissed off, see? But he already got his white audience triggered because he started it off. So they just waiting for that and everything else. All right, listen. Boy, these serpents is crazy, man.
To all communities last time, I think this is something that's unavoidable. If this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit. 12.
See that? He said enough white people get pissed off and they say, well, look, we living in New York now, we getting killed at record numbers. What white people in New York is getting killed at record numbers? But you see how they just let them say these statements and they're not stopping them. I would stop them. That's why they wouldn't have me there. They would say, okay, he needs to be removed. Because I would stop. I said, you're not about to drop that crap off and then just move on to the next statement. You're instilling this in your listeners and your subscribers. No, that's not a fact. Show me where any whites and record numbers are being killed in New York. Show me the proof. Show me. Give me a stat, name, area, everything. Show me. You don't get to just drop off this serpentine lies and just keep talking when the people don't know, right? The people are masses, they sheep. Your people already angered, right? The so-called whites who are angered by this, right? They already is right. So they sitting there like, so you're just instilling. This is the poison. He's just dropping these things, and they like. So what you think? The white man I showed at the beginning, who's like, come on, just call a civil war. We'll go door to door. Wait, he like, yeah, they're killing whites in New York in record numbers. Well, that's a lie. Show me where. Where? If whites were being killed in New York and stuff in record numbers, they locked this whole boy, shoot, somebody told you wrong. Shooky now. They locked this whole amount. You think they locking it down for the immigration stuff? Yeah, that's what he doing, peeing in their popcorn, telling them it's butt. But you know, they eating it because he already incited them with his intro. And the blacks that's letting him, they don't even real. Oh my goodness, this is bad, bro. This is really bad. All right, watch this.
If enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit, 12 times the rate. And our system, 3 strikes in California, right? That was a 3-strike policy. The reason that was changed, they said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going,
he said the 3 strikes law, the reason why that was changed. And then he goes, see these judges? They said it was racist. Not understanding that black people got sentenced doing life in prison for the most minor things, infraction, things that wasn't true, false evidence, all of it, generations white. And they're like, they said it was racist. See? And it just keeps going. But it incites right. Yeah, bring back the 3 strikes rule. Yeah, bring back. They're like, yeah, bring back slavery. Yeah. Right? So this is the incitement. Let's watch.
Policy. The reason that was changed, they said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hellscape. And the murder is skyrocketing because people said in the name of racial justice, like 3 felonies, you're out.
Because crime is crime, right? But crime is usually going to be higher concentrated in areas where there's high poverty. So typically the areas that's high poverty in this country are areas with people with this color skin. So that's why you're going to have that. That's why I said those numbers could be skewed and made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said in
not at 12 times the rate. Not at 12 times the rate.
In suburban neighborhoods.
See, you see what he just did? He just said, the crime rate and usually goes up in impoverished districts. And most of those districts in America are black people. But the numbers can be skewed. And you see what he said? Not 12 times out, not 12 times the rate. Not 12 times the rate. Oh, so the numbers could be skewed if it's 2 times the rate. So if you say a white person is, see, that's what they should be out, is 5 times to be killed by a black than a white. Oh, that can be skewed because it's not 12 times the rate. You see? That's what they're not sharp enough. You got to be sharp for these serpents, bro. That's why I said black people, we need to just don't entertain these people, bro. Just with this agenda right here.
This country are areas with people with this color skin. So that's why you're going to have that. That's why I said those numbers could be skewed and made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said in
not at 12 times the rate. Not at 12 times the rate.
In suburban.
See, not at 12 times the rate. Not at 12 times the rate. That can't be skewed. No, 12 times the rate. First of all, I know that 12 times the rate is a lie, like that 12 tribes chart is. Boy, y'all cook. Come on, Father. Come on, y'all cook. That 12 times rate is a lie just as much as that 12 tribes chart is a lie. That both. All right, so listen. Now, and then remember, look at his gestures. Look at his mannerisms, right? Everything is smirking and like, you know, you're stupid. None of that's true. Like, you know, he knows and we don't know, right? We just, right? We need to listen to him. Honestly, you'll see it. Thank you. I turned it down. All right. We need to listen to him, right? And I don't know. All right. That should be good right there. All right. So now, here we go. Here we go.
In neighborhoods, white people are not in danger. And that's what this kind of fear.
Shout out to Ty's Table in the building.
In neighborhoods, white people are not in danger. And that's what this kind of.
Hold on, let me go back. He's correct.
In suburban neighborhoods and made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said in
not at 12 times the rate.
In suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger, and that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them is that you're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody tripping on you. But these people.
See, that's where you shouldn't be cussing. You see how the black young dude is making the correct point, but because he's cussing and they have to bleep it and cover his mouth, it looked like he's saying expletive things. But what he was saying was correct. So I want y'all to see these tactics, right? So the whites, they're not going to receive that, right? Now listen what he's saying. He's correct. And he shouldn't be saying to him, I would have said, Stephen, you shouldn't be promoting that to your people, inciting them with this tactic, because that is not the truth. Ain't no white person in suburban America at no threat to no black, because ain't no black people in their neighborhood. Ain't no black person coming in no suburban neighborhood where they 12 times more like, the devil's a lie. That's a lie. And you shouldn't be inciting your people. But instead, he started using cusses when he said the neighborhoods. So they blocked it out. And because of that, his truth is gone. But the people, this person's audience is already riled up. So they're not going to receive it anyway. That's why he started the video off riling them up. But he's correct. And that's the point. He's talking about some 12.5. That's why I said where. What neighborhood? Now, y'all listen to this stat. All right. First of all, they say we only compromise 13% of the population in America. Listen clearly. 13% out of 100. That's a small, right? Now listen. Then they say white people are 12 times more likely to be killed by a black. But how? That is mathematically impossible. Do y'all hear me? This is the reasoning beyond the mechanism, right? This is what you got to call this type of serpent out on. And that's why a lot of blacks are not equipped to have the discussion, and they know it. That's why they're doing it. So they can trigger and then they can go back and screw the video. They won't do it with someone with that intent. They'll stop the video, because they know it won't go, it's not going in their favor. And they won't even be able to edit it the right way. You understand? To make it look it. So I would stop them and say, that's mathematically impossible. Show me mathematically how 13% of the population can be committing 12.5% of the crimes on that. That means blacks would be having to go through Idaho, Oklahoma, we would have to be traveling long distances in packs. I mean, in groups of all of us to just be unaliving. It would be like some mass genocide.
Going door to door.
Literally door to door. And it ain't enough of us to go door to door. And listen, guys, enable that percentage to be fact, it would take us 50 years. It'd take us 400 years like slavery before we can go door to door. It's not enough of us. If we only 13%, it's not enough. And they got communities. We don't even know these communities. First of all, I wouldn't even know where to go. By the time I leave, when I got to Florida, I didn't know nothing. I didn't know. I had to use the little GPS and try to figure. It took me a long time before I learned the streets and how to go and what road not to take, because I'm black, right? So-called, right? So I had to learn what roads not to take because the police watching this street and this, how to get to the north side, to the left, So, okay, so anyway, these statistics are mathematically impossible. So yeah, we'll be 13% forever. It's just, that's a whole nother statistic, right? So again, with these numbers, we've been 13% forever, but then they want to say the welfare mom is having all these babies, right? You see what I mean? Which they are, right? I'm definitely not okay with that, right? But so how they gonna complain about welfare mom having all these kids, right? You got 7 kids, but we still so when the percentage gonna go up? But again, statistics that they keep skewing, right? So anyway, so now let's continue. So the young black dude is saying that, like, you're this 12.5 percentage that you keep scaring the white people with, this dude Stephen and these others with this stat, is scaring suburban white America. Listen clearly. Suburban white America, who in their safe, beautiful white neighborhoods, they're getting, oh my goodness, the blacks are killing us, 12.5, when ain't nobody, you don't even see no black people. What you talking about? The one black dude that might even have, that you're okay with, right? Johnny from the job, he ain't killing nobody. It's crazy. But they're pumping that fear. These numbers scare them. You see? So listen, and this dude is doing it.
In suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger. And that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them, is that you're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody tripping on you. But these.
See that? They see that as threatening. See, they have a fear of black energy. You need to understand. So when he looked at the screen and he said, you live in, and then he cussed, you live in, ain't nobody coming for you. That scared some of them. Honestly. They talk the tough stuff, but this dude, Steven, promoting that stuff, they scared. They shaking it, right? So it's like, ooh, right? That looked like a threat. You get it? I'm trying to show you. Shout out to Sister Courtney. The way, so again, we have to be conscious of what that serpent is doing so I can conduct myself in a manner that he can't manipulate. Otherwise, don't entertain the serpent. That's what my word is. Don't even entertain it. The Bible says, don't give ear. Don't cast your jewels unto swine. Do not allow that serpent into your home. You're not equally yoked. This is a serpentine. If you don't understand the wolf, don't open the door. They open the door and let the serpent in. And they've been pumped with fear since slavery. That's why they made the movie, The Birth of a Nation. All the blacks are coming and they're animals and they want the white woman and this and that and all the fear. And he's pumping new fear into white fatigue. We 12.5%. It's nothing new. Nothing new under the sun. It's all what has been done. Keep them in fear of something. It's like they scared of the boogeyman under the bed. And the boogeyman is the one that's telling them it's a boogeyman. You see? The devices of the serpent. The real boogeyman is the serpent who's telling them it's a boogeyman. And it's funny, but they just happen to be white too, right? The majority of those serpents, because you got black serpents too. And other nation serpents of every nation. So it's them pumping, they scared of the boogeyman in the closet or under the bed, but there actually is no boogeyman. Well, it is. The boogeyman is the one that's telling you to be scared of the boogeyman under the bed or in the closet, but there's nobody behind the closet. And I'm the boogeyman pumping the fear in you. That's what this man is, the boogeyman that came into their barbershop, but they don't know it. And the white people at home that he's pumping that fear into, you see? The world is the stage, the serpent. All right, let's continue. I ain't getting nowhere yet.
danger. And that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them, is that you're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody tripping on you. But these people are just as scared as them other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was mentally in.
Y'all see that? So he said, white America in the suburbs, they ain't scared. You ain't in no danger. Ain't nobody threatening you. He said they are to get on the bus. So you coming from white America, you scared to get on the bus. They are to get on the train. And he said, nope. He said that lady on the train he said, the black dude said, that lady didn't get unalive because of black. She got unalive because that dude was psychotic. He said, nope. You see it? See, this is so the person wasn't certified insane? Yes, he is. But he said, no. You get it? I wouldn't let that ride. Stop that right there. Don't let him make these statements and leave it and you keep talking and go on to something else. I'm trying to teach y'all tactics. If you run into a serpent and you run into this situation, you never let them continue. You stop them right when they make a statement. You ain't getting away with that, because each statement out your mouth is planting a seed. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. I'm teaching y'all something. I used to do it in my relationships and they didn't like it, but it is what it is. You don't like it, then kick rocks. But I'm not going to let you in your emotions, right? My exes, be mad at something and you say something and I'm going to stop you because what you just said is not the truth. But you don't want me to stop you. You want to say what you just said because it's making you more mad and keep talking and keep talking. I stop you right there. And that used to really inflame them. No, because you just said something. Prove this statement you just said, because what you just said wasn't the truth, and we can't move forward in our conversation with a lie. Let me tell you, a lie is sin, children. The Most High said we are not to lie. So when a person tells a lie, you stop them in the lie right there, right there. No, don't pass go. Women and men. Now, women, if you're a husband and he's really psychotic and is dangerous, don't do this. Because you can trigger him, and if he's psychotic, you need to get away from that situation. You need to come to the house of Yah. Let me guide you in ministry to get you away from this psychotic man. If a man is psychotic, because men, if they're psychotic, they're stronger actually than you, right? Unless you got arms or something. Don't do that, because you can trigger him and he'll lose his mind, like this dude is trying to do to the white people who losing their mind, right? So don't do that. But I'm saying, to those, if you're not in a fearful situation, if you're in a bounce, or if you're in this situation where you get these adversaries, you don't let a person being adverse say a lie, and you just let them state that state, and then you keep going the conversation. Don't ever do that. That's sin, and you need to stop if they can't clear that up, listen clearly, and admit that that was false, and say, okay, well, you're correct, then don't continue the conversation, because that means the conversation is jaded. It has an agenda. They're not there to make peace. I don't care if it's in your relationship or this dude, serpent, whatever. I'm giving y'all life advice. Listen clearly. I'm an elder. Don't continue with the conversation, because that means if the thing is pronounced and they actually stop, and you get to the root and they find out that ain't the truth, and they don't say, you know what, I apologize, that wasn't the truth. And then you can continue from there. And then if they do it again, you stop them again. If they don't do that, admit that that was wrong, and admit and actually repent or apologize, you don't continue. You understand? Yes, you got to know when to add the period. Don't continue anymore in the conversation, because that means it's an agenda is jaded for them to be right and you to be wrong. I don't care if it's your husband, your family, your mama, whatever. Now, if it's your mama and you're a little boy, you got to deal with it. Some of us, you don't want to get your butt whipped or something. You don't want to just deal with it. Just know that they're jaded, and you need to work with the Most High to get to a point where you can get out that house, pray for and all that. But I'm telling y'all the truth. All right. So see, they can't handle this serpent. And that's why I'm so shadow banned. I can handle any of them. because they think this serpent here thinks he's more intelligent than all of them. And actually, he is with dark intelligence. You know why he is? Because they don't even see his manipulation. So it's dark intelligence, but he is because they don't see it. All right, so now let's continue. Hopefully I can get through a lot of this. I'm gonna make sure I get to those really parts.
But these people are just as scared as them other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was mentally insane.
But why was he back in
family members? He had his own family members call the hospital to try to get him committed. He told his sister he killed that woman because he thought she was trying to read his mind.
Yep.
Now I'm gonna teach y'all another tactic. What he doing? I'm teaching y'all serpentine tactics. As they talk, the blacks, he keeps saying, yep, nope, yep, nope, yep, right? He doing all of it, but they don't even hear it. I would have told them, Stephen, I'm gonna need you to control your emotions. When you talk, every time you say a word, I don't go, yep, nope, yep, right? I don't do these acclamations or whatever you call that. I'm gonna need you to do like kind. Can you control your emotion? And when I speak, you don't say nothing. And when you speak until I answer, because it's demeaning, it's inflammatory, and it's derogatory, right? So y'all gonna see, now that I pointed out, pay attention. Yes, interjections, thank you. Thank you, who wrote that? Mashiachna. That's what those interjections that you keep doing. And this is what this does, guys. This is psychotic manipulation. It's like saying, yep, yeah, whatever, yep. So something that you state is the truth, he'll say, yeah, like he agrees. Listen clearly. So his audience, who's already brainwashed, they get the sense that he's really listening and he's receiving, but they are not listening and they are not receiving. So he'll say, so listen, he just said, now I'm gonna show y'all the serpent tongue, what they couldn't caught. I would rip him to shreds. He wouldn't have the interview because he would look bad. He wouldn't put it out. I would have said, let me stop this right here. I just said that the person was psychotic, certified. His family, you said, yep, yes, he's certified. 5 seconds ago, when I said the act was not black or white, it was a psychotic person, a psycho thing, and you said no. Which one is it? That's a forked tongue. You're going to have to stand in the truth or a lie. Are you a liar, Stephen? Do you? Oh, I would. He would. That's now y'all understand. Can y'all see? You see the difference? It's all about who you interviewing, how sharp they are mentally of the devices of the serpent and how they're able to handle themselves in the moment. You know how they got snake handlers, right? The snake handler who can handle the serpent. Y'all get it? They can't handle. Most people can't. They're not equipped. That's why I'm teaching y'all some of the devices. Because you got serpents in your life. Serpents around you. Serpents that'll come. You got to handle these serpents accordingly. All right? Now watch. Listen clearly.
She was trying to read his mind.
Yep.
See? Yep. Watch it. Okay. Let's go back a little.
Mentally insane.
But why was he back in the
He's going to say, no, it wasn't because he was mentally insane. And then when he say the person's mentally insane, he just say, yep. So which is it? Stop him in his tracks.
The man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was mentally insane.
But why was he back in
family members? He had his own family members call the hospital to try to get him committed. He told his sister he killed that woman because he thought she was trying to read his mind.
Yep. Why was he let out, though? And I'm not saying it's because he's black.
Yeah,
I'm saying people look at it.
But you see what he just dismissed everything he said. He said his own family members wanted to commit it because he was insane. Yep. But why was he let out of jail? You see, all he wants to do is incite his white listeners that no matter what you say, it was black. It was because of racial thing. It's because we need to lock them. You are 3 strikes rules and this, and you were better before civil rights. And you get it, guys? So he's inflaming them. This narrative, his audience.
She was trying to read his mind.
Yep.
That's
Why was he let out,
insane.
though?
That ain't
And I'm not
black
saying
and
it's
white.
because he's black.
Yeah,
I'm saying people look at it, though. The judge said,
part of black fatigue.
he's insane, right? We agree.
That's
He
not
was
black.
right. He just said it was because he black. He said it was because he was in. The other one said it wasn't because he was black, it's because he was insane. He said no. And now he's saying, I'm not saying it was because he black. See? Which one is it, Stephen? That's why you got to stop him. Stephen, you done told 4 lies. You done contradicted yourself 5 different times. You are an unjust man. I'm not going to continue this interview. You're doing serpentine tactics. So I don't care how you try to manipulate this conversation. You can't manipulate me. You understand? So, okay. So listen. That's why I said this conversation shouldn't be had.
That's
Why was he let out,
insane.
though?
That ain't
And I'm
black
not
and
saying it's
white.
because he's black.
Yeah,
I'm saying people look at it, though. The judge said,
part of black fatigue.
he's insane, right? We agree.
That's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right. A representative of a whole.
See, he's insane. I agree. He was deemed not fit to stand trial. So then an insane person kills someone. Why did you say it wasn't insane when you said no? Okay, let's continue.
It's not. It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all, like not all.
Now listen what he said. The black dude said, I cut out some of this crap because he went through a whole bunch of crap, right? So I got to the main stuff, right? So he said, the black person said, because that psychotic black dude did that crime, we can't say it's all blacks, general. Now listen what he's going to do with that statement. Let me go back a little because there's a cut there. All right.
It's not. It's not. No, and
that's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right. A representative of a whole.
It's not. It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all, like not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black.
See, they don't stop him. He says, the black dude says, you can't make that because that one crazy dude unalived that girl, that all blacks, and literally he did. He said, oh yeah, we can't generally do everything he's doing is mocking, right? He said, yeah, we can't say that all whites are this and all wear MAGA hats and all, like he's inferring that that's what blacks are saying about whites. Now listen to what he says.
No, and look, we always have to say not all, like not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia.
He said, but all white people have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny. See, you can't let him make that statement. You're going to make a statement. You just said we can't generalize all from this, quote unquote. But he just said we can't say all, but we can say all white people was cause of sexism. But see, this is triggering. So remember, he riled up the so-called whites that are watching, the alt-rights that are watching it. Oh, this is great manipulation. And these men Tasha J, they don't have the ability, shout out to Tasha, they don't have the ability to handle the snake. Snake charming. He's all over the place, Jacob Castro, but strategically, serpentine. You understand? And then he says, but all whites have been choked. That's a lie. I can guarantee you can find a white person say, well, nobody ever accused me of sexism. What are you talking about? But he was allowed to make the statements and they didn't stop the serpent. You got to stop them every time they make a false statement, or don't remove yourself. You're fueling it with your attention.
Part of black fatigue.
He's insane, right? We agree.
That's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right. A representative of a whole.
It's not. It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all, like not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black fatigue is white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk, and they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white. And if those people get pissed off, like that's where we actually could end up with some kind of, I'm telling you, I see this brewing. I see people who were milquetoast white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah.
You see what he just said? He's talking about the guy, the crazy psychotic on the train did it to a girl. It's not even once, it's every 3 days a white person's being off by. See, they let him make all of these statements without stopping him. But I need y'all to understand the witchcraft. The whites who are watching with their children and popcorn, he got 2 million. They're like, so they don't know that none of this ain't true, right? They're like, every 3 days, they're killing us. Oh, 12 times more. They're killing all our people. Honey, we need to stop this. But they're not stopping him from saying these statements. And he just said, now listen what he just said. He just said, if the white, he's going amongst the whites and they're being triggered and inflamed. And he's pouring more fuel, inflaming with it. So it's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. Listen, shout out to
their store gets looted and nothing gets.
Now listen what he just said. You know what he's talking about with store gets looted? He's going to say, he's talking about Black Lives Matter. See, this is the serpent. That's right. This interview was a couple of days ago. He's talking about somebody's store looted. Who looted somebody's store? What are you talking about? What riot? And he's going to bring it up. Black Lives Matter. You can't make this up, bro. It's like, so what white person today, stores get looted and says, Black Lives Matter, people are looting my store. You see, guys? But they don't have the ability to stop him. That's why they would never have. I could never. They would never. The serpents will make sure somebody like me would stay shadow banned. And if I didn't, if I got through, they would never have me to challenge these Charlie Kirks and this dude and all these, right? Because their lies can't stand in children of the truth. The serpent can't stand of a man of Yah in spirit and in truth. Your devices could never stand, ever. All right, let's continue.
And they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion. Know that we're dealing with record crime. We have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black fatigue is white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm...
See, black fatigue is white people saying, I know I'm not racist, and I'm dealing with record crime. I would stop them there. If you are in suburban America, where most white people live, let me just break this down. The white people that live in New York City are not experiencing record crime against them. Even the gentralized areas. They're in Brooklyn. Brooklyn was one of the most crime-ridden places in America in the 80s. I know, I was there. I lived there, from New York, from Hempstead, from Queens, from Brooklyn, right? Now, I know, I lived there on all those places. Now, I know what it was like, and it was not on the white people. It was black people and all that. It got gentrified. Now, Brooklyn, Harlem, white people are walking on the street, la, 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 la. They got Starbucks, they got coffee shops on the corner, they got their little doggies, and on this side of the street is a $100 million condo, and on this side of the street is the projects. Y'all listen clearly. It's the projects. And guess what? The people on this side of the street in the $1 million condo are not getting robbed and beaten and 12. Nothing's happening to them. But in that projects, it's still going down. This is facts. So he states these, and these people don't understand to stop him from his talking points. All these lies he keeps spreading, but he got white America in suburban. He got them that's in Tennessee and the militias in the woods and they white communities like, yeah, they on it like we need to. They in the woods shooting black people hanging from. They got black things hanging from the tree allegedly, and they getting target practice. And he's fueling this with these false lies and stats. And this was able to be done because the blacks let this serpent into their house. I need y'all to understand this part. Shout out to the righteous white people who see it. That's why I said I'm going to bring balance. I'm going to show y'all some white people are calling this out. So don't get triggered, so-called blacks, and think it's all. It ain't all. If you think that, then you got the same, you got trauma just like him. You'll become a black serpent. All right? The innocent have to be respected in their innocence. It's never been an all. You can't generalize all. It ain't. All right? I'm not here to put more trauma in you. I'm here to point out what's actually happened so that the blacks can be very careful to know that there's some unhinged white people that are hunting you down. So the young boy just got hung in Alabama now, a new one, hung from a tree, and the authorities cremated his body before the family can get to it. I need y'all to understand that. And this, I had the clip, but I didn't grab it, of him, the family, doing an interview. And it ain't on no national news. You Google it, it won't even come up. And the family is like, please help us because the authorities cremated his body. And they say, because they keep saying nothing to see here. So we need, the so-called blacks need to understand, and people of colors, for those who ain't so-called blacks, if you got some melanin, if you're an Hispanic or something and look white, you might be all right, long as you don't come out your mouth and speak, But if you got some melanin or you look like you got some type of ethnicity of colored melanin ethnicity, you need to pay attention too. All right? Because y'all drunk a lot of the Kool-Aid and now ICE is coming down, all that stuff Trump been doing. Y'all need y'all wake up call too. My Hispanic brothers and sisters, the ones that got some type of melanin to them, right? This warning is to you too, all right? And then the so-called black Arabs who think they ain't black and stuff too, oh yeah, don't get it twisted. When these people go full psychotic and they can't find a black walking the street and they find you Arab walking from your job or whatever at the thing. Oh, some of you Arabs are blacker than me. I'm sorry, not sorry. But you think because of your straight hair, because you might say, I'm not black. I'm sorry, I don't want to do a thing to, they'll find a substitute in a minute. I don't want to make y'all think I'm the meaning by trying to emulate the accent. But listen clearly, it's a message to anybody with melanin. This person here is that Indian dude that got deported, right? He's pissed off, right? But I'm not, right? I'm not Hispanic, right? And it's like, so anyway, now watch this serpent. Let's go back. And I don't know how much I'm gonna get of this done tonight.
There's white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk, and they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white.
So what? See, he's making this world up for white America. Everybody, when has white people have not been able to voice their opinion? See, this is where you need to stop him. The internet is full of Karen. Karen is running around voicing her opinion all over the place. They getting themselves, what's her name, out of jobs. They losing their job. Karen and Ken, I mean, where? Please, somebody tell me. But this is the agenda they're pointing into the suburban white person watching. Yeah, we can't say what our free speech, we can't say. You can say what you want. Yeah, white fatigue, right? It's coming out, right? I'm gonna bring balance. But this is what he's pumping into the white America. He says that everything is out of control they're being 12 times unalived by blacks and all this fear, and we can't even speak. We can't say anything. And he's like, they're getting pissed because they're not racist. Okay, this week gonna come out, y'all see it. Nobody's racist, and it's unfair to them that they're being unalived and hunted down in the way, and none of this is true.
Well, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk, and they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white. And if those people get pissed off, like that's where we actually could end up with some kind of, I'm telling you, I see this brewing. I see people who were milquetoast white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets...
No, because they're listening to what you're telling them. So I agree. There are probably some people lily toast white, that's what he called them, and they might not be racist because, you know, there are people that are not racist, right? And you're correct. They can become racist because of what you're pumping into them. All these stats and lies can cause them to feel jaded. So that's his agenda. His audience are the racists, but it's 5 million subscribers, so other whites watch him. He's popular. I didn't know who he was, right? So you get the others who don't know the news, who really don't know. They're like, oh, so all this is going on? Well, this ain't right, right? You get the white, well, no, it's not right. Yes, it's because the serpent, it's him doing it. He's moving like a serpent too, look.
White suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you.
I would stop him right. Name the person. You see what he just said? I don't let people do. I've seen people actually turn racist because they got mugged and their store got looted. Who is it? Where he from? What's his name? You know what he would say? I thought so. What you're not going to do here, Stephen, is put your poison in your lies because you're putting it into your people and you are the serpent. This is deceit, what you are doing. You're inciting this into them. You're making them racist with these statements, these false stats. Because every time I stop you, you can't prove none of it. See, they can't do what I'm doing. You're right, Ashaya. All I hear is hiss. But they don't know it's a serpent. They actually think he came for race relations. So you're going to see at the end, they're going to be like, this talk was needed and this was good. And he went and made the clip and opened it up with all these blacks killed, like the serpent. Now listen.
Their store gets looted. Their store gets post white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy.
Did you hear what he just said? He just said, I've seen white people who wasn't racist become racist because they got mugged and their store got looted. And then if they say something, it becomes a race issue. Boy, the forked tongue. See, once you're able to really listen to a person speak, first you have to discern the spirit. Because once you discern the spirit, do you know I need to listen to everything he says? You should be doing that anyway. But when the serpent's in your midst, you got to be careful of the tongue. And then also be careful of the tail. Because it's the head and the tail of the serpent. The tail will whip you. So you got to be wise to the devices. So y'all hear it? He just said they became racist. And then he said, when they say something, they complain because they say people are saying this is a racial issue.
Wow. Justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being off.
Let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. But at the same time, let's transfer.
The only one, it's every 3 days someone's being offed. The only one, it's every 3 days someone's being off.
Every 3 days.
But at the same time, let's transfer that over
to. See how you just say, yeah, and just let it go.
in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing. A black person is not the paramount unsafe. Mugged by a black person in this world. Same time, let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of.
It's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person.
Okay, so why I lost my space.
Offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's.
It's time to go in, and if I say something.
There you go. Right there. Now watch what he said. And if I say something about it.
It's turned into a racing. I'm telling you.
He said they turned racist because they got mugged, apparently saying by a black person, and their store got looted by black people. So they become racist. And then if they say something, it's termed a race issue. What? Bro, are you even hearing yourself? You're talking like a serpent, Stephen. Your scales are showing. Oh, he wouldn't like me. And you know what would happen with me? No disrespect to nobody. He would turn red. And all those gestures would become, right? He'd start to self-destruct. Because I can hear everything that's coming out your mouth. And I'm going to call you on it. And I'm going to call it what it is. I'm going to say the actual thing. You know what the Bible says? Call the devil by his name. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying white people are the devil. I'm saying people can be the devil. The devil can possess people, black, white, whatever. And I don't care if it's a black devil. I'm going to call you what you is, just to bring understanding for those who find us and think, oh, this is no. I'm an equal opportunity exposer. Facts. You understand? Now listen clearly. This just happened to be a white serpent right here, right now. Right? He would self-destruct in my presence. All the scales, he shapeshift. He started. He would have to pack up. Excuse me, crew. This interview ain't gonna work. Nah.
Not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing. There's school shootings, there's road rage, there's all of that shit.
Yep.
And the primary.
See how you doing it again? School shooting, sure. Road rage, yep. See? But what he's doing is he's hawking on that one incidence of that crazy black dude. So you get it? And it's like, well, what about all the other crime that's happening? Why that's the only thing you're talking about? Why did you open this up with that? Because that's all you got. Do y'all get it? So you're taking this one incident and the brothers, they don't do a good job. The brother's like, well, there's much more other stuff happening on that's happening. So why are you hawking on that?
There's road rage, there's all of that shit.
Yep.
Shootings, there's road rage thing.
Now, what the black brother's not doing, Stephen, the white dude, he keeps calling out black stuff. So when this black dude is calling out school shootings, he's not saying white people that are shooting up schools. White, right? So he just making it like, he's not saying it, but this person is saying it. And you got to meet the serpent. You got to speak the language. When you're in Rome, you speak as the Romans do. You can't let this serpent do this tactics and you try to just do general when it's like, that's not.
It's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting mugged by a black person is not the paramount unsafe thing. There's school shootings, there's road rage, there's all of that shit.
Yep.
And the primary people that commit a lot of those are people who don't have this skin.
No.
So if switch it over, if black.
So you see how you keep doing people who don't say white people. He's saying black people who don't have this skin primary, and he say, yep, yeah, sure. It's like this is bad, bro.
No.
So
no, I'm sorry, that's real annoying. All that. That's why I said I would have stopped him. Bro, you're going to need to control your emotions. I don't need you every time I'm saying something. No, yeah, well, yeah, yeah. Do you got to, unless you got a twitch, if you got a quirk, do you have do you have a emotional issue, psychological? Because then I can, it's a medical issue. See, he'll turn red, get inflamed. Well, I'm going to need you to control that. You see, guys? This is how you handle that.
There's school shootings, there's road rage, there's all of that shit.
Yep.
And the primary people that commit a lot of those are people who don't have this skin.
No.
So if switch it over, if black people say, well, we getting fed up and we tired of all these school shootings and all of these road rage and all that, who do we say is something to? Who hears our voice?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about white, that's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done.
Here.
That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no three-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, was we're going to reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse.
You see what he went to? Black Lives Matter, George Floyd. It's like the same crap, but I think y'all missed something. I want to see who caught it. Who caught it? Y'all need to, I need y'all, come on. Not you, Hakiyama, you probably cool, you sharp. Like give somebody else time to catch. I need y'all to sharpen up your listening skills. Who caught it? There was something that was said really quick, and it's one of the most important things. I'm gonna give y'all a second.
And we're not on screen.
Who's not on screen? Us?
The video is full screen.
How? All right, let me figure that out. Okay, so good. Nobody caught it. I thought you caught it, Haki. I'm gonna give you a second in case you caught it. So let me make this come back to view StreamYard. And why are we not on screen? How did that happen? All right, this way. Thank you, Haki. I don't know how that happened. All right, but thank you. All right, so y'all didn't catch it. I'm gonna play it. Hakiyama, did you catch it? Because I know you sharp. You kind of hear a lot.
I'm not too sure. Play it again.
All right, she didn't catch it either. All right, it's okay. All right, now I'm gonna put it back. All right, and then I know y'all gonna catch it this time because I'm pointing your attention to it. All right, we're going to reform. All right, that's not it. But let me come back. View tab file. There we go. Now watch this. I'm gonna put it back, and I want y'all to catch it. And he did it on the other one. On the other one, he said it. He let it slip, and then he stopped himself because he don't want that to get out. All right, watch this. Put it back a little bit. Where is it? 547. Go back a little bit. 539. That's okay. Watch this.
For it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd.
All right, I got to go back more. A little more. Here we go.
We've done systemic justice.
Go back a little more. I think it's a little more. Let me go back to that whole part where the black dude gets.
People say, well, we getting fed up and we tired of all these school shootings and all of these road rage and all that. Who do we say is something to? Who hears our voice?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
And when does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about white, that's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done.
Here.
That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no three-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives.
Who caught it?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Don't say it. Don't say it though. I want to see if anybody else in the chat. Who caught it? I'm going to give y'all a little time to write it. Somebody had to hear it. No, not systemic. Well, they probably writing something else. Thank you. Nope. Cardo got it. Nope. Cardo got it. He said, I'm Canadian. Thank you, Cardo. He said, bye, guys. All right. Shalom, Cardo. All right. What he stated, and he did it on the other one, right? He's on the other part too. He let it slip and then he stopped, cut halfway. He ain't even American. Listen clearly. He an immigrant. He was born in Canada, he's a Canadian. No disrespect to the Canadians, shout out Canada. We got plenty of Canadians in our ministry, all right? Shout out to, Yasha Yaha, our elder in our ministry, Zaza Yah. Shout out to my Canadian brothers and sisters in the ministry. He's not even American, guys. But instead he talking about systemic we. Bro, you go home to Canada and he's going to talk about they shouldn't pay no reparations. He's discussing our issue when he ain't even American. Now listen. Now listen clearly. Y'all hear it this time since I pointed it out.
Systemic justice reform that is a league about systemic discrimination.
Who hears our voice? And when does the white fatigue kick in?
Well, we've been hearing about white, that's the point, right? We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done.
See it? Now y'all caught it. He said, we've been hearing about white fatigue, white fatigue all our life. I'm Canadian, right? And they didn't even stop him. Hello, whoa, stop the press. What did you just say? I'm sitting up having a discussion about systemic racism and black Americans and white Americans, about what's been going on in the systemic practices of the 3 strikes rule and all this with a Canadian who just moved here. See, I catch everything. That's me, no matter what it is. Y'all give me the gift. And it's horrible in a relationship when the person is emotional and they're trying to say things and they can't remember and I'm like a Rolodex. It's really bad because you can't. I'm going to stop you. Sorry. You got to stop that right there. That wasn't, I heard what you said. You might just be talking all fast. All right. So anyway, now let's let them continue.
We've been hearing about it all our lives, about white fatigue, about systemic discrimination.
But nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done. That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no 3-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release.
So right there stops everything. That's why we have done 3 strikes. That's why we who? You ain't American, dude. What do you mean we? And he was raised in Canada. It ain't like he was born here and because later another thing says, yeah, he came over here and it's right. And he keeps saying we. Are you French?
The reason for no 3-strike policy. That's
nothing's ever been done. That's the problem.
It has been done. That's why we've done systemic justice reform that has led to more crime, right? That's the reason for no 3-strike policy. That's the reason for cashless bail. That's the reason for catch and release. The reason for it, in the wake of Black Lives Matter, George Floyd riots, Summer of Love, was we're going to reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse everywhere it's been.
He said Black Lives Matter, Summer of Love, reform, right? And it's gotten worse. Like you don't know about Antifa. You don't know about Black Lives Matter was taken over from the DI, from the non-male and female and the small, the convertites, those who say they're a tribe of Judah and not. Come on, bro. See, this is where you call him out on his serpent mess. I would say, listen, so tell me you're not unintelligent without telling me. So you don't know who controlled Black Lives Matter? Have you ever heard of Antifa, Stephen? Stop with this looting and all this mess. What Yasharallah, so these stats that he's talking about, Yasharallah got a family member, and I brought this out before, right? And she just posted one of the last lives that they are actually in Chicago, all of these rates of murders and unalivings of the blacks. It's been proven, and it's coming out. And I did a video a long time ago where they showed you that they put on black people. They got human masks, human body suits, right? I did that video a long time ago. So Yasharallah wrote, now she can, I know she's still here. It's not too late. She said Yasharallah, if you could write what you wrote again. She said her cousin, the people are saying in Chicago, like, this is not These people are putting on skin walk. They're putting on black human costumes, and they're going to the neighborhoods and unaliving the blacks and saying it's gangs wars and stuff. And the black people that are there are like, hold up, ain't nobody killed nobody. They're actually hunting us down, black people, and unaliving them when they got on skin suits, black skin suits that look totally like black people, and they're going and unaliving. And so it's making the crime rate, the statistics. And the crazy thing is, thank you, she says, my aunt has been saying it for years. Hold on. She said, my aunt has been saying it for years. It's been happening. I know. And I brought that out. Yeah, and then, remember I did the video on weekends and holidays. I did it a long time. Maybe they took it down. Remember I showed the costumes. I showed them, right? And now what is happening? This is these stats. So if they're doing it for black on black, right? So what makes you think they're not just going and unaliving some white, but it looked like it was a black? The stats. This is a real thing. And that's why when I did that video, it's been a couple of years now, right? That's the most dangerous thing, because I'm like, man, they can make everything look like we doing it. And those things are human. When you see my video, the dude was robbing banks. It was the story where the dude had on the black thing, he was robbing banks, but then innocent, he got a guilty conscience somehow, because his people turned him in, and he got caught, and he had the whole he was a black man. Okay? So come on, bro, with the stats. Let's continue.
Reform crime, we're going to reform the justice system, and it's gotten worse everywhere it's been. And then when white people leave those neighborhoods, well, now it's white flight. If they come in, it's gentrification. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are pissed off, and they're not going to sit down and have this conversation and be real about it. And they're going, well, what happens when someone has to keep their mouth shut about everything?
Nobody tell you have to keep
That's how they feel. That's how they feel.
I don't believe white people have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't speak up about a lot of the things that they do and they perpetuate that affects us negatively. That's the stuff that nobody wants to, that the issues aren't made about those things. And
so this is the black guy that's gonna look like the villain. This dude here is the one that they actually, it's choppy? Oh, that means
the screen is choppy, but the audio is fine.
They messing with us. Let me see. Let me make this full screen. That means they messing with our bandwidth. All right, let's see. I probably got one bar. No, it's full. It shouldn't be choppy. Let me make that smaller. Let me play it again. Y'all tell me if it's choppy. It shouldn't be choppy because it's full bars. I'm gonna play it one more time, but that's the guy. This guy is the one that they triggered him. They made him look like the bad guy. So I'm gonna play it again. Y'all tell me if it's choppy.
I have to say that I don't believe that those numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't believe those numbers are correct.
What if they are? What if I'm not lying to you?
If you're not, then.
Was that choppy?
It's better now.
Okay, good. All right, now watch this.
People have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't.
So he said, so all he's doing is, he's doing no disrespect, he's doing the poor little white, like the white people are just poor, right? They being unalive 12 times. They can't say nothing. They can't speak. And people just coming in their neighborhoods and none of that is true. Since when Karen ain't, I'm sorry, but I don't, what are you talking about? You got white people who got white fatigue over there. So, watch this.
White flight. If they come in, it's gentrification. And I'm telling
He said, if they leave, it's white flight. If they come into your neighborhood, it's gentrification. So he's acting like these things are not a reality. So his game is to minimalize anything and to make everything look like poor little tink, right? He wants the so-called white people of America, right, to all in general to be poor tink, right? Woe is me, everything. I can't speak. I can't say anything. I'm being hunted down in my suburban, beautiful neighborhood where ain't a black person in sight. I ain't seen a black in 2-3 years or something, but I'm the danger because of one incident of this dude, a psychotic dude that they say was manipulated, right? And they keep spewing that one. The reason why he keeps spewing that one incident because it's all he got, right? So it's like, okay, forget all the school shootings, the mass this, the whites doing this and the this and this and, all this, right? Uncle Cletus and great, all that, right? So now listen, here we go.
There are a lot of people who are pissed off, and they're not going to sit down and have this conversation and be real about it. And they're going, well, what happens when someone has to keep their mouth shut about everything?
So what all these gesturing when he keeps saying they're pissed off, it's going to come out. He's given these blacks, he's going to tell them the whites are coming and you ain't, it's like he's going to say, y'all done did it now. Y'all done pissed them off and y'all ain't going to be able to handle what's coming. And I'm trying to warn you to bow down, to listen to me. Look, it's going to come out. And then the black dude with the jersey finally gets triggered. And he like, well, I ain't scared of you. Like, he keeps making threats. I'm going to show y'all. So right now he's gesturing to the threats. He's like, what if and I'm telling you, I've seen them, they're getting pissed off. And then he's making threats, right? And then he's going to say the threat in a second. And it's to trigger a reaction. And then that's going to trigger the whites, who's his audience, who's watching it. All right? This should be illegal, what he's doing, honestly. It should be illegal.
That's how they feel. That's how they feel.
I don't believe white people have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't speak up about a lot of the things that they do and they perpetuate that affects us negatively.
He's correct. This brother, he said, I don't think white people have to keep their mouth shut. What actually it is, more should speak up about the things that their race is doing, but some are. That's why I'm going to bring balance, because this will trigger us, some of the blacks, to feel a kind of way against all. But there are some, but he's correct, there's more, like you. So the some who are doing it don't have big platforms. You see what the serpent is doing? This is Charlie Kirk's buddy. We didn't know about him, right? So he's bigger than Charlie Kirk and all this stuff, right? So what this black dude saying is he should be talking about what's happening, what some of the others are doing against bringing balance. All right, here we go.
That's how they feel. I don't believe white people have to keep their mouth shut. I think white people don't speak up about a lot of the things that they do and they perpetuate that affects us negatively. That's the stuff that nobody wants to, the issues aren't made about those things. And I have to say, I don't believe that those numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't
either. Listen.
Those numbers are correct.
What if they are? What if I'm not lying to you?
Listen to what he just said. He said they are. First thing he said, and look at his smug face. They kill me with these smug faces, bro. These gesturisms, right? So the first thing he said, the brother said, I don't believe those stats is true. I don't either. It's actually mathematically impossible, to be honest with you, right? Unless we was going out hunting, it was just a purge, and that wouldn't even happen because the whites, there's too many of them. They would shut that down. They got more guns, and that would be impossible. You was not going into the Appalachian. You're not going into White Ottawa and something with blacks coming, whatever guns you got in the car coming. It's going down. So that's why it's impossible. So when the black dude said, I don't believe those stats that whites are 12 times where a black is going to unalive them, and he said, it's true. That's the first thing he said with the smug face, and Yadon caught what came after that. Listen.
Numbers about the black people murdering white people are correct. I don't believe those numbers are correct.
What if they are? What if I'm not lying to you?
If you're not, then I've been misled and I've been isolated from realistic numbers. But I know in this country, from the time that we got here and until now, there's never been hordes of black people that just go out and maraud and menace white people. Interactions happen and things do occur. I'm not saying that they don't, but not by and large in number. We can't be this small a percentage of the overall population and still have the numbers that people try to perpetuate on to us. See, black people do more harm to other black people than we do to other white people.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know,
because people who are close. That's true.
We also have historical.
You see, he does all that. That's true. That's true. It's all incendiary. It's all defamatory. Now, he should have stayed on that when he said blacks historically have not been known ever, even today, to go in hordes and hunt white people, but whites have historically. All right? So while you're trying to paint this narrative, and that's what would have to happen for those stats to be true. That's correct what he's saying, the black dude, right? Now let's see how the serpent wiggle out of that. Watch this.
More harm to other black people than we do to other white people.
Well, that's true. That's true.
You know,
because people who are close. That's true.
We also have historical evidence of groups of white people attacking and
That's a good word. Somebody said, so you're retreating again to advance. Good word.
chasing black people.
So it's
coming after.
So when people
have
say
historical
it's not
evidence
happening now. So when
I'm just saying.
You see what he just did? The other brother said historically it's been known that whites have hunted blacks in hordes. He said, but it's not happening now.
Because people who are close. That's true.
We also have historical evidence of groups of white people attacking and chasing black people.
So it's
coming after.
So when people say
it's not happening now.
So I'm just saying,
and that's the point. Is we're at a precipice right now.
That's a part of the historical condition.
Well, sure, but someone today.
You see how this? Come on, Shaya. It's not happening now. It's not. They just hung a black boy in Alabama. It is happening. Here come the serpent. It's not happening now. Oh, but whites are being hunted? Where? Give me a stat. Show me a name, place, city. Show me. You keep talking about one actor, the crazy dude, who you said it didn't happen because he was race, and then you said he was crazy, and then you said it was because of race. I mean, it did happen because of race. Then you said it wasn't. Okay? It's never stopped from the police. Shout out to the righteous cops, you know, the remnant, but it's never stopped happening from the slave catchers. All right?
And that's the point. Is we're at a precipice.
So it's
coming after.
So when people say
it's not happening now.
So
I'm just saying,
and that's the point. Is we're at a precipice right now.
That's a part of the historical condition.
Well, sure, but someone today.
Hold on. I wasn't finished making my point.
I
wasn't finished making my point. You know, when like I said, black fatigue, that's the newest mantra that's been put out into society to make people think that, okay, they tired of black people. They tired of what you said, that we can't say anything about black people. We can't do. Well, when you hold all the power, when you hold all the economic rights, when you hold all the things that make this country move, when you're in charge of those things, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what? I put it like this. White people got the firecrackers, we got the stem. That's it. Y'all got the power. The power is placed outside of the black community. We're charged with all the negative things. Those are the things that are really generally coincide with how people relate to us. The bad stuff that's go wrong with this world is the black people's fault. We the smallest part of this country. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? Beside the immigrants that come here, we have been.
I agree what he just said. He said, they're the firecracker, we're the stem. I like that analogy. I just wish he can clarify it. But listen, he said, they are the power, and all they need is for the serpent or the meter, the puppet master, to light the stem. And then, boom. I love that analogy. That's actually correct. And what this serpent is here to do is to continue to gather up lighter fluid for the stem. He's trying to light the stem. And the brother's correct. He said anything negative happen, the media push it and say it's the black. But he's saying, but we such a small percentage, how can that be fact? It can't.
Tasked with the negative, the criminal in country. Remember that. You know what I'm saying? Beside the immigrants that come here, we have been tasked with the negative, the criminal, the immoral. That's us, and that's what we consider. That's white fatigue. But you know what we do? We just say that's just how it's always been. So
he's correct. What he's saying, trying to tell this serpent, but you spitting it to the wrong person. He's trying to tell the serpent, this is we've been portrayed since we were brought to this country enslaved. All through Jim Crow, even today, that everything is our fault. Charlie Kirk got unalived by a young white man. Somehow you're having this discussion. You see? But if you bring that up to him, he's going to dismiss it and try to serpentine, right? You're here in this barbershop because they're triggered against because Kirk and we had nothing to do with it. So how did we get pulled into it? But then he's going to try to say because the what? You can't with Kirk, you can't. But what they did was they roped in Obama somehow, a president from 20 years ago. Right? So somehow they roped in, well, because Obama liked it, he let the trans do this, and the young white dude was they ain't got nothing to do with black, none of it. But again, he knows that. The serpent, Stephen, he knows that. This is what they should be calling out. But he's correct with this. They're the firecracker. Blacks are the stem, and they're trying to ignite the stem.
Fatigue, but you know what we do?
Right. He said because all we know is what you would call white fatigue. That's all we know. And he said instead of us, that's just our normal. We just deal with it. But now all of a sudden, they're being incited. But theirs is false fatigue, actually, because it's skewed by false facts. It's skewed by, it's like, it'd be different. I can understand if it was actually true, if the stats were actually true. You understand? Yes, we've been minding our black business. That's what we do. We got our own problems. White America living up in Idaho, Oklahoma, and all these states, and they've been doing them forever. Ain't nobody messing with them. And ain't nobody messing with you as long as you mind your business, even if you live in black neighborhoods. Let's continue.
The criminal, the immoral, that's us. And that's what we consider, that's white fatigue. But you know what we do? We just say, that's just how it's always been. So we don't make up words for it or terms for it. So now you have a frustrated group of white constituents that feel like, oh, we can't say anything. We have to do this. We have to do that so you don't be deemed as that. Well, if you wasn't that in the beginning to start with, there would be no need for the further reform or the feelings that you have. You can't say anything about because you done treated us like shit for so long, and people finally stood up and said, hey, you got to stop treating us like shit. Now that you want to feel like, you know, things aren't going in the manner that you want them, now we want the right to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions.
Yes.
What if, for example, you have an entire...
No, stop him. You're not about to let those serpents sit up there and talk about what if? What if a fifth was a fifth, we all be drunk? What if you never, you can what if forever. What if you never brought slave ships to the African coast and put them in slavery? What if you never left your butt out of Europe and came to the aboriginal land of America for the indigenous and enslaved them and unalived them? What if our ancestors in the Bible never transgressed the Most High and said, let the blood of the Messiah be on us and our children, and got cursed? Come on, you can what if forever. Are we about to do no what if? Y'all shut that down, bro. You see why I say the brother with the jersey, he was the sharpest one, right? He did a little bit good, but still not sharp enough for this serpent. You gotta be a serpent handler, bro. You can't invite these serpents into everybody. You got to understand, discern. Ask the Most High for discernment to know what level you on. Don't let these serpents in your house. You got to be able to handle that. Don't let a cobra, if you ain't a cobra snake handler. And don't think because you've been handling garter snakes in your garage that you're ready to let a cobra come in and you want to try to, right? I've been watching the TV show. You're going to get bit. That's crazy. Now they letting them have, what's the name? What if conversations. Oh, what if?
In the manner that you want them. Now we want the right to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions.
Yes.
What if, for example, you have an entire generation of people, young white men, women, who if they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person.
Did you see what he just did? Watch the witchcraft. He just said, what if, now listen, the white sheep are listening to this, right? He just made up an imaginary scenario. What if you have white people, they can't get jobs, they can't get this, they can't do that, they can't get this, they can't get that, they can't, right? And then he went on back to reality, but he planted the seed and they're triggered. Remember his intro, okay? So now look at all of what he's been pouring into them. They're 12 times more likely to be killed by blacks. They're getting mugged. They're getting their stores, their businesses bombed. They can't speak. They don't have the freedom of free speech. They can't speak out. Now he just said they can't get jobs. They can't get this. You see, praise Yah that I have the gift to explain the seeds that he's sowing into their minds. Now, when I played the first clip, shed his tab instead. This is who watches him. Watch this.
Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country.
See? This is the 5 million people watching him. And they're already sick. They're already fatigued. And he's implanting this imaginary, all this fear, all this rage, all this. This is what the brother said, lighten the stem. And why is he discussing this with black people? You get it? This is all from the Kirk. But this is what did the Kirk. Why are you in a black barbershop? I got to show you. I think I'm on the first one. I think it's this one. Shed his tab instead.
A young white person.
Now watch now. Let me go back a little and watch this. Then I'm going to go to clip 2 because he say the crazy, insightful stuff. We're going to have to do this in 2 parts. This clip, I'm going to go, because I want to get to this ain't even the crazy parts. I'm going to get to it. So after this statement, I'm going to just go to clip the other 2 and bring the crazy parts. I'm going to bring some balance.
Hold no institutional power. And when you say Pell Grant, for example, you have an entire generation of people. You have power in all those institutions.
Right. So here we go. So he says, what if? He said, we can't get Pell Grants. They can't get this. They can't get that. They can't, right? So he's trying to put a what if scenario if the whites, literally what he's doing is saying, what if whites were in blacks' position? But then he doesn't take that scenario and state, wow, I can see how they will be marginalized. I can see how their descendants would be disadvantaged systemically. No, he immediately takes the scenario and reverse and puts it on like they're being victimized. And he made a what if scenario. Crazy. The serpent, watch this.
In the manner that you want them. Now we want the right to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions. What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions.
Yes.
What if, for example, you have an entire generation of people, young white men, women, who if they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized.
You see? He made this whole thing. None of that is true. None of what he just said, no white people are experiencing that. He said, what if? And then he just said, then when you think of black people, and then he went to right modern day and say, now the white people is such and such. He planted this. This is a serpent. He's actually a really good serpent, honestly. This is some serious witchcraft, and he's doing it very well against those who can't see, though. Not really. I take that back. Against the masses. Because to me, he wouldn't have even got this far. So he's really not that wise, honestly. But to the masses, it's masterful work to the initiates. Okay? So watch.
Likely to be passed over.
Yes, Yashara, I think that was Yashara. Welcome to Mashad Assembly House of Yah, the hospital for the sick. We see everybody on all levels of the spectrum, and we could try to bring healing and understanding. Praise Yah.
They hold no institutional power.
Spiritual hospital. Come here for healing.
Type of subsidy. There's no DEI.
All right. So now, look, let me break down what he's doing. So this imaginary white race. Now listen what he's doing. Watch this. I'm going to break it down piece by piece so we can clearly see the witchcraft.
Women who, if they apply to a college or apply to a job, for example, you have
to keep saying those things.
What if your premise is completely flawed? And what I mean by that is, if we're trying to understand it, you said you have power in all those institutions.
Yes.
What if, for example, you have an entire...
You're right. Then they should understand the black situation, but let's go.
Entire generation of people, young white men, women.
So you have an entire generation of young white men and women, entire generation of white people.
Who, if they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no...
So if they apply to a job, apply to a college, they have no grants, they have no Pell Grants, they have nothing.
Type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact,
there's no DEI, Equal Employment Initiative, or no, what they call, because the DEI was for the non-male and female. That's what that was. They ain't got nothing. What they call the one that they hate that was actually for blacks. Affirmative action, right? There's no affirmative action, which affirmative action was created because they were denied equal opportunity. See, but he wants to start at a place. He wants to start the starting race here and not start it here. For the reason why there was a call for affirmative action, because of all the generations of non-inclusion, of unequally not being able to, right? So, okay. So I would have said, okay, if you're going to make this hypothetical, I need you to go back further. These white people would have needed, so you're saying they're in this condition and there was never no affirmative action. There was never, DEI is a whole different thing, right? There was never no Pell Grants, in grants that was given to the poor, disenfranchised, who didn't have the equal opportunity in employment because of the systemic economics of America, what they've done, that some righteous people wanted to do some help from civil rights stuff, and they put little grants for the impoverished to be able to afford to try to get an education so they can help. That would help the crime. You would think that would be something that would be promoted, right? So listen. So let's continue. So let's do his little scenario, but let's walk it down, right?
There's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power.
Okay, so these mythological whites, they're going to be passed over from being able to get any jobs, able to get college degree. They're going to, their application, they found they black, thrown in the garbage, right? Okay, so what are you going to say?
And when you say black, likely to be passed over, they hold no institutional power.
They have no institutional power. This is a mythological white world. I guess the whites are black in this world. Okay, no power. Now what do you say?
Power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized.
And then he just said all of that and say, when you say blacks haven't done it, now think of this white person. And then he says, because I'm seeing white people become radicalized. So he took this imaginary word thing, did not say anything about it, right? Did not say, well, because like you said, he should say, well, they would understand the experience, and I could see how this would, right? This would jade them, and I could see how they would. And wow, the fact that you guys don't even call this out and you just deal with, you get it? That should cause empathy. That should cause understanding and compassion. That's what the true conversation should be about. But he took it and he said, now these whites, so he made this magical made up what if scenario and put it into the whites, that was just a made up hypothetical. And now it's crazy.
And it can become a problem.
Look. Hold on. That's another threat. Let me explain. I'll show y'all the threats. So these are little jabs, and the dude with the jersey on, he's going to get fed up of all these little threats, and he's going to call it out later. So he keeps doing this, all these little threats. It could be a problem. It's going to be a problem, right?
If they apply to a college or apply to a job, they don't have a grant, there's no Pell Grant, there's no type of subsidy, there's no DEI initiative. As a matter of fact, they're likely to be passed over. They hold no institutional power. And when you say black people haven't done anything, when you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized and it can become a problem. Yeah. And then they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long, and then they go, why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? So they're going to make that connection. Now they have no institution.
Y'all see what he just did? He made up an imaginary white person, and then he brought that imaginary white person made up into the real world and just said that. So, but this is the problem. The whites have, they never experienced all the things that you just said. And then he just said, and then what did he go to? Black Lives Matter. Guys, this video he just did, this was a couple of days ago. What was that mess? 2 years ago? How long this been? Right? So again, y'all see it?
Why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? And then they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long.
So he said this hypothetical white who been through all that, now they see, fast forward, billions of dollars a day. But see, they're not stopping him. Excuse me, Serpent. This hypothetical white that you just said, they wouldn't be the white that you put in today that's seeing billions of dollars of their stuff because they wouldn't have owned the stuff. Yo, you can't make this up. Bro, they wouldn't have been in a position, their stores wouldn't have been looted because they wouldn't have owned those stores. They would be the so-called black. Damn, that was that long ago? Oh, no, y'all. All right. So anyway, I know it's triggering. Y'all just hold on. Let me, right? Because I'm going to get to the point that y'all going to see how dangerous this is for us because they're eating this up and he's inflaming them. They're being brainwashed. You see what he just did? He just put a hypothetical white who was like a slave, so-called, and then he took it and put it in modern times and then placed it in a scenario like they the rich. But making it seem like they justify because they was that. This is some serious pharmakeia, witchcraft. Okay? They wouldn't be in those. Okay, so now listen. And then immediately they go to Black Lives Matter. And somebody should shut that down.
When you think of this white person, a young white person, because I'm seeing some people become radicalized and it can become a problem. Yeah. And then they see.
Right? I'm seeing some people become radicalized. Then you look, and it could become a problem. He's going to keep doing that. He said, I've seen it twice, and it's a problem. It could be a problem. It's good, right? Like, I'm sorry, but I ain't scared of you. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm sorry. All the crazies too. I'm not scared of you. I'm just being real. So I don't give a crap. All your guns, I don't care. I got the Most High on my side, first of all. And for the blacks who really don't got the relationship with the Creator, I'm giving you this lesson is so that you can know that these cycles are being built and brainwashed. And this is coming. They're going to light that match. This is new. This went to 5 million of them. Right now, it's at 3 million, the views. And in the comments, they are heated from this. They in the comment section, like, these blacks, they blaming everything and they're dead. And like they don't see, they just believe in everything he says.
Billions of dollars and riots and damages become radicalized, and it can become a problem. Yeah. And then they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long, and then they go, why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? So they're going to make that connection. Now, they have no institutional power, but if they go into a neighborhood that's largely black, they're going to get the shit kicked out of them. And they're being blamed for something that...
Now, see how he made another false statement. He said if the whites go into a neighborhood that's largely black, they're going to get the ish kicked out of them. That's a lie. If a white go into a neighborhood that's largely black and you mind your business, 9 times out of 10, you'll be all right. Let me explain the real truth. If a black goes into a neighborhood that's largely black, you're liable to get the ish kicked out of you. Just as you need to know what neighborhood you go into, period. If a black goes into a white neighborhood, largely white, you're liable to get the ish kicked out of you. You see how they don't stop him? With this rhetoric, this witchcraft he's doing to the whites, he's constantly making it look like they are a victim. If I go into a neighborhood up in Idaho and such, I ain't coming out black. They don't like, wahoo! Did you see a nigga? He walking down 149 43, right? You see pickup trucks coming like this nigga. You know, at first they got, they be scared at first. They gotta make sure you alone. They gotta make sure you look. Is he alone? Yeah, I've been watching him. He stopped at the Wiggly. He stopped at the Piggly Wiggly, right? He stopped at the Piggly Wiggly, and he went to do the there, and they followed him, and Murder May saw him over there, and he just, what's he doing? He at the gas station. I don't know what the heck is doing. I don't know what the heck is doing. Well, he in the wrong neighborhood. But he's trying to make it, see what he's doing? If a white go into a black neighborhood, they likely to get, if you go into any wrong neighborhood, unless you can find a neighborhood that's healed. You understand? Because if a black goes into a nice suburban neighborhood, they're going to call the cops. See, we got history. You can be working for Amazon delivery and they'll call the cops. You understand? But this is the thing. This is the inciting what he's doing with his false stats. Right? He's talking about they seeing everything get burned down, and how do you think they feel? This mythological thing he just made up. I wouldn't have let him make that whole scenario. This is where those blacks in his barbershop are failing. You don't let that go out his mouth so it can infect his listeners. Because at the brother in the red, in the jersey, brother, he's inciting, he's lighting the stem. Look at him. They're using him. And he ain't even American. That's the part that's really crazy. He's not even American. And they're using him. Let's continue.
Right, so they're going to make that connection. Now, they see billions of dollars and riots and damages all summer long, and then they go, why is this happening? Black Lives Matter, right? So they're going to make that connection. Now, they have no institutional power, but if they go into a neighborhood that's largely black, they're going to get the shit kicked out of them. And they're being blamed for something that supposedly their racist forefather did that they have nothing to do with. You think we're ever going to have unity? This is the problem. Unity, if let's say your dad's a or your grandfather.
Now, he just tied in reparations, guys. So what y'all didn't know, Phil, what y'all didn't see yet, this whole thing is he don't want black Americans to get reparations. But everybody, he's not even American. That's the craziest part is in part 2. It's all about, that's why he said, and then these people get blamed for things that their ancestors did that they didn't do and they got to pay for it. His thing is no black should get any reparations. You're going to see it in a second. But you ain't even American, bro. Why are you in our business? What are you talking about? This is crazy.
Father's a and you walk father did that they have nothing to do with. They're going to get the shit kicked out of them. And they're being blamed for something that supposedly their racist forefather did that they have nothing to do with. You think we're ever going to have unity? This is the problem. Unity, if let's say your dad's a or your grandfather's a and you walk up and you slap his teenager, you now have made that person hate you for life. And that's what I'm seeing with not even my generation. Younger people are going, I had nothing to do with this shit. They came up during the riots. They've come up under DEI, and they're seeing a 12-time murder rate, skyrocketing crime, and any proposals they make not holding institutional power.
You see, he keeps on that 12-time murder rate. See what he keeps he keeps, these are incendiary false stats, what he's doing.
Shut down as racist.
Now, why was DEI
they make not holding institutional power shut down as racist?
Now, why was DEI even instituted in the first place? Because for the majority of time that black people have been in this country and been free, we've been denied so much. Somebody somewhere had to put some things in place to provide access of some kind.
If you believe that, that's fine, but you can't tell that young white kid who had nothing to do with it that.
You see what he just said? If you believe that, that's fine. Now, unfortunately, he's saying DEA. I would have said affirmative action. You see? You see his statements, his rebuttals, and they let his rebuttals rock. What do you mean if you believe that? That's a fact. You can't quote these fake stats and not say that people weren't denied. Have you heard of Jim Crow? Have you heard of slavery? Have you heard of all of it? Have you heard of black laws? Come on, bro. Tell me you're stupid without saying it, Stephen. I don't mean to disrespect. This is what I would do. But you're not going to come on it. Either you're going to be an idiot or you're going to be a wise man. Either you actually know history and you know facts, or you're just going to quote some fake stats and then do a serpent tongue. But you ain't going to do it on my watch. Not in my barbershop. Not amongst my people. Nah. You see? You don't know no history now, all of a sudden? Yeah. If you believe that's true, that the reason why affirmative action was needed is because blacks were denied. Also, blacks were never denied opportunities. Come on, you know that. Come on, Serpent.
If you believe that, that's fine, but you can't tell that young white kid who had nothing to do with it that he should just sit down and take it, especially when they're getting killed at 12 times a day.
So he said you can't tell the young white kid that had nothing to do with Jim Crow, slavery in America, that he has to sit down and take it, especially after they're being killed at 12.5. Do you see what he's doing? And they keep letting him say this. How many times did he say so far that the whites have been killed, being killed and murdered 12.5 times by black people? Y'all see, guys? So far, we only 10 minutes in. He done said it about 7 to 8 times. What is that called? When you repeat something over and over and over. The brainwashing, media manipulation. And did they stop him one time? Because, let me explain. Everybody listen. None of them are serpents. They can't see the serpent because they're not, programming. That's what it's called. Because they're not on serpent time. I'm not a serpent, but I have to be on serpent time because I have an order, a charge from the Most High to help his people of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Help his people see the truth. So I gotta be on serpent time. The Bible says, be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. I ain't trying to harm Stephen the serpent, but I ain't gonna let Steve, Adam, Eve, and Steve. See, y'all gotta know the Bible. Adam, Eve, and Steve, you heard? The serpent. I got to be wise as the serpent. Now, I ain't trying to harm Steve, but I ain't gonna let you harm the Most High's children with your serpentine tactics, because you come to steal, kill, and destroy. Are y'all understanding? So they're not equipped. And it's only because this is an innocence. This group is not the Iggers. that blacks have black fatigue against. Now, if I could get some of the niggas who are, some of them will see this serpent because they on demon time. You get it? And then it'll be really messy. But he's going to see, they're not equipped. You understand? So they're trying to have a discussion with a man, but it's a serpent. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. You get it? That's why they're not able. They're not equipped. So they can't see what he's doing. Yeah, he knows that. He absolutely knows that.
He should just sit down and take it. Especially on white kid who had nothing to do with it, that he should just sit down and take it. Especially when they're getting killed.
That's what America's been telling us for the longest.
The young white man
that has to do with a lot.
That has to
not in my lifetime.
DEI, the
Bang! Look what he did it again. So the young black said, okay, you put this mythological white community that were like they was black and saying they got to take it. And the dude with the dread said, well, that's what actual black Americans been doing this whole time. Take it. He's correct. Take that. We have to take the ditty. We just call it our normalcy. I have to listen clearly, everybody. I have to, when I get in my car, I have to be acknowledged that I'm a black man driver and I'm expecting to be pulled over, and I got to make sure that I get myself out of that situation without them police killing me. Or falsely, I got to worry about false lockup, false accused. I got to worry about not coming home because I'm targeted. But guess what? It's my normal. I said, take that. I can't change it. It's systemic. The order, the system, the courts, everything. If I go to court, I know I'm going to be charged 10 times more. If I do this, I know I'm going to be unrightfully judged. I'm going to be, that's normal. Take that. But what did he just say? He just put the white, a made up white into the scenario and then said they shouldn't have to take that. You're wrong, serpent. See, these people they can't stop him with what he's saying. He's actually just a serpent. He has no wisdom. They just don't have the devices to handle this serpent. Right? Because everything he's saying is actually, the Stephen dude is actually false. And now the black dude, actually, but he doesn't know how to iterate it correctly and stop all the noise and make it be known what you said and call this dude out. So you got to rebuttal. You got to, when you're this ain't a discussion. This is a war. But they think it's a discussion, and that's why they're wrong. They're at war with him. And at war, you're at battle. You got to stop his advances every time. Right? So when the brother just said, he said, we took that. And look what his response was.
That's what America's been telling us for the longest.
The young white man
had nothing to do with a lot.
That has
not in my lifetime.
DEI.
He said, not in my lifetime. You see it, guys? And they let that go. Everything he's doing, all his little rebuttals, he said, not in my lifetime. Stop. What do you mean, not in your lifetime? So I'm not denied? When me and you get into a car, I'm getting into a car with you right now, and I guarantee you he probably got let's say you got a Porsche or a Mercedes, because he got 5 minutes, he's rich, right? So we get into your Maybach right now, and if I tell you, get on the passenger side, get in the back, I'ma drive, and I drive your car, I can guarantee you they're going to get pulled over, and if they don't know you in the back, you don't speak up, I can get killed. You don't have that same energy when you drive your car. So what do you mean, not in your lifetime? No, it's in your lifetime. You just don't see it because of your white privilege. But you're saying you're not privileged. You're actually a victim. Y'all see it, guys? But they're not able to do this to him.
That's what America's been telling us for the longest.
The young white
ain't
man
had nothing
that
to do
has
with a
to,
lot.
that has to
Not in
deal
my
with the
lifetime.
DEI, the young person of this generation that you said that feels they're misled by the being mistreated by the DEI.
I'm just using it as an example. They don't hold any institutional power. Young white people don't. They don't have an advantage.
Not yet, because they're young white people. They haven't advanced to where they're middle-aged white people, where the power comes. See, what black people, once again, when you got colleges that denied access to black people, you can't come here. Something had to be put in place. Well, look, y'all got to let some black people come in. Y'all can't just
that started happening long before DEI.
But see, all DEI
it did long before black people were admitted into colleges. HBCUs.
Hold on, let me say what
Do you see how everything they say, no. Like, so you're not here to have this ain't a conversation. You're not here to hear my point, I hear your point so we can get an understanding. You're here to plant your agenda to your audience, your listeners.
my bad. My bad, I'm trying to make it clear.
He's trying to do a senior Wences and talk through you. So that,
well, because you're trying to.
No, I get it.
DEI is just a new way of wrapping affirmative action.
Yeah.
Affirmative action had to be put in place because there was the access being denied. So somewhere, the legislation had to be put in place. Well, look, we can't just exclude all of them. So somewhere along the line, they have to be allowed some access. Okay, that was put in place. Now, fast forward till now, those same things that are put in place for those people back in those generations that are still in place, they're not excluding people from getting to places they're just still trying to keep those doors open so that those black people that were coming through that door can still get in. Because if you remove those, over time, we will be denied the access again.
If a black person.
Now, what he just, and he's going to just dismiss everything he said. What he said was correct. He said, the affirmative, but he's falsely saying DEI ain't the same thing. DEI was to take away from affirmative action. The DEI was the witchcraft. That included non-male and females, minority. And so that minority included white women as that minority. It stopped being about the blacks, descendants of slaves, allowing from the segregation and the Jim Crow and all that. And now it replaced affirmative action. So it was another whitewashing. Do you understand? So he shouldn't be using DEI with that sentence. You're wrong. He doesn't understand that. All right? That was Obama and them with that. A black serpent. You heard that part. A black serpent, Obama. Okay?
Person has lower SATs, right, and lower GPA. Should he get in over an Asian or a white person?
All right, let me stop this. Let's get back. Let me get to part 2. Because I want to get to his funky parts. And then let me bring a little balance first. Oh, I don't want to do him. That's going to... Well, let me do her. She's going to bring a little balance. Let me do her. Should I do the young girl? No, let me do her. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes. Balance. Listen to this young little white girl. Okay, now I don't play. Let's move it up. Play it. Still not playing.
Accurate history is teaching white Americans how white slave owners raped, beat, humiliated, mutilated, murdered, and cannibalized their slaves. Accurate history is teaching that George Washington's false teeth were made out of his slaves' teeth. Accurate history is teaching that Abraham Lincoln may have said some words and signed some shit, but he did not physically do anything to free the slaves.
Hold on. Hold on. You know I'm bring balance. First of all, come on, little sister. Come on. you know I got, come on, because this stuff hurt, bro. This stuff is some triggering stuff. I should have did this a little earlier, because we've been dealing with that serpent for a long time. I know it's a bad taste in so-called black people's mouth, right? Let's copyright disclaimers. Let's bring some balance, and then we'll get back to that serpent. I need a Band-Aid. Come on, House of Yah. Come on, Yashara La, House of Yah, Hakyama, Abu Yah. Let's put a Band-Aid on, because we got cut. We've been getting cut on this lesson. I'm cut, right? We've been cut left and right. Even though I'm breaking it down, I'm still, it's still cut. So here come the balance. Come on, little white sister, let her put a Band-Aid on us. Let's go. Let's see what she got to say.
Accurate history is teaching white Americans how white slave owners raped, beat, humiliated, mutilated, murdered, and cannibalized their slaves. Accurate history is teaching that George Washington's false teeth were made out of his slaves' teeth. Accurate history is teaching that Abraham Lincoln may have said some words and signed some shit, but he did not physically do anything to free the slaves. The white abolitionists also often get almost total credit for freeing the slaves. I bet you've never even asked yourself what the slaves were doing to free themselves, and the answer to that is most of the fucking work, including giving the ultimatum of war. But then we get a bunch of white people mad that their kids might feel guilty if we teach real history. It's not about your white child's feelings. Teaching accurate history isn't about white people's feelings, but that does sound like something that someone who's only ever been taught a white glorifying version of history would counter with. Ask why we ever felt like we needed to curate a false version of what white people did and did not do to black people to begin with, and then ask yourself why white-ass politicians are verbally attacking real history by calling it slurs, which is, by default, also the act of calling black people slurs.
But come on, bro. I saw him like, come on, let me bring some balance, bro, because I had enough of that. Look, watch this.
You have not influenced me. I am my own person. I am a strong black woman.
That's what you talking about, Abiyah. Abiyah said, that's her all grown up. All right? I just needed to bring some balance, right? So we'll get back to the other side, because this brother about to bring balance. Let me just bring that balance. So now let's get back, right? Because I'm like, bro, I haven't, that serpent Steve, Adam, Eve, and Steve, that dude is triggering, bro. I'm like, boy, that dude, boy, I was having enough of his mess, all right? So praise Yah, some balance, right? So we don't get triggered. It's about healing. Otherwise, it'll have us, what that serpent Stephen is trying to do to the whites, it'll have, this video will do that to the blacks, and will all be trauma. That's what, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know you feel a little better, right? Yeah, me too. I'm like, let's go, bro, because this dude was doing me in, bro. I'm like, and that they know that. So imagine how those whites feel at home that don't have the election to know that he's a serpent and he's actually inciting. They whites at home don't know he's their enemy. Not the ones who are serpent too, but the masses, the sheeple. They don't know he's their enemy too, right? So they're feeling triggered like we're feeling triggered, the opposite of what he's doing. And that's why we can't have this conversation. We can't have it with these serpents unless you're equipped for the conversation. Now, this was his part 2. So part 1 got 2 million views, and it triggered a lot of the whites. So he put out part 2, and right now it's at 1 million views. And this is part 2. Copyright disclaimers. Now, I'm going to try to get to the real incendiary parts because it's already 12:30. And then I got some more balance and some other, I got a black dude going to drop it. Oh, y'all, I got some stuff. All right. So here we go. This is part 2. So let me see where it's at. View, I don't know if it's full screen. Let me see. That's full screen. Here we go. Part 2.
All I have to say about part 2 today is hold on to your butts.
What I said earlier, and you listen to is when you have a young white person going, okay, why is this happening? And people go, Black Lives Matter. And they go, well, hold on a second. I have an opinion on Black Lives Matter. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. What I'm saying is society is going to...
You see, he keeps stating that stat. This is incendiary, malicious, and strategic. And they can't allow him to keep saying that. It's like they're giving him the platform to instill that witchcraft in the whites who watching 12.5 times. You get it? You know, Those whites are going to go to sleep and have a dream 12.5 black people coming to kill their family. This is sorcery, bro. So you see, he just tied that into reparations. You see what he's doing? The witchcraft. He literally just said they are the descendants and they had nothing to do with slavery because this was back with their grandfathers and great-grandfathers. And yet they on the hook to pay reparations. So he don't want to repair the breach of American slaves in America, and he's not even American. This is the most destructive agent. Wow. We thought Charlie Kirk was bad. All right? Now listen. So he just tied that in, reparations, with talking about they're 12 times likely to be unalive, right? With this made up fact.
Slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. What I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you?
First of all, how do you know his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave? You see how he keep making these statements and they letting him make it? Can't nobody here on this green earth, none of us, say what 400 years or our great-great-great-grandfather 300 years ago did or didn't own a slave. You can't know what he did. You can't say 300 years ago, my great-great-grandfather never cheated on his wife. I don't care what was written, if he wrote a diary or nothing. People lie. History lies. They make up history told by the conquerors. So they can't let him. I can't believe they keep letting him make these statements. You can't let these serpents get away with this serpentine tongue. I turned myself down. I'm tricky, so I know I'm going to be kind of loud, right? You can't. You can't. Don't let him keep spewing it. So everything he spewed so far has landed. He was able to land his plane on every lie. And they never pulled the lie from up under him. Never once. What if the little boy's great-great-great-grandfather never owned a slave? That little boy won't know if his great-great-grandfather owned a slave.
What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him? Stop reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave.
Hold on to your butts.
What I said earlier, and you listen to this, is when you have a young white person going, okay, why is this happening? And people go, Black Lives Matter. And they go, well, hold on a second. I have an opinion on Black Lives Matter. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. What I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying, because they're leading you down the wrong path. They're leading you down a path of paranoia and conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
You see, he keeps doing the what ifs. Now, and look at his face, bro. This dude is. Now, another thing they keep not pointing out to him, he's going to keep bringing up Black Lives Matter. But he's never going to bring up, now we know, first of all, he's never going to bring up that it was infiltrated and created from white people, and it was a ruse, which he knows, but they won't bring it up foolishly to call him out. But why was the people who say to the tribe, the small hats, George Soros and them, able to make a Black Lives Matter movement? Why was it needed for somebody to able to even have some say Black Lives Matter? Because we were being unalived in your time on national TV. Ed Garner, Tamir, his last name, Natasha, I can't think of we were watching them kill us on national TV every day. they was killing somebody, shooting them through the thing. The other dude got shot through the glass. To the point where we had to cut. Our lives matter. But now the serpent went and took what was happening and created a false agenda and put some non-male and female and made the millions and forced and made put on blackface and start burning down stuff. And you don't know that? So you telling me you don't see? This is what they need to do to this serpent. But instead they let him keep saying these statements and moving and just keep going. And the whites, see, they wouldn't have aired our platform. They would have found another barbershop, you understand? With people who can't discern the serpent. You get it? So he's glossing over the reason why there would even be a Black Lives. Why was some people saying, if it would have been true, not taken over by the serpent, why would they have to say Black Lives Matter? There would be no reason if the Black Lives did matter, if it was known, and that's in your day. Serpent, right? But they keep letting them just say these statements. And it infuriates the whites. Yeah, Black Lives Matter is the problem. Yeah, they looted and they burned down millions of stores. While the whites are in their little suburban house, don't even own no store. They was nowhere near where that stuff was happening. But he's triggering them. Y'all get it? This is sorcery. It's called witchcraft. It's media manipulation at a high level. This is a high level because the serpent has used the airwaves, which he's the prince of, to reach 3 million people with this. So this is high level witchcraft. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. Okay? Yes, all these hypocritical scenarios, hypothetical, made up, they never shut none of it down. And so he's able to just spew all his false facts and false statements. And all right, let's continue.
Black Lives Matter. And they go, well, hold on a second. I have an opinion on Black Lives Matter. They go, well, sit down, shut up. Okay, now silence is violence. And that kid goes, well, what do I do? By the way, you're on the hook for reparations, even though his father, his grandfather, his great-great-grandfather didn't own a slave, and he's still 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. What I'm saying is society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying, because they're leading you down the wrong.
Now you see what he did? He did another one. This is their talking points. When the person says stop watching TikTok, he said stop reading stats. So what y'all don't know, guys, some of y'all don't know this. This is their incendiary points. They're saying that because we don't believe the stats, that we are ignorant. And all they got is these false stats to go off, right? Shout out to Melanin. Sorry, I can't see the chat. They blocking me. I wish I could. Melanin 100%. Welcome to the house. All right. So now, this is so he threw that in. See these little jabs? Though we won't catch it. Us who don't know all these talking points, but his audience, the 5 million to 2 million people watching it, those whites, they catch what he just did. He said, stop reading stats. Right? Because all he's doing, they post these made up stats, 12.5, right? And that's all they got. So you can make up a stat for anything. But he didn't say nothing about stats. But you see, the young black dude, but you see what he did? He threw that in there. And see, they're not wise enough to see these devices, what he's doing. I would have caught that. And I would have said, no, you ain't getting away with that. I would have said, excuse me, white America. He's trying to I ain't say nothing about stats. I don't believe your stats. And then I will give a reason for it, right? He can believe it, all that, but you're not going to serpentinely throw that in there. I've been shutting down all his stuff. And that's why it wouldn't have happened. They would have shut it down. It wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have came out on top, so he wouldn't have aired it on his channel.
What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying, because they're leading you down the wrong path. They're leading you down a path of paranoia and conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black?
He's correct, but he's doing it, leading them down a path of insecurity and paranoia, right? But instead of, I would say you are doing that. Y'all see, guys? They don't, oh my goodness, bro. That you got your enemy in front of you and you're not confronting him. You don't even know you at war. So you have lost. You're destroyed.
More likely to be killed by a black person the other way around. You're going to. What I'm saying is, society is going to create a generation of racists. What do you say to that young white kid? What do you say to him?
Stop watching. Stay off of TikTok.
Stop reading stats.
Stop paying attention to what these talking heads are saying, because they're leading you down the wrong path. They're leading you down a path of paranoia and conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
So. Same thing, give the same thing in reverse. What about black people who've had continuous, not only historical, but personal experiences where they've been at the wrong end of white people?
Here's the thing, I'll tell you.
You see what he did? Yep. And then move on. So he said, what if the white person's experience was negative? What they should have said, my experience with white was mostly negative. All right? With the system-wise. Overall, but individually, I meet some white people that are polite. You can't tell me that white people go on and never meet no polite black person unless you live in Magnolia Project. Well, that's gone, right? But they ain't there. Because if you talk to the white, listen clearly, America, we worldwide. If you talk to the white that lives in such and such projects, because they knocked a lot of them down, right? They won't tell you that. You know what they would say? This, right? I know who is a danger in this neighborhood and who is not, right? They'll be like, well, Pookie, my son and Pookie is best friends, and I know which apartment got the bad seed and not, because they surviving in that ghetto neighborhood. Like the whites that live in trailer parks are surviving. You see how he's doing this? This is such manipulation, bro.
And then we get told that those stories are images.
Yep.
Where they've been paranoia and conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
So. Same thing, give the same thing in reverse. What about black people who've had continuous, not only historical, but personal experiences where they've been at the wrong end of white people?
Here's the thing, I'll tell you.
And then we get told that those stories are invalid.
No, you're not.
Yes, we do.
You're not.
I've been perfect.
You see that? You see, he's hearing nothing he says. He says, and then we get this experience, and then we're told that our experiences are invalid. No, you're not. You're not. What do you mean I'm not? How can you tell me that I haven't been told that my experiences are invalid? But again, they're not stopping him. It's crazy, bro. I know, create a generation of racists about the last 8 generations of race, right? But he's correct. But what he's doing, Sister Smurra, he's correct. They're creating a brand new generation that wasn't racist. That's who Charlie Kirk was going to the colleges for. That's what he's continuing. Because remember the young white girl I just showed? She ain't racist. They're trying to get that, if they could get that generation, the young, I forgot, generation, whatever they call them, to now start being racist, then they can fuel. Y'all get it? This is what they're after. So he needs to continue to get the ones that's going to fuel it, but they go to the colleges. So he's going to tell you, he goes to the colleges. He does the same thing Kirk did, right? And he says his life, he blames, and that's what they're going to say. Well, why are you blaming black people? You're not threatened at the college campuses by no black people. And my voice is, they need to keep these people away from the college kids. But that's who they're after. So it's Gen Alpha, that's the thing. That's the new ones. Because Gen Z, yeah, it's these young ones. They after the 18, 19, 20s and then younger. Because they're not growing up racist. They're trying to use these influences to instill that on TikTok. You got some of them that are, but the majority are not. So this is what they're after.
I'll give you an example.
Where they've been at the wrong end of white people.
Here's the thing.
Paranoia and conspiracy theories.
What if their interactions with black people in general are quite negative?
So. Same thing, give the same thing in reverse. What about black people who've had continuous, not only historical, but personal experiences where they've been at the wrong end of white people?
Here's the thing, I'll tell you.
And then we get told that those stories are invalid.
No, you're not.
Yes, we do.
You're not.
I've been personally told my story was invalid.
I'll give you an example. And by the way, the only thing that keeps my heart protected from racism, by the way, the only thing that protects me from not wanting to go out and kill the person who shot Charlie Kirk, because by the way, there are two people on earth who know what it's like to sit in that chair. Me and him.
Did you see what he just did? Shout out to Brother Chuck. Y'all know I'm going to decipher this serpent every time I get. I would have stopped him again. He would have never. He just said the only thing that protects my heart from being racist. First of all, I would have said, you are racist. He would have turned blood beet red. They would have probably said, excuse me, he can't be in this. Because I would have called him out. Oh, you might can lie to everyone. You might can even lie to yourself. Okay? Oh, no, not with me, you won't. Right? Now, listen clearly. But listen what he said, the serpent. He said, the only thing that stops my heart from being racist, and then he immediately jumped to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk unalive and they have nothing to do with black people. You see how they can't catch him? They can't catch him when he does these things. I would have said, why did you just jump from racism that stops your heart and then say about you, only thing stopping you from wanting to unalive Charlie Kirk? Then why did you tie racism with Charlie Kirk? When that was white on white crime. See? It's right there, but they don't got the ability to see it.
And I just
I'm
did
gonna play
it.
it back. Now watch it. Listen.
The only thing that keeps my heart protected from racism, by the way, the only thing that protects me from
people who've had continuous, not only historical, but personal experiences where they've been at the wrong end of white people.
Here's the thing, I'll tell you.
And then we get told that those stories are invalid.
No, you're not.
Yes, we do.
You're not.
I've been personally told my story was invalid.
I'll give you an example. And by the way, the only thing that keeps my heart protected from racism, by the way, the only thing that protects me from not wanting to go out and kill the person who shot Charlie Kirk, because by the way, there are two people on earth who know what it's like to sit in that chair.
You see what he just did? He'll never get away with that with me. I would have said, you need to stop right there and tell me first thing, what you was about to say, the only thing that keeps your heart protected from being racist. Answer that first. You know what he did? He switched it. Same thing he did when he says he's a Canadian. He talked right over it. Y'all get it, guys? He said, y'all seen it. Now, when I play it back, he said, the only thing that stops my heart from being racist, the only thing that stops me from wanting to do Carly, see? Stop. You need to answer that. Racist man. The reason why you didn't answer it, because you got no answer for it. You slipped. See? I catch all your slips. I'm going to catch everything. I just have a gift from Yah. All right, now watch what he says.
Example. And by the way, the only thing that keeps my heart protected from racism, by the way, the only thing that protects me from not wanting to go out and kill the person who shot Charlie Kirk, because by the way, there are two people on earth who know what it's like to sit in that chair. Me and him. And I just did it at SMU and had to have.
You see what he said? Only two people on the entire earth know what it's like to be in that situation. Him and Charlie Kirk. Y'all hear this? All right. I don't even know who the HE double hockey sticks this is, but listen.
Kill the person who shot Charlie Kirk, because by the way, there are two people on earth who know what it's like to sit in that chair. Me and him. And I just did it at SMU and had to have entire bulletproof glass and an army to go in and have conversations, right? So I'm a little bit pissed off about it. Also, people have tried to take my life.
So he just had, right? He really feeling himself. He needed bulletproof glass and an army to protect him, to go to those. They need to keep them away from those college kids, but you know, that's the agenda. What is y'all upset? What are y'all pedos? What is y'all obsession of going to these college campuses? They should have no rights. It should be no adults coming there doing what they're doing. You get it? So now he about to let us know who he is and how important of a serpent he is to the serpent system. All right, listen.
In that chair. Me and him. Not wanting to go out and kill the person who shot Charlie Kirk. Because, by the way, there are two people on earth who know what it's like to sit in that chair. Me and him. And I just did it at SMU and had to have entire bulletproof glass and an army to go in and have conversations, right? So I'm a little bit pissed off about it. Also, people have tried to take my life many times. So I don't really have a whole lot of sympathy for anyone, white or black, saying, oh, must be, yeah. You ever have someone show up at your house? You ever have someone show up at your house when your kids are sleeping with weapons being swatted? Like, we've been living.
Yeah, we had it for our whole entire life, generations, Canadian. No disrespect, shout out to my brothers from Canada, but this man ain't even American. Okay? Yeah, we know. Sorry that you're talking to the wrong people, that all we know is this. This is our reality of thinking anytime they could come kicking in our door. But because you want to be Mr. I don't know, Mr. Adolf Hitler, sorry, not sorry, right? And then you want to be mad because you want to be able to spew your racist facts to the people in public, and some of the young whites, who's the ones that are doing that white on white crime, you got to have bulletproof glass from the young whites. But you just said a white person is 12.5 times to be more killed by a black. But you ain't got that bulletproof glass, ain't there for no black people killing you, because ain't no black people killing nobody sniping them on no college campuses or no school shootings and stuff. But they don't have the wisdom to call this serpent out, bro. They letting this serpent just flex.
Conversations, right? So I'm a little bit pissed off about it. Also, people have tried to take my life many times. So I don't really have a whole lot of sympathy for anyone, white or black, saying, oh, must be, yeah. You ever have someone show up at your house? You ever have someone show up at your house when your kids are sleeping with weapons being swatted? Like, we've been living through this for a long fucking time and told you don't know what it's like. I will say this. My faith is what has protected me. My faith is what has protected me.
We've been living this through for a long time until you don't know what it's like. What are you talking about? Yeah, Breonna Taylor. You can start naming some if you want to, Yasharallah. That's why they was talking about Black Lives Matter. Now, these serpents took that and made it into a ruse to stop the empathy and the compassion and overtake like they did during slavery and Jim Crow.
Being swatted, like, we've been living through this for a long fucking time and told you don't know what it's like. I will say this. My faith is what has protected me. My faith is what has protected my heart from becoming racist, but I've had a lot of negative.
See? This is a Christian. It's always Christianity. And these foolish blacks, everybody think they want to be Christian. And this is what the Romans, Greco-Romans created when they enslaved the Hebrew men and created this religion. Yes, this is what their Christian religion tells them to do. His faith can allow this to happen.
We've been living through this for a long fucking time and told you don't know what it's like. I will say this. My faith is what has protected me. My faith is what has protected my heart from becoming racist, but I've had a lot of negative interactions. That's why I'm sitting here.
My faith protected my heart from becoming racist. I would have never let him say that. He would be so beat red, I would have been thrown out of that thing. Every time he said that, you are racist, and you're the worst racist. You're a racist, inciting the other people who aren't racist to be racist.
We've been living through this for a long fucking time and told you don't know what it's like. I will say this. My faith is what has protected me. My faith is what has protected my heart from becoming racist, but I've had a lot of negative interactions. That's why I'm sitting here.
One thing real quick?
Yeah.
Actually, because I like the thing about choices.
All right, so this is the dude on the thumbnail. Sorry. I ain't put him on the thumbnail. Don't get triggered, Brother Chuck. I'm going to bring some balance. All right? We'll bring balance because they're not all, right? But we got to point it out because Black people and later melanated people are in danger. And if we don't know that this rhetoric is being spewed to millions of the whites, that's dangerous. So we can go along regular, ain't nothing to go on, and not knowing you're being hunted. Okay? So anyway, introducing this dude. This dude looks crazy. I'm sorry. But it just is what it is. I ain't judging the book by its cover. But this is the dude on the thumbnail, right? And he's part of, I guess, his crew or something, right? So here we go.
What has protected my heart from becoming racist, but I've had a lot of negative interactions. That's why I'm sitting here.
One thing real quick?
Yeah.
Actually, because Because I like the thing about choice.
Oh, so I cut this out because in that part he told this story of he went to Disney World and he seen a black kid, and the black kid was pushing his kid, and the mother wasn't watching the black kid, and but he was cool with the black father at first, but then they didn't watch the kid, and he made this whole whatever. Whoa, cry me a river, bro. I'm sorry, not that I don't got compassion for people's individual thing, but there's a collective thing of I'm gonna be unalived at any moment. This is my reality, bro. Everything I do while being black. Everywhere I go, I have to make sure I know where I'm at, make sure I'm watching what I'm saying, make sure I'm watching what I'm doing, looking out for everything, just because of the curses that my ancestors put on me. And these serpents who will continue to try to live this out when it needs to be stopped. Let's continue.
Choices. And you're talking about
My faith is what has protected me. My faith is what has protected my heart from becoming racist. But I've had a lot of negative interactions. That's why I'm saying.
one thing real quick.
Yeah.
Actually, because I like the thing about choices. And you're talking about the federal department.
By the way, the whitest
I'm sorry. But I'm sorry. Like, there's a couple things. You said you ended up in, and so you don't have to worry about things that people in South.
No, I said I've been afforded some things.
Afforded?
Yeah.
Why? How are you afforded that? You just happen to.
No, I sacrificed some things to live in.
Correct.
Right.
You make good.
Hakyama, you're correct. He didn't believe when he said that racist thing. It sounded like he didn't even believe that. He couldn't even get it out his mouth. He said, I'm not.
I made choices. I made choices.
And we talk about educational standards.
But I also had opportunities available to me too that some people didn't have.
Of course, everyone has a different lot for sure.
Right.
Sure. But you were talking about educational standards. Why is it that the Asian kid does 3 times to 4 times as much homework than the black kid, and the white kid does 2 to 3? Why?
Because it's culturally, it's conditioned.
Exactly.
So why is it better parenting from Asian than white parents? Why?
You said what?
Why is there better parenting? What he's trying to say is, you said bad parenting.
Well, I said.
So why is there better parenting from Asians than white parents?
Yeah, culturally, the educational mindset, culturally, when
You hear how do you see how they keep making these blind statements? Why is there better parenting from Asian and white people? Where? If I go to a trailer park, I don't see no better. It's individualistic. Now, collectively, if you want to say in a generality, because none of them has been in the 400 years of slavery and persecution, and then 200 years of Jim Crow and institutionalized depravity and poverty and systemic, like, come on, bro.
Among Asians, they're taught from young that's primary.
Sure.
Over anything else, entertainment,
also obeying the law,
how you dress, none of that matters.
And it's
up here matters.
Right, and they're also about 3 to 4 times more likely to have a father in the household.
So the brother said, well, the Asians, they're taught from their parents that education and reading and stuff is more important. He's correct. Culture, right? Now here you come, listen.
Up here matters.
Right, and they're also about 3 to 4 times more likely to have a father in the household than a black. Why is this disproportionately affecting this one community? Because I have a question.
Why is it disproportionately that the black community don't got fathers in the home? So y'all really are that ignorant? See, that's how these brothers should be handling this. You have to call out that they are ignorant. If you don't know this, that's ignorance. If you do know this and you're just manipulating, then that's serpentine. But it needs to be called out. Because if you didn't know this, then you shouldn't be having a platform trying to teach anything. You can't teach a school if you don't got a degree. So if you don't know the systemic history of the group of people that was enslaved, stolen, culture, language, identity, everything marginalized systemically. Then when they came out of it, every time they built, they got burnt down, stolen, looted, all this stuff, degraded, right? And you're going to talk about why is there? Let's continue. Yeah, I'm about to get to the inflammatory parts in a second. And then, because it's one, we're going to
3 to 4 times more likely to have a father in the household than a black. Why is this disproportionately affecting this one community? Because I have a question, because I actually have, like, my uncle, my aunt married to a black dude, one of the most accomplishment of all time. Helicopter pilot, National Park Ranger, served his country, has a Ferrari in the driveway, right? He wears, crew socks so we can forgive him for some things. But my whole life I've had this great black role model in my life. But then
What is he saying? I think he just did the old, my aunt is married to a black guy and he's a fighter pilot and has a Ferrari and he doing this whole this stuff here is annoying, right? You doing the whole a rich black dude. So what is your point, bro? What are you talking about? And then he says something about, I couldn't catch this word. Well, could y'all catch this?
For some things, but my whole life I've had this great black role model in my life.
I have this great black role all my life. Could somebody figure out what he said? I kept rewinding.
Role model.
Oh, thank you, black role. So you made your aunt's rich black, probably, who knows what he is, right? Because he's a whatever he is. That's your black role model? So every black needs to be like him? Thank you, God. I could not figure out what he said. I knew y'all would help me. Thank you, y'all. I knew y'all would help me. I'm like, the children of y'all be able, because I could not figure out what he said. All right, let's continue.
He wears, crew socks so we can forgive him for some things. But my whole life I've had this great black role model in my life. But then I try to ask questions, and I have a hard time asking him because I don't want to upset that relationship.
You're being responsible with your work.
So I want to ask now,
It doesn't help that you look like you're in the Third Reich.
I'm not even going to take that out. But then if you talk about there's no power. Well, we were talking about Charlotte, and you said the black activist judge. Well, in Charlotte, it's not just the black activist judge. It's the DA that's black that instituted those policies. It's a black mayor. So could we at least agree before the civil rights movement and now, do blacks have more or less institutional power?
There's been some bad and some good that came
We have
along
less
with the civil
institutional
rights
power,
movement.
but you know what we don't have? As a community, we don't have the unity.
Well, here's the problem we have.
Why do they keep, see, this is the Kirk. They keep going to civil rights. I don't know what this serpent has brainwashed these whites to think that we were better off. That's the Kirk without civil rights. That's crazy when you think about it, right? I know y'all said I've been kind of triggered this whole thing. I'm just working through it, right? That's why when that young white girl talked about, the truth, that helped bring down my triggering. It brought down my blood pressure. I say, don't get your blood pressure all up. You got my blood pressure all up. But anyway, so again, it's sorry, I forgot where I was at. Hold on.
Could we at least agree before the civil rights movement?
They keep on this. Remember, that's the Make America Great Again stuff. Back before we had civil rights. Civil rights are civilian rights, like as civilized rights, giving us rights as a civilized person. They're against that. So it's crazy. It's like they're trying to make us believe that because of civil rights is the condition that we are in. You can't make that serpent stuff as next level serpent stuff. And they get mad at the blacks because we don't drink that Kool-Aid. But the whites, they're trying to make all the whites, and they mad at the youth because the youth won't drink that Kool-Aid. Some of them. But that's why they keep going to the college campuses. Him, the one on the screen, and the Stephen dude, he's been doing what Kirk is doing. We just don't know them. He got 5 million subscribers. So this is why y'all told me to show y'all. These things are going on, and we don't know that they're going to all these white youth and all these college campuses trying to instill this racism, because that's what this is. It's racism. And they're trying to make it say, we're not racist. We're not racist. Okay? No, it did help me. Well, if it didn't help you, it helped me for that second. Once we got back to it, I'm back triggered. So it did help me for a second. I'm like, let's go. And then once, soon as I press play again, it's like, because this is some real serpentine stuff. All right. And that's why I got other clips to bring balance. Right. I'm not going to end this out. I'm not going to end this with us in this triggering place because I don't come to trigger. Unlike the serpents, they came to trigger. All right. I came to warn and to show what these people are being fed and they are triggered. All right.
And now, do blacks have more or less institutional power?
There's been some bad and some good that came
We have
along
less
with the civil
institutional
rights
power,
movement.
but you know,
Before the civil rights
but you know, yes, but you know what we don't have?
Well,
We,
No,
as
more.
a community, we don't have the unity.
Well, here's the problem we have.
So the last thing I want to ask, and
I want to ask you a question before you say the last thing you want to
It
ask.
kind of all throws together, and I'll just let you go.
Okay, go ahead.
Is why was the black community one of the fastest growing economic demographics in the country? Why were there tons of fathers in the household? Black people were becoming great role models and integrating into society naturally. And now it's substantially worse
You know why it's
than it
worse?
was.
Because your ancestors, okay, all the things that we were doing before this new generation after instituted their new policies, right, which they hid in bylaws and redlining and all this and the project and all these different experiments that they did, our ancestors before integration, when we were segregated, we had more of our positions because we had to, what's the name, our own. We had to cover our own. So we had the positions of skillmen and tradesmen and teachers amongst our own. But some of our leaders falsely thought that we can coexist with the general. We were looking for the humanity in the whole general populace, which was a mistake. We were better off integrated. Segregated. Facts, not sorry. We would have been much better off when we were segregated because we could have raised our own. And the man were in the home. It was the integration that took the jobs, the positions. Once Martin Luther King said, I watched my people into a burning building because I thought I was looking for the righteous, the moral in the generality, you were wrong. You were wrong. The remnant is small of the righteous of every nation of people. Some are more serpentine than others. Unfortunately, no disrespect, but this nation of people are the most serpentine of them all. That's why the Most High used them to enact this level of slavery. He chose this nation of people. We've been enslaved by the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Ishmaelites. We've been enslaved by all these, but it was nothing worse than this people. But all white people ain't this people. That's the sorcery. When you generalize all, just like all black people ain't righteous black people. All Yasharal ain't Yasharal. Enemy come from those your own household. So you got to discern through spirits. Yeah, Egyptians, Roman, Greco, we've been enslaved all over the place. Spain and Portugal, all over the doggone place. Now, it's because when we were segregated, sorry, I said integrated, we were controlling our own. But they couldn't have that. So they brainwashed our leaders back then to make them think integration was the good thing for our people. Equal, right? Integrate with us. You should go to our schools. We have the best schools. You should have the right to go to our schools. And we didn't understand that our schools were the best for our people, not your schools. So they told them they got the best schools. Yeah, for your people. You can teach them all that white knowledge you want, but our people need their culture, which was stolen, their identity, their history. They need to be healed. They need Band-Aids. They're injured. They're sick. They need to go to a hospital, and they need to have black nurses and doctors and residencies, because we can't trust all of your nation of people. We can't trust the people who put us in this condition. That's a fool. Now the outliers, like like our John Browns and our Thaddeus Stevens, and now those outliers who helped praise Yah for the remnant. Okay? But that's why. See, I would stop all that mess. You want to know why so much? The same system who's got you believing this lie that just usurping you, listening to and following, he's the reason. It's him, Stephen. He's a racist, and he's spewing, and he got your head twisted. All right, now let me get to, I'm going to have to fast forward. Let me get to, there was no way for me to trigger when this happens. Because I don't know how I'm going to find it. It's because it's 5 places in this hour-long thing that is crazy. And I wasn't able to mark it. I got it marked on my Premiere Pro, but y'all can't see my Premiere Pro if I play it. And there was no way for me to mark this video. I should have just cut it and spaced it and said, and cut those each. I thought I was going to get through this whole thing. I should have knew better that I was going to get through no hour-long video. Right? Yeah, he looked mad angry. So let's see if I could find it.
Former campaign I worked on.
Let me get past this.
The civil rights movement, let me tell you something right now.
And that brother right there is
we're an entity, we're a corporation.
So we'll do another part, this Divine Discussions, where we'll go through the rest of this part breakdown, but I just need to get the trigger point so I can get a closeout.
The Black Wall Street, we had our thing going. Why is it an issue when we have our own thing going and we're minding our business? White America comes in and figure out a reason to, that's wrong. Y'all are doing something wrong. That's not by the code.
No one here's trying to justify clear racist policy of the past or racism of the past. Of course that existed. No one was arguing that.
Here's the thing. We're not arguing.
It sounds like you're saying that you would want racial segregation. Because you're saying
racial segregation. We asked for equality. We didn't get that.
But you're saying your own community doing your own thing.
Do our own thing.
Are you saying that we should be separate communities? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, that's what I would say. They might be too scared. We went with the equality thing. We went with the integration thing, and it was not equal. We actually, what y'all just said, we're in a worse predicament from it. See how you got to call them out on what they're saying? But now he's trying to make it look like that's a bad thing, you see? Oh, so you're saying you want to be, yes! We need to be separated so we can raise our own. Yah bless the child that has his own. Yes, we do. And we need our reparation, which that ain't going to happen. We would like for you to repent. That's what reparation is. Repent and give shalem. Shalem is actually the repairing equally of a breach. Well, it's not lem, because that's Canaanite Hebrew. So a part of shalom is a repairing a wrong that was done. This is in our Bible, in the Habariah tongue. A part of shalom, meaning if my child rides his bike and crashes into your beautiful shiny car or throw a ball through your window, me doing shalom would be me coming to you and repairing rightfully, equally, the breach that was committed against you. And that can even go far as, this is tribal, what we would teach in the Bible. That would be even if the child had to work to pay it off. We are to bring shalom unto you, to get you at peace, wholeness, leveled. They call it shalem in the Canaanite tongue. It's shalom, just like the greeting shalayam. Okay? So since y'all won't give us shalom, then we can't have peace amongst you. So our Father, not your Christian God, our Father, our Bible, our Aliyah, the Most High Creator of all things, not your God, your Greco-Roman Sunday Circus word. Our Creator, our history book tells us we need to remove ourselves because we are unequally yoked with you. So yes, 110, we should be segregated. You need to go somewhere, and you could be in the Garden of Sweden, and we can be in the Garden of Adayan. Be ye set apart, separate. Come on, Hakyama. We are the set apart people. Somebody done told you wrong. But again, you'll say we not the people of the book. See? Because there's no truth in you. That part. Yeah, I ain't scared to say it. That's what got us in this mess. And for the remnant of your nation who want to cleave to the righteous house of Yahshua, for the righteous people of the book, to the righteous natural branch, then they will be grafted in, as they did all through history, the remnant of your nation. God, by Steve, by serpents, that part.
Are you saying we should be separate white and black communities? That's what it sounds like a little bit.
Separation may be the answer.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, separation could be the answer.
But if a white person says that, is it racist?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I think that's like I don't think we should. But if you're saying it in a narrative that we're a threat to you guys, so that's why we want to be separate.
But you just said that white people are a threat to black people. That's what you just said. So why can't white people say it? And I don't think separation is the answer.
I didn't say that. I said you guys find a problem with everything that we do.
If separation is the answer,
yeah, well, reparations, come on with it.
So, who gets the reparations?
The whole black American descendants of slavery. The people that have been wrong for so many years.
America. All right, here we go with the who gets the reparations? They said American descendants of slaves. They say who pays?
The government. The government that's taking people that pay Ukraine. I ain't never personally asked you.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like, why are we paying that?
Right, so
I agree with you. How about we pay none of it and let people make their own decision?
You would just go back to reparations. That's the system.
To answer the question of who should pay, the federal government should.
Yeah, he did twist that black man words. You seen it, right? Inciting.
Should be on the hook for some of that. But every single company that benefited from chattel slavery, all the insurance companies, all the freight companies, all of those companies that existed then, that still exist now in some name, shape, or form, they should have to pay into that because they all profited for it. Just think about this.
Yep.
You insured.
Let me do this. Who should pay reparations? America. America, the country. The same America that pays billions of dollars to Israel every year. The same America that paid the Ukraine reparations. And we had nothing to do with it. We had nothing to do with what happened to those converts over there, the Ashkenazi. We have nothing to do with that. And they pay them. The same America that paid the Japanese for what they did to them. The same America that paid the Mongoloid Indians, Native Indians in America, the billions. The same America that pays any reparation that when they do someone wrong, that's who should pay. That same America. And if you have a problem with it, Mr. Canadian, then leave. We ain't talking about Canada. Canada should handle Canada's own business. And I don't know where you come from. So them trying to say, well, any business, see, this is how they manipulate this reparations argument. Who should pay? Like some individuals. You don't do that when they're paying out the billions. Where is it coming from? The taxpayers. Where the billions going to that state Israel over there? Where that's coming from? Us. I pay taxes. Me. Where's that coming to the Ukraine? Where's it all going to? Where's it coming from? Us. The American citizens. That's who to pay. Because America wouldn't have America if it wasn't for the enslavement on the blacks who built it. by torture, by unaliving, and they got everything taken and was never repaired. So the fact that anyone can say, we don't want to repair your breach, but we can repair any other breach we do, that's the slap in the face. And if any servant, I don't care what you say, they ain't gonna never pay it. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be. And they're gonna, revenge is our Father. They'll repay it in spirit. So for those who don't repay it in their spirit, for the righteous so-called whites who, because some are saying they should get it. That's what I'm saying. We can't be triggered by this serpent. He's trying, because then we'll unjustly accuse and unjustly the righteous remnant of this nation of people, what they call in white. You got some that are like, we need to pay reparations to the blacks who built this country. Facts.
A slave. When you bought a slave, you got insurance on that slave. That insurance company made money off of that. And they built up into
what percentage of the workforce in the United States do you think were actually slaves here in this country?
Because this is how they lose the argument, because they play into the serpent's tactics. When they do this argument, it's saying, well, any insurance company, because you will never be able to do it like that, because then they could run circles around you. Then they could be like, well, you can't. Well, what if this person's grandfather really didn't own it? No. The country itself. You're not going to play with me, serpent. See, I would shut them down. They wouldn't have me. I'll shut them down. You ain't going to play with America. Needs to pay the breach. That's it. I don't care how you do it. Come on, make a new tax code or something. Make a new something. Or you do it all the time. You got a whole, defense budget spending. You got spending. They got billions of dollars that they got to study the such and such frog. Or the butterfly, or they got billions of dollars for them to study a butterfly that migrates and what it does. But you ain't got nothing for, where that money coming from? Nah. Yeah, even the slave masters got reparations by Andrew Johnson for enslaving and taking that's crazy work. All right. So I got to get my clothes out.
I don't know what the percentage was, but I know all the hard work. I know who did all the hard work.
No.
I know
you know what?
I
You just said the railroads. You just said the railroads. Why aren't the Chinese immigrants asking for reparations?
Because they've already.
No, brother, you don't know how to answer this.
They've been gifted what they were going to give.
We did it for them.
You did it for
See what they do? This serpent is, I'm sorry, this really triggering. I'm human. So y'all gonna have to pass me on that, but I don't allow it to cloud my judgment. Watch this. This is how you handle this serpent. So here they go. Why, he said, somebody mentioned the railroads. Why haven't the Chinese asked for reparations? The Chinese ain't been slaved in America for 400 years. The Chinese ain't get their culture, language, identity, history, and everything stolen and ripped from them. The Chinese got their own country, their own people, their own land. Those Chinese who got over here, why they can't, why? What are you talking about here? Go back to Canada, bro. What are you doing, serpent? Oh, they couldn't have me. I've ripped them to shreds.
In some name, shape, or form, they should have to pay into that because they're a company that benefited from chattel slavery.
What percentage of the workforce in the United States do you think were actually slaves here in this country?
No, the Chinese already been gifted what they were going to give.
Asking for reparations.
Because they've already, I know who did all the hard work.
No.
I know
you know what?
I know
said the railroads.
You
just said the railroads. Why aren't the Chinese immigrants asking for reparations?
Because they've already been gifted what they were going to give.
Because they didn't build this country, idiot, and they got their own language, country identity. Should someone repair them for, I guess, whatever? If some of them got enslaved to build the railroads, yes, they should be made right. Whoever, what was that? J.P. Morgan Steel? Who did it? Because you can actually find out who did that because it was an actual company. Right? So I can go right back and say that was J.P. Morgan Steel, which is now J.P. Morgan Chase. So you need to contact Jamie Dimon and tell him he owed those Chinese for all those years or whatever. You see how simple that is?
Did it for them.
You did it full?
Or
the
Chinese. What? Next time we'll have you a Chinese dude in here so you can ask him that. I don't get I'm talking about black people.
Can you guys deal with the straight hair like that?
Yeah, actually, yeah. That's another misconception that we get all the time too.
We can cut any kind of hair, but we're talking about what black people. Hold on.
You see how see how all the people talking and he's making jokes, but he's still all that time been able to incite his witchcraft. They still don't see this dude as a serpent, bro.
Hold on. We talking about where the money's supposed to come from. It's companies that are trillion-dollar, billion-dollar companies that started in the 1600s, 1700s.
Brother, the company comes from America. You're not going to get it that way. Because all you're doing is giving him a way to say you can't find out who those companies is. And only those companies will be held liable. What if they're defunct? What if the company's out of business? See, that's not how you're playing the game, because they don't have the intelligence to play the serpent's game.
That are still around, and they built that transported slaves.
But what if it's a company that did none of it? Should they pay?
No, if they didn't have anything to do with chattel slavery, no, they
Right.
shouldn't.
Neither
But
did
the
I.
companies that should.
But let me say this.
But your grandfather,
But you understand the point?
But if your grandfather was here in the United States, I don't know. You said you from Canada. I don't know. We not worried about it. We worried about the people.
What if your grandfather was a slave owner?
Did y'all hear that? He just said, listen.
I don't know. You said you from Canada. I don't know. We not. If your grandfather was.
What if it's a company that did none of it? Should they pay?
No, if they didn't have anything to do with chattel slavery, no, they
Right.
shouldn't.
Neither
But
did
the
I.
companies that.
You see what he said? What if their company had nothing to do with should they pay? No, neither did I. Because you ain't American. You shouldn't even be in this conversation. Why are you in our business? You should be in Canada. No, you don't got to pay reparations because you ain't American. So why is it any of your business? You see how they just letting this dude rock.
Should, but
let me say this.
But your grandfather,
But you understand the point?
But if your grandfather was here in the United States, I don't know. You said you from Canada. I don't know. We not worried.
Your grandfather wasn't there. He's not from here.
We worry about the.
What if your grandfather was a slave owner?
Did you see how nervous he looked when he brought that up?
Yeah.
You see the look on his face?
Because he don't like that. Because he's a cosplayer. So there's another part, because I'm skipping, where he's about to say he was Canadian and he stopped himself. But I catch everything. He stopped himself and he just went on and nobody caught it. And I'm like, he don't like that. Daughters, could somebody bring me something to drink, please? All right?
And mine wasn't.
My grandfather was.
What if he was? But what if he was? Because
my grandfather was a sharecropper in Plaquemine, Louisiana, in a little small town called Bayagula. So he was 2 generations removed from slavery. So I know I have a root in slavery.
Okay.
Somebody
what
owned
if I have
my
no root in
great.
slavery?
You see how he's just said, okay. So you don't have no dog in the fight. Why did they tell him this ain't none of your business? Why are you in our business?
Grandfather.
What if I have no root in slavery?
Well, you don't own nothing.
You don't have no root in American slavery. You ain't American.
You don't owe anything. Your grandfather, if your grandfather from Canada, he wasn't down here owning slaves.
Okay,
He
I'm just trying to. So then people who didn't own, we don't pay reparations.
He owe money.
But Steve,
Here's what I'm telling you, though. Hold on a second. Here's what I'm telling you. If you're to go through the numbers, so do we agree? If I have no connection to slavery whatsoever, that I don't owe.
You still
me.
You don't.
We agree.
Don't.
Okay. So do you realize that you could take all the white people in this country, and if you're going to add up everyone where you could actually trace the lineage to slave owners or had any involvement, you would end up with maybe 2 or 3%. 2 or 3% of white people in this country.
There go them numbers. There go them numbers.
You see what he just did? And they allowed it by letting this serpent who has no dog because you know why he did it? Because their lack of knowledge. He started breaking down if it's a company and the nation owned America. Oh, so now because you gave him that room, he said, because how? You can't know individual. Okay, well, this person's grandfather was a slave. This person's a slave owner. This person was a slave, right? So that's why he said, there go the numbers, but you let room. It's like you're giving the serpent the room to wiggle. They're not able to handle the serpent, as I keep saying. They can't handle this snake charm. They don't even realize what he's doing. Look at his face.
Percent. 2 or 3% of white people in this country.
There go them numbers.
Now look at it. If we did 2 or 3% of all the white people own slaves,
There go them numbers.
that's a lie. Another fake lie.
There go them numbers. There go them
Most of us have not.
Somebody did it. Somebody did it.
Yeah,
And somebody
Africans
owed.
sold them into slavery.
Somebody owed.
It's still.
You see what he did? Somebody did it. So now you want to say only 2% of America. So the black dude's like, well, then how did all this slavery go on for 400 years if nobody did it? And then he said, Africans sold people into slavery. See, I couldn't deal with this serpent. This is what it means by why you opened your door to this serpent. Because you given him the pharmakeia to put in these white people's head. Yeah. Nobody should pay. Yeah. Only 2%. That's what you're going to hear from them. Well, if we did that, they're going to take his points and say, well, if we do the mathematically, only 2% of people, so you're not going to get nothing in slavery. I mean, in reparations, because nobody's guilty.
Going on right now.
Somebody owed.
There are more slaves on earth right now than ever. Did you know that?
Steve, let me ask you a question.
See, now he's throwing out blind stats. There are more slaves on earth now than ever. What does that got to do with my people going to 400 years and building a country that you are sitting your little and made your millions of, your little Canadian? No disrespect to any Canadian, but this is a Canadian snake. Right? If it's American snake, I'm gonna call it out. Your little Canadian snake butt is here to get money in a country that my ancestors built, and you saying that the people in this country who did it don't have to pay, but you want to talk about slavery everywhere. See, this serpent wouldn't be able to do this.
Let me ask you a question. We're not gonna really get to the heart of it. Let me ask you this: are you aware of what's going on with McDonald's right now?
All right, we ain't about to let him go on. I will see all that another time. I want to get to what he said. So he triggers the dude in the red. You see where this is going? He's triggering the dude. He's going to trigger the dude in the red.
Systemic and institutional biases that are involved just in that
Side of it.
What happens on the flip side?
What about the flip side of it? What about the fact that you have a government that has grants that they invest in black-owned businesses that don't happen for white people?
Let me ask you this, Steve. It's funny you.
Does that even it out?
No. But because
that exists.
Here's something you keep saying. You say that these grants exist for black people, but let me ask you.
Okay, but my point is actually both sides of that coin, right?
Yeah,
That exists for a reason. Why? What's the reason?
The reason is based on what he's saying. That's why it's an
Right, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you use his example of the McDonald's, what would be the reason for relegating the black owners to the low income neighborhoods?
I don't know. I'm not able to verify that all that's factual. I know. Were you told you could only open here in nice?
Huh?
Were you told you could only open here in a nice?
Well, this is Steve's shop, but no.
Okay. My point is,
But see, you have
it's
to
not just
understand something.
McDonald's.
Before you answer that question, you have to understand something. There's a difference in McDonald's and what have you.
Yeah,
Because the way that structure, the way that hierarchical structure
I
runs,
get it.
they will designate you certain areas of what have you that.
A guy, well, he just died not too long ago. He had a bunch of which I don't know how they're still around. It's disgusting. But
neither do I.
He had. It's awful. I have never had a good meal at. But he had to be in certain too because they had to displace his franchise investment, right? That's part of it, where he was like, this investments from the federal government and state government into black-owned businesses to rectify it that white people don't get. So it's not enough. So what would be enough?
Because of historical injustices that have been done to impede black businesses. So
it's not enough now. But what would be enough?
Ask yourself why would they do that? Why would they pay that?
What's the number?
Oh, because conditions historically.
What's the number? Right? Public Department of Education, Great Society, Model Cities program, black businesses, Pell Grants, affirmative action, DEI. It's not enough. What's the number that's enough?
Once again, just like we said about the civil rights movement, about the education, and all that, you can do certain things in the name of doing the right thing, but then you do it wrong. So
what's the number?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't personally have an answer to that question.
One moment, just one second. Would you agree that if a young person who has no connection to slavery whatsoever, you probably need a number for them? Otherwise, they're probably going to be pissed.
They didn't need a number for Ukraine. Sure, they paid them same taxes. They didn't need a number for how much
You're
we were going
talking
to pay.
about reparations to a young person, right? In the name of sins of forefathers. My point is, what's the number? Because the number.
Don't let him get away with that. He dropped the point. They didn't need a number with Ukraine. They didn't need a number with Israel, and they ain't even reparations. Y'all see what they're doing?
For now, is trillions of dollars. I get it. The government screws everything up, and I will agree on that. What's the number? You're sitting down right now with a 22.
They let them get away with that. They didn't need a number with the Ukraine. Now you don't get to run from that. and just keep coming back.
Year-old white kid.
Give my daughter $15 million and we'll call it.
$15 million?
$15 million.
See, that's what he wanted from them. You get it? He's poking to get an illicit response when they shouldn't be entertaining the serpent. And he had that black man say, give my daughter $15 million. And see, it went from an actual, what should be an actual high-level financial discussion about the repairing the breach of 400 years and the stealing the inventions and the Jim Crow and all of the 600 years, because you had 200 years after it. You know what I mean? All of that, right? It deflated it to now. That's why he's laughing, because bingo, he did it. You see? Give my daughter $15 million.
A piece. We'll call it square. That's for me and for them.
$15 million. Okay.
$15 million.
See? And we'll call it square.
Since a lot of people don't care about their taxes, add an extra 2% to what you pay in taxes. How about that? 2%. That's a number.
I agree with what the brother just said. That would be the way. If they were to come up with it, it would be a legislative thing, right? That they would come up through executive, judicial, all that would be involved, and they would come up a way like they did with Ukraine, like they do with the defense budget, like they do with any other budget that they come up with, right? It would be a number, but it would be prerequisite to all of the degradation of years. You just can't do it. Ask some people in a barber shop, you see, and he knows that. Okay,
2% for how long?
So he came up with, well, then the country America add a 2% tax onto American taxes, right? And now he said, for how long? You know what I would say? For 400 years. See how simple that is? These brothers are not equipped.
Let's see. How long taxes? How about that? 2%. That's a number.
2% for how long?
See, you know what that brother did? He came up with an actual logical answer financially. That's why he had nothing to retort with. You see him think, the serpent? You see him like, he had nothing to rebuttal, but how long? So he's finding a way to still jam him. And it would have been simple, Honor Yah, for 400 years. That's how long. Every year that our ancestors were enslaved. Bingo. Now let's see what the brother does.
2%. That's a number.
2% for how long?
Let's see. How long? It was,
so 2% only for white people who have a connection to slavery at their forefathers, right?
How long?
No. 2% for America, the country. See, that's what he's doing. He keeps saying only white people who can be proven that they are, because you know that can't be proven. Y'all see the sun, and they don't see this, bro. No, America. It ain't coming. The Ukraine reparation didn't come from only because we had nothing to do with it. It came from America, all of us. The Israel thing, the reparations for the Indians, the reparations for the Japanese, the reparations, none of it comes from America, all of us. But they don't have the knowledge to deal with this serpent, bro.
How long? It was,
so 2% only for white people who have a connection to slavery at their forefathers, right?
How long were we in slavery?
You'd end up with no money.
200 and...
You'd end up with zero money. You'd each end up with about $14.99.
You keep letting our people off the hook.
Y'all see that serpent? You see how happy he is about that? He has no remorse at all of what our ancestors went through. Zero. He said, because that fool actually made a correct statement, but he couldn't give him a time frame, which would have been 400 years, and he let him say, if only the people that can be proven that has something to do with it. No. And he said, smugly, look how you're looking around. You would end up with nothing. You would each end up with $14.99, $14.99. You see? They can't handle this serpent. Now y'all see why I started this off. I said, we should not be entertaining. Don't have this conversation. And they literally are going to end this. And watch, I'm going to get to the crazy part in a second. It's good. I'm going to close out. They're going to end this with, well, thank you, Steve. This was needed. This conversation needed to be. You did more damage. You just pumped super unleaded into the racist whites. And you gave him the win. And then he went back and put the beginning of the video with the blacks killing whites. And oh man, bro.
So I'm saying we're talking about zero money. So 2% only for white people who have a connection to slavery at their forefathers, right?
How long were we in slavery?
You'd end up with no money.
200 and
you'd end up with zero money. You'd each end up with about $14.99.
You keep letting our people off the
But that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the government paying taxes. I'm not talking about just people who are responsible. Once again, I'm not responsible for anything happening in Ukraine, but I'm paying for it.
I agree.
So why should that rationale not transfer to this?
Because it's rationale.
It's not.
That wasn't a good answer. You said the Ukraine we're paying, all of us are paying for the money they gave to Ukraine. That's not fair. I agree. So why shouldn't that rationale apply to the reparations for Black Americans? Because it's ish rationale. That ain't no answer. It still applied. But they let them get away with this.
It's not when the United States is the the people who perpetrate.
Well, that's why I need to ask the number, because if you're talking about more than $15 per black person, you're talking about trillions of dollars.
Right, but if we're going to be a part
yeah, we're talking about mega trillions of dollars, period, what's all.
The same country, like Lane said, we're going to all be a part and members of the same country. Well, we have to take on what comes with that. What comes with that is historically
Let me get to the trigger part so we can close out.
There's several black communities that's under lakes. There's one that's under Central Park in New York.
Oh, then this dude is triggering. Let me get to the part where he starts to threaten us.
Stuff that happens that adds to the wrong of it. It gets mixed in.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we tried, and you should just be happy with it.
Here's the problem. What you just said, it was the rhetoric and the reasoning behind catch and release, doing away with the 3-strike.
Now, you hear what he just said? He pointed out, the black brother pointed out about Lake Lanier, about Seneca Village, about Tulsa, every time, all these places in America that has been destroyed and built over with lakes and stuff. He said, you coming up with rhetoric. He called it rhetoric when this is true history. He said why they did catch and release programs of the police. 3 strikes, they done away. He wants us to be enslaved. This is the worst serpent, and they entertain this dude.
Oh, so you point to New York.
We need to know who this serpent is. Y'all see what I mean? We need to know this dude, okay? And he's running around on all these college campuses, and we don't even know it, spewing this.
Here's the problem. What you just said, it was the rhetoric and the reasoning behind catch and release, doing away with the 3-strike policy. You point to New York. You got a black mayor, and crime got worse.
Because he's a criminal.
And because you got 30 million people living in a
white guy before him. He was grabbing.
Facts. Because he's a criminal, and then the brother said you got 30 million people living in such a square mile, okay? Stephen Crowder, Crowder.
He was grabbing every Guinea intern.
And probably the white guy that put him in his spot.
Okay, so it's worse. In other words, it's worse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the prison industrial complex. That's why that guy was out 14 times.
But I'm saying that.
All right, now let me get to the part where he threatens us. Let me try to find it.
In the prison industrial complex is the 2 main caveats to less fathers in the home.
We've done the opposite of the prison industrial complex. Violent offenders are being released into society and committing crime in record numbers right now.
And nonviolent offenders are being held on petty charges.
No, they're not.
I've personally done the numbers on.
Here you go again. No, they're not. They're
How
not.
did that guy get out after 14 times?
I know this. I know somebody. Oh, meth? Don't worry about it. Sit in the pen.
You
for a
said a
couple
little
years.
thing.
Go on
That's
back
not
home.
a little thing.
Oh no, 8 to 9 years. You done.
Okay, how about this? Someone who goes out and commits multiple crimes and felonies, if we do doesn't get any reparations. Because the white kid who didn't break the law, who never had any slaves and his forefathers, shouldn't be paying for someone who's a serial offender. Could we do that math? Would that be fair?
No.
Nope? Okay.
No. Absolutely. And the reason why, once again, because
why are you so worried about our reparations when you're not American? You see why they should be asking him that? Brother, why does it trigger you so much? This ain't Canada. You had nothing, you had no dog in this fight. Why does it bother you so much that the people who enslaved my ancestors repair that wrong?
I'm trying to find some common ground because that white kid.
And I'm trying to tell you, you're trying to start the starting point right here when you're not factoring in what happened to get that kid in that low-income, impoverished environment that created the criminal that he ended up being.
Oh my God, this is what we do. It's not crime, it's poverty. Then why do poor white people not commit violent crime?
You see what he said? Oh my God, if it's not crime, it's poverty. He's trying, see, and then now watch what this some of the part. Watch what he says. I think he's about to threaten us here.
You're not factoring in what happened to get that kid in that low-income, impoverished environment that created the criminal that he ended up being.
Oh my God, this is what we do. It's not crime, it's poverty. Then why do poor white people not commit violent crime at the same rate?
They do.
No, they don't.
It's just usually different types of crime.
No, they do not.
They do.
It's a fact, dude.
Y'all just shovel them all
They
in the
just
trailer
different
park.
types. Yeah, they just different types of.
You see these stats? Why do poor? They do. It's just not reported over the same. It's not reported when they just hung this black dude. Things are not reported. Only thing you keep talking about is he spoke about George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, and the dude that stabbed the girl, the crazy psycho dude. But that's all you got, and you keep saying these stats.
And then they go off in the hills and live. They go off in the hills and live amongst the rest of the toothless hillbillies, but they do.
You don't hear it.
Yeah,
we're talking about statistical realities.
There's no cameras over there.
The young white male, when the young white male is the real threat to America as it stands.
You know what? You're right. I agree. You're right about that. Because young white males are going to be the majority with guns, and if you keep telling them that they're fucking criminals and they should pay for people's bad decisions, you don't want to see them angry. Because they've never been angry. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at young men.
Did you hear what he said? That was the first threat. He starts to amp up the threats. He said, the young black white, so this dude is blind. He's a very intelligent businessman. He's dropping some real financial jewels onto a serpent. You get it? He's trying to have a conversation with a serpent. You can't do that. Now listen, he said, the blind dude, he said, the real threat for whites is coming from whites. Those are the ones who's shooting up the schools and doing everything, right? And he said, you're correct. And then he reversed it and threatened us with the reverse. Watch this.
I agree. You're right about that. We're talking about statistical realities.
There's no cameras over there. The young white male, when the young white male is the real threat to America.
He said, if you want to do the statistic, the real statistics is the young white male is the real threat to America. So then why did you, and now you're going to say you're right. Listen, guys, he's going to agree. But you said white people are 12.5 times to be killed by black. So how are you going to keep quoting that stat that the real threat, but now we just said the real threat to white America is white, and you said he's right. See, they can't catch this serpent, bro. That's frustrating. It's embarrassing for those who wrote that earlier. It is embarrassing. He been contradicting himself the whole time, and they ain't caught him once. Now watch what he says. The brother says the real threat to white America is a young white male. Let's see what he says.
You know what? You're right. I agree.
You know what? You're right. I agree. So how is it 12.5%? You see, they can't do this. But let's continue. Now watch what he does. Here come the threat.
I agree. You're right about that. Because young white males are going to be the majority with guns, and if you keep telling them that they're fucking criminals and they should pay for people's bad decisions, you don't want to see them angry.
So he just said because young white males are the ones with all the effing guns, and if you keep telling them that they should give reparations. You see, he said, pay for people's bad decisions. Pay the wrong of their ancestors did. Not to the Ukraine, not to Israel, but to you blacks. See what he did? That part. If you keep telling them they have to repair this breach, now here come the threat.
Tell them that they're fucking criminals and they should pay for people's bad decisions. You don't want to see them angry.
We don't want to see them angry. And then he says, because they have never been angry. So then what's all the school shootings? What's all the, are you kidding me, bro? They letting this dude say this stuff, bro. They have never been angry. Who? What? People? Who never?
Males are going to be the majority with guns, and if you keep telling them that they're fucking criminals and they should pay for people's bad decisions, you don't want to see them angry. Because they've never been angry. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at young men, and they're way, way more angry than I ever was.
Well,
and I listen to them.
Why they couldn't, if
So they're
that
getting
angry,
their
why-
ass kicked.
If they're that angry, why are they only killing each other in their communities? When's the last time you, I mean, how many, let's look at recently.
That's a good question. Why are they not killing black people?
No, you know.
Whoa! He did it again. The brother said, if they're that angry, the young whites, then why are they only killing white people? Why are they doing it in white neighborhoods? And he said, you're correct. Why are they only, you got to be kidding me that they letting this serpent do this to them.
Angry, why they couldn't? If
So they're
that
getting
angry,
their
why-
ass kicked.
If they're that angry, why are they only killing each other in their communities? When's the last time you? I mean, how many? Let's look at recently.
That's a good question. Why are they not killing black people?
No.
See, now he reversed it. Why are they not killing black people? But now he wants to say blacks are killing all of them, 12-point-something%. That don't make no sense.
You know, but here's the point, because they're able to understand that these are not the problem. They're not, listen, they're able to understand that, you know what, perhaps I've been looking at it and I've been taught wrong. Maybe the problem lies with the person who I've been looking up to for all my guidance. Because listen, I mean, think about it. Even with the most, and let me tell you this, I'm going on record as saying this.
Oh, see, they don't know how to talk. They do all this. You're doing too much fluff. You can't handle a serpent with fluff. He had the right point. He said because the young whites are realizing that the problem is the older white men. He's saying they shooting the white because they're saying the blacks is not the problem. They didn't shoot it. They shooting Charlie Kirk and stuff. They're doing the young. They're going into and then he starts to go into this. Well, let me tell you this, and all this stuff. You just gave them an out. You let the snake slide right out.
I don't care who you are and what your political dissidence is. There's no justification for going out taking the life of someone.
Oh my God! Now he want to get a public service announcement in the middle. This snake don't care about all that crap you saying. He's here to slaughter you, and you just gave him an out. All right, let me find the next threat, because he does it again, and it's a little worse until it triggers the black dude to respond.
What's happening in black America?
No, he wasn't. That wasn't.
He was angry because of the fact that Charlie Kirk had a different opinion about people who are homosexuals. You understand what I'm talking about? Yeah. And that was the cause that I believe in my mind personally that led him to say, you know what, this has got to be stopped because of the fact this guy is talking about someone who I love, okay? So let's talk about that. That crime really probably could be looked at more as a crime of passion versus a political outcry for difference. You understand?
No, it's political assassination. But here's one thing we can all agree on, right? The guy who shot Charlie Kirk, okay, his roommate, his lover, was a dude who was claiming he was transitioning to a woman. You're just fucking gay at that point.
You're just gay. Let's call it for what it is.
Right?
See, don't see? He's trying. This is what we can all agree on. Now he want to add in a slut, right? So this is still serpentine tactics. And now they're like, yeah, we can all agree on that. He just gay, right? It's like, y'all letting this serpent really manipulate. Let me see the next.
University in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
I'm personally tired.
It's because of radical LGBTQ
Crazy people are
AIP.
crazy people. On the right, there's the Jared Taylors and
What I'm saying is white conservative about white supremacy. That's why they don't vote conservative. They vote Democrat. They're socialists. But the issue here that we're talking about is, again, I agree with you on Charlie Kirk. It's not political. That's why I'm going.
He said white supremacists. What did he say? Right? White supremacists don't vote Republican. So now he's making an excuse for white supremacists. All right, let's continue. I want to get to his other.
He was still illiterate. He said, I'm not talking about white supremacists and neo-Nazis who are.
But you also had people nationalists.
When the interview with Kamala Harris was edited,
he did, and he won.
Outside of Fox
without
News.
acknowledging y'all.
All of them are left.
All of them got their shit.
All of them are left.
Yes, all of them got their shit. But you got one half of the country that's purely led to think that these people are bad.
Peacefully, patriotically, but peacefully.
Well, how can you have a peaceful fight? Somebody says, you know what?
So he's doing the Charlie Kirk thing now. He's keep big up in Trump, and he keep talking about Joy Reid and the this and the left and all this crap that they. All right, here we go. Let me see if this is the part.
I used it every single one.
Let
It's
me
only
ask you a
attributed to
question,
violence to
Steve.
Donald Trump. That's bullshit.
All of those platforms, networks that you and Travis just so eloquently
25%, despite being 12% of the population.
but they still working on a
Seems really-
platform that is not controlled.
Fired,
Is
just
he
like
on
Jimmy
the
Kimmel.
Van Jones network?
So moving forward, listen, do you know movement in Georgia where these women were given, trying to say,
It's a lot of
blaming them
black
for this
people.
country.
A lot of black people that don't commit crime and recognize.
Statistically, it's
There's a
not the
lot
same
of
thing.
them.
There's most of them. Most of them.
a lot of
Most
them.
black people don't.
Right.
But a young white kid is 12 times as likely to be murdered by a black male than the other way around. In other words, white people, like you said, we're not going in and killing
They keep letting him say this thing.
black people. That it is
I just
absolutely a
find
fact.
that so hard to
What if it is
Black
true,
people,
guys?
yeah.
What if that stat is true?
Where is this happening?
You see, he did it again. He made that statement that white people are 12 times big, and they said, "Where is this happening?" He said, "What if it's true?" You see? But I thought you just said it was true. What if it's true?
What if it is true, guys?
Yeah.
What if that stat is true?
Where is this happening?
What if that stat is true? And this brother, see, they laughing. This ain't nothing to laugh at. Where is this happening at? Show me the 12.5 white people being killed by blacks. You got to show me. Show me where. Show me what city. Show me the article. Show me the name. Show me. You can't. And they think it's funny. It ain't funny.
The real Earth. What if it's true? Hey, what if I could show you the clip and Donald Trump said, one second. Look, I'm the fucking minority here. I get it, right? I'm outnumbered. But what if Donald Trump actually said what I just said? And why?
What if? I'm a minority here. I know I'm outnumbered. But you safe. Ain't nobody attacking you. But you just said if a white go into a black neighborhood, they liable to be attacked.
Don't you know? What if the stat I'm giving you is true, and why don't you know? At a certain point, hey, if you want to blame institutional,
You publicize everything.
If you want to blame a systemic, institutionalized, right, wrongdoing, maybe you should look at you guys being misinformed.
The whole thing is fucked up. That's my point. The whole thing is
12-time murder rate. The whole thing is 12-time murder rate. That's
Maybe you guys are
Is that misinformation as well?
what was that?
Is that misinformation?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm
Is
sorry.
that misinformation when you look at Donald Trump ordering the ICE to go into primarily
cities?
See that same minute they hit the shore, nobody says that. Nobody talks
I agree with you.
that,
Why did Kamala
right?
Harris say that illegally?
From Louisiana originally. Okay, when that has been going on this
Than white people. You're close, depending on the state. The census rule that they wanted to change, which you can thank Donald Trump for reversing, was going to count people in the household whether they were legal or not. Do you realize that would actually change district seats, voting
illegal,
patterns, and the electoral college?
We're gonna close out with the other threat and the brother's response.
Hispanic, she's Latina, of course she's nuts.
But one thing, living in Texas and Louisiana, who gonna pick that fruit?
Oh, plenty.
How many of them was out there? I don't got hard. That's when they went and got slaves.
Yeah, white people don't know hard work.
The Indians broke down. They went and got black people. They got the Chinese. They conned them in doing the railroad, like you said. But then when white work get hard, white people ran from that kind of work. So you can't tell me in 2025.
He just stated facts. He just said they got these people to kick the fruit, these people to build a railroad, these people to build the houses, these people to build, and he's like, oh, white people don't do, right? He's all triggered. It's like he's not here to serpent for the truth at all, right?
You gonna go find one of them new generation upset white boys that's
I'm
gonna get out
telling
there
you.
and climb that tree.
I'm
and get
telling you.
them apples out of it.
It's a statistical reality. I'm telling you.
That's not.
And hey, what do you think happens when people coming from the third world aren't working here illegally as modern day indentured servants, slaves? What do you think happens when they're not there? Wages go up. Why would you pay more when you can have someone who's off the books you can threaten with?
The Tropicana, the Del.
They're stealing food from your kids' mouth.
That need
aliens and prevented the deportation.
And
By the way, no
my kids was born
easy. It shouldn't be easy.
You should have to pass
it is not
opportunities in any other country. You don't get assurance maladie in Quebec unless you're in America. People don't realize that.
French get pockets that they hate. They don't hate. They don't hate us, Americans.
Oh, so now he disrespected France. He said the French is disgusting and all this stuff. And this fool said they don't hate us, they don't hate Americans. And look,
Yeah, they don't like Americans.
I didn't experience that.
Yeah, they talk behind your back.
I experienced it. Well, that may
and it's bullshit too. They're jealous. They're jealous.
He said the Canadians. He said, "Bro, don't think they like you." He's talking about now. They talking about Canada because the brother said he just left Montreal, and he said I didn't. They seem that they didn't. They liked us Americans. He said no, they don't like you. They talk about you behind your back. Well, he's finally telling the truth. Okay, first time, right? And that's because he wants to appeal to America, that so he can be like, I'm pro-American. This is what you call a traitor. You get what I'm saying? This one is one of these people you don't trust, right? He's going against his own homeland so he can get more advantages in another country. So that's why he's on the I'm against reparations, I hate, because he wants to be received because he's an immigrant. You understand?
They don't hate us, Americans.
Yeah, they don't like Americans.
I didn't experience that.
Yeah, they talk behind your back.
I experienced it. Well, that may
and it's bullshit too. They're jealous. They're jealous.
But they're gonna do that here too.
Yeah.
So.
No, I know. Yeah, no. Canada's a silly place where, again, it's bigger than the United States with 1/10 of the population, and it doesn't have the same kind of diversity that we have here. I mean, when people point to Norway or these countries that have giant social safety nets, it's like take the population of Rhode Island. Hey, and I'm sure you could probably make it work better too if it was 100% black or 100% Nordic. When you have a cultural common ground, it's easier, right? We have a lot more pockets in this country than in places like Canada. It's a beautiful city to visit, though. I highly recommend it. To live there is awful. You want to pay 52% income tax and 14%. What was sales tax when you went? 14%.
Yeah, I know y'all going to bed. I can't find the last. I'm trying to
Out of our life as
it's 2:00. I got to find the last.
Americans, because let me tell you something right now. There's a huge push to supplant that damn dollar, and if you know what we
Okay, well, real talk. 12 times the murder rate. You don't want to believe it? Fine.
I don't.
And that kid's not.
All right, here we go. This is it. This the part where I think he triggers this dude and threaten.
They're at a point where I don't know if you know this. A lot of young white dudes have had some pretty fucking
real goddamn problems, you know. Now, as far as it goes for the young white male, I can't speak on his frustration. I simply hope that, you know what, we don't repeat the damn mistakes of the past, because look where it's gotten us after all these hundreds of years. We got to move forward.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not asking you to speak for them. I'm asking you guys to consider listening.
Sure.
Because they're at a point where I don't know if you know this. A lot of young white dudes have had some pretty fucking tough breaks and no advantages. And they grew up in an era. No. Look, everyone has it. Everyone has it.
Nothing about no poor disenfranchised.
But that's the disconnect, man.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that, man.
Okay.
Real talk.
Okay. Well, real talk. 12 times the murder rate. You don't want to believe it? Fine.
I don't.
And that kid's not going to want to pay reparations.
You know what else on top of that?
Yeah.
I ain't scared. So you can throw them threats out there all you want.
I know you're not scared.
Here you go. This was it. This is the closeout. So now he tried to run the whole, there's young white kids and this and stuff, right? And the black people, ain't nobody trying to hear all that. Young disenfranchised, right? Watch this. Now he triggered them. Dude in the red triggered him. They should have been shut him down from the beginning. Now watch this again.
I simply hope that, you know what, we don't.
So this dude is doing, I hope that nobody's and we don't go back and we all get along thing, right? He ain't there for the all get along. He there for y'all to bow down to what I'm saying. Now listen what he says.
I'm asking you guys to consider listening.
Sure. Because you know what, we don't repeat.
He's saying that we not listening to them. But he ain't listened to nothing they said all night. And he right, they really not listening to him, because if they was, they would have shut all his lies down.
The damn mistakes of the past, because look where it's gotten us after all these hundreds of years. We got to move forward.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not asking you to speak for them. I'm asking you guys to consider listening.
Sure.
Because they're at a point where I don't know if you know this. A lot of young white dudes have had some pretty fucking tough breaks and no advantages. And they grew up in an era.
Young white dudes have pretty tough breaks and no advantages. That's why he's like, man, ain't nobody, come on, bro. I guess that young black dude, the black dude is sure is like, that's enough. You've been pissing on our leg all night. No advantages in America? A young white man or woman has no advantages in America. Come on, bro. I'm not saying y'all don't got tough, they don't have tough times, they don't have poverty, but they have advantages. Stop, bro. Ain't nobody trying to, you're talking to the least advantaged people of the whole history of America who built it, who they can't even repair it. And you want us to be, oh, I'm so sorry. Like you want us to coddle? That's crazy. But look at what he's going to say. Like, I'm here to warn y'all. Right? They got all the guns, which is true.
To the past, because look where it's gotten us after all these hundreds of years. We got to move forward.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not asking you to speak for them. I'm asking you guys to consider listening.
Sure.
Because they're at a point where, I don't know if you know this, a lot of young white dudes have had some pretty fucking tough breaks and no advantages. And they grew up in an era. No. Look, everyone has it. Everyone has it.
Nothing about no poor disenfranchised.
But that's the disconnect, man.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that, man.
Okay.
Real talk. That's
Okay.
real talk.
Well, real talk. 12 times the murder rate. You don't want to believe it? Fine.
I don't.
And that kid's not going to want to pay reparations.
You know what else on top of that?
Yeah.
I ain't scared. So you can throw them threats out there all you want.
I know you're not scared.
About what the young white man might do.
I know you're not scared because you're 12 times less likely to be the victim of a violent crime from a white person than he is of you. That's a fact.
I'm 12 times more likely to defend myself against some bullshit. So if the young white boy come with that bullshit, I'm going to meet that bullshit with some bullshit.
A lot of white people going in.
See, that's what he wanted. Y'all get it? Sorry that it took so long. I should have clipped, that's what I should have did. Clip each of those and we just got right to it. But y'all see it. Mission accomplished. I triggered him and I got him to say the stuff that I need these whites that are triggered already from what I'm going to do, the way I'm going to put this video, to hear him say this. Mission accomplished. See? Y'all see it now. 12
times more likely to defend myself against some bullshit. So if the young all you want.
I know you're not scared.
About what the young white man might do.
I know you're not scared because you're 12 times less likely to be.
You see that? I know you're not scared because you're 12 times likely more to kill a white person. See, he making this, and that's all fake. But the white, he said that. Now remember, through this whole study, he didn't say, and I skipped, he didn't said this 50 times. Brainwash programming. So the whites are watching, they 12 times more. So I know you're not scared of the white because they should be scared of you. See what he's doing? But he triggered the black dude because he just heard him doing it. That's why you were supposed to shut him down from the beginning and not have the conversation. Never entertain the serpent unless you're a snake handler.
So you can throw them threats out there all you want.
I know you're not scared.
About what the young white man might do.
I know you're not scared because you're 12 times less likely to be the victim of a violent crime from a white person than he is of you. That's a fact.
I'm 12 times more likely to defend myself against some bullshit. So if the young white boy come with that bullshit, I'm gonna meet that bullshit with some bullshit.
A lot of white people going into black neighborhoods.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of white boys going into black neighborhoods around.
And ain't nobody playing.
You see what he said? Yeah, a lot of white boys going to black neighborhoods effing around. Ain't no black boys going into white neighborhoods effing around. You see what he's doing, guys? But it worked. It worked. Now he's triggered. And now he got his sound bites. He got what he wanted. And all this black man said was, all the threats you've been making, because he's been making them all night. I just fast forwarded. It's about 5 of them where he kept saying, I'm trying to tell y'all, if you don't listen, I'm a sin. These way they coming and y'all ain't ready for it and this and that. And they've been quiet the whole time. He's been, the others, I don't know, maybe they just passive. I don't know what they is, but he finally got him to a blow point. He finally got him. And that's why he said, all those threats you've been making, I ain't scared. You want me to be scared? I ain't scared of you or none of them. And he said, I'm 12 times more to defend myself if they come with, you see, he still didn't make a threat. He still didn't say like, I'm going to harm. He said, if they come to harm me. This is some nasty stuff, bro.
With some bullshit.
A lot of white people going into black neighborhoods.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of white boys going into black neighborhoods around.
And ain't nobody playing. Understand?
But I think that's what you guys, come on, let's real talk. You've never seen a white person come in solo into a black neighborhood and start a fight. I don't think you've ever seen it.
I don't see black people.
Let's be honest, guys. You're not.
You see what he's doing? He's doing the one side. So all the way, it's crazy. They're like you, but you see how they all talking at once? This is why it shouldn't be a bunch of group and then one person. Because all you hear is his voice, but when they talk, you hear a crowd. Right? And they're talking all over each other, and it sounds like it gives the impression of a ganging up on. See, all this is systemic as well. Conditioning. It's all manipulated strategically. So the triggered white who's watching, you just hear a gang up, and you can't hear what they're saying. You won't hear it because you're triggered. So all you hear is what he's saying. You come on, guys. You can't give me where a white guy goes into. You can't give us where a black guy goes into no white neighborhood and does anything. Why are you doing this, Snake? Why are you inciting your people to violence? You are the problem with your people. You are the snake. And the dude finally sees it, but he really don't have the oration to voice it, the dude in the red. He's just triggered. Yes, what he wanted to capture the whole video.
Afraid of young white kids.
Look. Let's let him finish. This our closeout clip part.
Real talk. You've never seen a white person come in solo into a black neighborhood and start a fight. I don't think you've ever seen
I don't see black people. I don't see black people doing that.
Let's be honest, guys. You're not afraid of young white kids.
But entertain.
Who ain't afraid of young white kids? The devil's a lie. See, they letting them say all this stuff. America is afraid of young white kids. No, who's shooting up the schools? Who, if you in a Walmart, you see him come in, a white kid come in with a black trench stomach, you better be on point, because they're triggered from what you have done to you, serpent, done to the poor American young white kids. And the other ones are tired of your mess. So that's why they shooting up you, Kirk, the schools, the this, they doing it because they're tired of you, serpent.
Steve, you saw a white man going to
You're
church,
correct me. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm also giving you a flip side to that coin that you completely ignoring.
No, because he said, I'll stop some bullshit from a white. I tell you, young white guys are afraid when they're surrounded by black guys.
Okay, but don't come around.
You see that? So he's triggered that the dude said, I was ready, if they come bring some bull crap, I'm ready to defend he said, young white guys are afraid when they're surrounded by black guys. Oh, so I'm not afraid when I'm surrounded by white guys. The funny thing is you're surrounded right now by black guys. Are you afraid? You see? You see how they can't grab, they can't do this. They can't handle the serpent.
I'm afraid when I'm surrounded by a bunch of white men. I'm just not going to allow my fear.
I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you.
Dude, I'm surrounded. This could be an entire tornado of black fists raining on me for saying the wrong thing.
Right. You're not afraid because you're in an environment. They're not, because you don't got to be afraid. But you just contradicted yourself. You just said young whites are afraid being in a set of all blacks. Then he said, I'm not afraid and I'm around all blacks. See? Again. All contradictions all night. And they think see how they laughing now? You can't laugh with the serpent. This is embarrassing, bro. This is how the black man was unable to cover himself from the serpent. This is how the indigenous and the Mongoloid natives welcomed the serpent. You understand? He said, I got Canadian fatigue from this dude, right? But he wants to be American, so you can't even put that on the Canadians, but I know what you mean. This is how they failed. You understand, guys? Because they weren't able to see the serpent and protect the women and children from it. And we're going to keep going wrong if you can't see the serpent. That's what tonight's lesson was. The warning. This man, this is at 3 million views. And they are all in the comments against all black people. He triggered them. In the comment section, they are just like they are wronged. We are all wrong. And they ain't paying us nothing, no reparation. They don't owe us nothing. They ain't having nothing to do with it and all this stuff and George Floyd and Black, like they just, all these triggering points. Introducing this serpent, Steven Crowder. Let's close. What? See, they want to laugh. Why are you laughing? Look how big and burly, bro.
The young white boy that
I'm not even saying I wouldn't deserve it.
I'm talking to him. If you're that.
You see what he just said? I'm not even saying I wouldn't deserve it. So they didn't even hear that. Listen to what he just said. Listen to the closeout. He said, I'm surrounded by Black people and a rain of fists can rain on me now, right? And I'm not even saying I wouldn't deserve it. Here we go. Why would you not say you wouldn't deserve it? What did you do that make you think you would deserve us to beat you up now? See? You gotta hear the serpent, children. But they don't even see it and hear it. They don't hear the slither. Thank you. Y'all, he literally said, I would deserve it if y'all attacked me. Because he knows what he did. Even when they don't know. You can't make it up.
Scared of Black people.
See? And let's close it. Because nothing else they say. The fact that they can't catch none of that. Inept. That's why the Most High calls us to have some leaders, strong men that can teach the men to stand. And that's why they go to the college campuses to indoctrinate. You understand? Those youth, before their minds are fully developed with their serpentine practices. He said he would deserve if they would all. You know why he knows that and he said it? Because I just manipulated you, lied on you, transgressed against you. I just actually lit a fuse in the whites who don't know, and then the fuse of the serpent whites who do know. Those are ignorant, the sheep, all of it. I against you, and you have no idea what I just did. You invited me into your home, and I just stabbed you in your back. So it would be actually, I could understand if you would have attacked me. He said, you couldn't say I didn't deserve it. Wow. It takes a wise man to discern. And that's what tonight's lesson was about. I know it's very triggering. And so let's close out with this, right? Let's close out with this. Short clips. I need to close out with a white and a Black. I need to heal some of the trigger, right? No, let me do the Black. Because if I heal with the Black, let's do the Black, man. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Watch this. Hold on, I gotta get it to play.
If somebody kind of wants you to get to the right answer, they might just give you the right answer. If they really want you to get the right answer, they will ask you the right question. Over the last couple of days, Black people have been doing something that I fear is just kind of going over the heads of the rest of white America. You have Charlie Kirk, a white man who gets killed on a white campus in a white state at a white event, and then the response is 6 Black schools start getting bomb threats. And you may have heard people say, now what we got to do with it? How we get in this? And maybe you were moving so fast that you didn't realize that Black people were asking you the question and not giving you the answer. Because in grappling with the question, you might realize that even you don't believe the lies that you've told yourself. You just needed them so that you could get a little bit of sleep. I'll give you an example. Things hit the fan in white America, and look where your subconscious takes your eyes, right towards your guilt. Look at that. Did you see that? You see how your eyes went right towards where you believe the retribution and the retaliation for your sins would come from. You tried so hard to
But he just pointed out, he said when the Charlie Kirk incident happened, why did they shift right to the black? What he said was that was the guilt. He said the guilt went right to blame to go to blacks who had nothing to do with it because that is who you have wronged. That's where you would think the retribution would come from. So he's doing, this is great. He's doing a psychological analysis on what they don't even realize, the masses of the whites, what happened in that situation. And the serpent played it this way to guide it. Now he's correct. They look, and that's where we got into it at. Because the guilt is intrinsic in their DNA, like the trauma is intrinsic in our DNA. So where a lot of them are lashing out is because of the guilt, and they're mad at us because they can't remove the guilt. Because the sins of the father is passed down generations. So the guilt is passed down generationally, and even those who say they are innocent, I didn't have nothing to do with slavery, it's in your genetics. Just like I was never enslaved, but I still have the trauma from my ancestors passed down in my DNA, and I need to heal from it. So that guilt, y'all listen, this is the bomb. That guilt is what got them, so the ones who getting triggered so apprehensive, because the guilt is eating them out alive. Genetic, even if you're innocent. It's the ones who face the guilt. It's the ones who say, no, we were wrong. We need to repent. I apologize. That's when they face it. That's the diffusing the guilt, the repentance, the healing. But they can't get the healing because they denied the truth. So the guilt is inside. It's going to call no matter what. This brother's dropping it. So the reason why they quickly reverted to black, because the guilt, this is where the reparation, the retribution, this is where the stuff, they should be trying to do this shooting us stuff, and they can't understand it. They lack the discernment. Now the serpent of their people know it, and they're playing off that guilt. You get it? That's why they're using Steven Crowder. They use Kirk for that. Let's continue. This is a great way to end this.
And hypnotize yourself with the gospel of black people and you tried so hard to come from. Your sins would come from. Retribution and the retaliation for your sins would come from. You tried so hard to anesthetize and hypnotize yourself with the gospel of black people just make everything about race. One of the lies you've told yourself.
Right? He said you anesthetize yourself and they feed you these lies of biscuits that black people make everything about race, and we don't. We never discuss race. Ever. But when I would try to have a white friend, that's all. I was like, bro, I can't be around you. The guilt would make them think that, shout out to the white brothers and sisters who don't have that problem. I'm not talking about in the awakening. I'm talking about before I was when my ex and the little girl, white girl, her family, the husband, right? Steve, his name was Steve too. So Steve kept wanting to come over. So my ex, my name was Rashawn. Then Steve is here with the little girl. I forgot her name. Playing with my daughter, right? And I'm like, oh my goodness. I don't want to be around him because the first thing we start talking, how was you doing, man? I'm all right, Steve, how you? And he immediately start going into something racial. And I'm like, bro, black people don't do that, bro. We just talk. We just have conversations. Every time you're around me, I don't gotta talk racial stuff. That's guilt, guys. And it's uncomfortable for black people. But they've made the whites to think that this is what we do when we don't. We never, only time we talk about racism is if they hang a black person, if it's something racist just happened. A black dude just got hung and we like, yo, they just hung a black dude. What? Yeah, man, that's crazy, right? You're like, oh man, stuff is crazy. And then we move on. You see? Literally. And then we'll go on to we need to be more careful, bro. This is getting out of hand. And that's it. But they've brainwashed them, the whites have brainwashed the whites that this is what we are obsessed with when it's not.
But it never fooled us. But more importantly, But it never fooled us. But more importantly, you told yourself everything about race. One of the lies, black people just make everything about, hypnotize yourself with the gospel of black people just make everything about race. One of the lies you've told yourself. But it never fooled us. But more importantly, it never really fully fooled you. Deep down, you knew black people weren't making everything about race. You knew that your ancestors made everything about race, that they rounded people up and said that they deserved slavery because of their race, and that they built your entire culture off of propaganda and lies about black people and their deservedness of slavery because of race, that they murdered and mutilated and raped and tortured people for hundreds of years because of race. And you are now supporting policymakers and policies that seek to legislatively further what your more bullish and brute ancestors were only skilled enough to install by force. And you tried to believe your own fairy tales well enough so that you could go to sleep, but you keep hearing the screams beneath the soil. They're pesky, so much so that every time there's a loud noise, you look where you lied. Black people were minding their business when Charlie Kirk died, but more importantly, black people were minding their business when Charlie Kirk was alive. Woo! Making an entire career for himself out of
Bars. Black people were minding their own business when Charlie Kirk died, but black people were minding their own business when Charlie Kirk was alive. He said, in the dreams, it's in the DNA. In the dreams, because of what your ancestors did, it's the guilt. He says, you silence it, but when a loud noise, he means loud, when an event happened, you immediately look focused to black, where the guilt is. This is a great analogy he's doing, breakdown. Let's continue.
Selling you a worldview that when Charlie Kirk died, you look where you lied. So much so that
he said, when they think you look where the lie is, you immediately look to black. That's why everything, listen guys, he's breaking this down psychologically very well. He said, every time these big events happen, that's why they look to black. We ain't got to have nothing to do with it. We minding our own business and they pull us in because of the guilt. The guilt. They look, right, how can we tie the blacks in? Because we have to make them guilty. You see, to equate our guilt. The way that we can make our spirit DNA to make this sound, make this equilibrium is to make them guilty, even if they didn't do anything. Y'all got it? Very, very, very wise, brother. Very wise.
Beneath the soil well enough so that you to install by what your more bullish and brute ancestors were only skilled enough to install by force. And you tried to believe your own fairy tales well enough so that you could go to sleep, but you keep hearing the screams beneath the soil. They're pesky, so much so that every time there's a loud noise, you look where you lied. Black people were minding their business when Charlie Kirk died, but more importantly, black people were minding their business when Charlie Kirk was alive, making an entire career for himself out of selling you a worldview that a disproportionately dangerous black man was the reason why you are not further in life. And until you grapple with the lies that you created or that you've told or that you believed, there will always be a louder and louder heartbeat underneath Edgar Allan Poe's floorboards. Does that make sense?
That was definitely a spoken word. That was a great clip. All right, let's close out with the final balance. This is the final balance. I was going to do that one, but no, I'm not going to do that one. This one. Copyright disclaimers. I think it's full screen. Share this tab instead. Copyright disclaimers. We're going to close out with this. Watch this. This is a young. This is why they after Stephen Crowder, Kirk, they after the young whites. to possess them with this serpentine thought. Look at this little young white girl. Now she clips it up, but she's doing the best she can. She's young. Copyright disclaimers.
Today we're talking about slavery. And yes, it really was that bad. Let's ruin some myths. Myth number 1. Slaves are just poor people from Africa coming to look for work. No. They were kidnapped human beings. Between the 1500s and the 1800s, 12.5 Africans were forced across the Atlantic. Around 2 million died on the ships. Colonists literally targeted rice farmers to steal their knowledge. This wasn't work, it was human trafficking. Myth number 2, only white people owned slaves. Well, 99% were white, but there were exceptions. Some free black people owned their family members on paper to protect them. Few actually owned people for profit. Some native...
I gotta stop the little young girl. Listen clearly. She dropped a bomb right there that go over most head. They'll say that, well, blacks own slaves too. But the part they keep missing is a lot of the blacks who own slaves owned them so they can own their family. They bought their family. And so under the charter, because they were they were allowed so that their family don't get owned by this savage graping, right? But they try, see, this is how you pervert history. So then they go and they say, well, blacks own, nah, right, Anaya? That part. They were owning their slaves so they can own their family. And they would own other slaves so they can get other people under. Now, was it maybe Sambo who actually owned slaves and did stuff? Yes, very, very rare. But outliers are gonna exist. But that was the truth bomb coming from this young little white girl. And you know I always do it. You gotta bring balance with all this darkness we heard from that serpent. Canada took a L tonight, right? Canada got the L tonight. Watch this.
Some free black people owned their family members on paper to protect them. Few actually owned people for profit. Some native nations adopted slavery too, even bringing black people on the Trail of Tears. But don't get it twisted. The system itself was created, enforced, and funded by white colonists for white wealth. Even if you didn't personally own someone, you still benefited through laws. Myth number 3, slavery was just a Southern thing. Actually, the North was profiting too. Wall Street was built by enslaved people. And Rhode Island ran about 90% of America's slave trade ships. The North was cashing in too. Myth number 4, the Civil War wasn't even about slavery. Mississippi literally wrote, "Our position is thoroughly identified by the institution of slavery." They said the quiet part out loud. Myth number 5, enslaved people didn't resist. Wrong. They resisted every single day. Breaking tools, learning to read in secret, running away, and revolts like Nat Turner's in 1831. Survival was resistance. Myth number 6, slavery ended, so we're done here.
Hold on, that was a bomb. She dropped another, she said survival was resistance. Wow, that was a bomb. That was a bomb. All right, let's continue.
Away and revolt. Enslaved people didn't resist. Wrong. They resisted every single day. Breaking tools, learning to read in secret, running away, and revolts like Nat Turner's in 1831. Survival was resistance. Myth number 6, slavery ended, so we're done here. Except after 1865 came black codes, Jim Crow, redlining, and mass incarceration. Slavery didn't vanish, it just shape-shifted. No wonder politicians don't want us learning real history. And thinking slavery is ancient history, that's the biggest myth of them all. If we all knew the truth, we would realize that it's actually way worse than what we got in school.
What the hell is Juneteenth? And
All right, let's end with her. Y'all know I had more balance. You know I got to bring balance. That's why I said, let's just end out with the balance, because that was a lot of trauma. That was a lot of trauma from listening to that serpent all night. 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So we got to end with the balance, so that we're not triggered to do what the serpent want us to do. That's the devices of the serpent, to trigger us, trigger both sides, play them against one another. May the Most High cover you and heal you, children of Yah. For the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue, hear the Shafa Yah, the healing of the Father of the Word. They're trying to erase the history. We saw this serpent Stephen all night. We saw these grown men not able to handle this serpent. You need to not have the conversation. Do not invite the serpents into your space. You have to discern the serpent, though. So you need to ask the Most High for the gift of discernment, so that you can know that it's a snake, because they invited that serpent into their house, into their shop, and he won. He did it. He accomplished his mission, and he stirred up those triggered, unbalanced, unhealthy of the white nation. Shout out to the remnant. Shout out to the remnant of the house of Yasharal, the grafted in. Shout out to this young sister Eloise and the other sister. You know, I had some others, I had some brothers to show too. Shout out to the so-called whites who repent for the sins of their ancestors and want to repair the breach spiritually, mentally, physically, spiritually. We have to understand that it's not all. But they'll lie and make us think it's all. All right? They'll lie and make us think it's all. All right? Yes, we are talking about America. That's all we've been talking about is America and Canada. That's tonight's, because he was from Canada, but he's a sellout to his own country. So Canadians, I know Canada, like, well, we don't claim him. He sold us out, and now he's a snake behind American lines trying to, no. He's the worst serpent of them all. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Malachi Yaga said that he sent you something in the shofar.
In the shofar group? Okay. I'll check it out. All right? This, everybody, has been our lesson, White America versus Black America. All right? And we went kind of long. The agenda exposed. All right? And then the thumbnail, Black fatigue versus white fatigue. All right? I would have tore him up. And that serpent. But he did a work on those brothers. May you heal, may you understand. All melanated people, be very careful. They just hung another white person, a black person, from a tree in Alabama. Mingo Desmond Allen. All right? In every nation too, because they're triggering people in other nations with this. So you have to be very careful. People are telling so-called blacks and melanated people, don't go nowhere alone. A lot of people in these country towns, in, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi and stuff, you got to be very careful where you're going. It ain't safe. They're initializing, they're trying to start a racial war. It's what they're going to do with the one world so they can usher in martial law and all that. But it's also starting from the Epstein epidural island. That's what that was. She said, what's happening in the bayous? Wow, I don't even know about that. You can send me a link to that, Anna Yah. Right? So that was the start. So they sacrificed that dude, Kirk, right? because they needed some type of assassination to get the eyes off of everybody was focused on the epidural island, right? With the administration stuff. And it worked, right? We still, even though some people are like, what about epidural island? It's drowned out. So they got Steven Crowder and this little dude up there continue to burn embers and flaming the racial tensions. And it keeps the focus where it really needs to be. But this warning is to the blacks, so-called blacks, and also by proxy, some of the melanin. Don't get too comfortable if you got some melanin. I know a lot of y'all don't, you ain't black, but don't get too comfortable. But to the so-called blacks in America and all around, you need to do it everywhere now. Be very careful where you go. Don't be going nowhere at night. Don't go places you shouldn't be going. Be very mindful and watch everything. Praise Yah's holy name, His rightful order. I had to close out, but it's 2:30 in the morning. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Like I said, this was a lesson of information, a warning, a shafar Yah, a blow. Warn the children of the danger, right? A danger alert. You understand? Danger alert. Stranger danger. All right. From the house of Yah, thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Yayazan, for your covering. Was Yasha here tonight, Hakyama? He was?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Thank you, Yasha Yaha and Ahavaya family, for your covering. And young Elder and Yanapa, and thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for your covering. And I don't know if anybody was new. I don't know how far they're going to let this go. But may the Most High cover and bless you all. Friday, y'all know we got a big one coming. We continuing that. I got some stuff Friday, the series. We continue the Christianity exposing. Yeah, it's all over America. It's everywhere. It's actually in the UK too. You got to be careful now, right? So they're riling them up they're using America's social media to rile up other so-called whites in other places too. But everywhere in America, be careful. Every state, every city, all right? Be very careful. All right. And even of the authorities. So in that unaliving in Alabama, that hanging, they're saying that the authorities did it. And they cremated the body before the family could even get to it. All illegal. But who they going to complain to? So they're trying to cry out, but the media is stifling, it's not making the news or nothing. So I'm going to tell y'all. May the Most High cover and bless y'all. Y'all have a blessed day tomorrow. I'll see y'all on the Friday live Eastern Standard Time about 9 p.m. From the house of Yah to you worldwide. We say, yeah, that's what I said, worldwide, the UK. Canada too, everywhere. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Praise Yah. This has been an instruction from the Father. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Have a blessed night. May Yah cover and bless you all.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent His Son, a sacrifice, to show how much He loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.
people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He